This poor hunter heard noises and thought thieves were trying to rob his farm. With blood in his eyes, he grabbed his axe ready to eliminate the invaders. But what he found was shocking. Unbelievable. The man couldn't have kids, yet there was a baby. His wife ran over and said, "Did God send us our son?" 12 years later, the father was still the happiest person in the world. Even though his family was poor and other kids made fun of Sharon for having a weak body, unlike his dad, who everyone respected for his strength. The boy had no muscles, but he dreamed of magic. Once, his dad took him to the big city and left him at a fruit shop for a few minutes. The boy asked an old friend of the family, "Is there a shop with books on magic?" The man pointed out a store. When he went inside, the owner treated him like trash because he was poor. Magic books are only for the rich. Just then, a wealthy man came in and bought dozens of books, and they kicked Chiron out. Nearby, the boy saw that rich man throwing several books away. All those expensive books were like garbage to rich people. The boy grabbed one for himself, but soon the city guards caught him and said, "This part of the city is only for the rich. How can such a dirty kid be here?" They were ready to arrest him for being a spy. But Chiron escaped, leaving his coat behind. He hid in the wealthy district, dirty and scared. He heard something that grabbed his attention. Someone was talking about magic. Approaching a stone wall, an old voice spoke about the essence of magic. Every mage needs vision. Your imagination is what turns thoughts into reality. Then the old man said with a sweet voice, "You behind the wall, are you capable of having that vision? Give me your opinion." The boy was discovered. All the rich people treated him like scum should he run. Chiron was dirty and dressed in rags, but he thought, "This might be the only chance in my entire life." He climbed the wall with all his strength and saw it, the beautiful place where they were. All the kids there were rich and important, taught that poor people cannot be in the same place as them. So they screamed at him to get out. But the old man had wisdom and told them, "I am curious about what attracted the boy to my words." Chiron said he wanted to see real magic like in the books. The man, called Mirhi Alpheus, head of the Alfia's academy, was a rank 4 mage. He said, "I will show you wind magic." Suddenly, a strong breeze made all the students float into the sky, so high that anyone would freeze with fear. Chiron had never experienced this, so as he floated down, he thought it was the end. But everyone laughed at him. The poor boy was floating with his eyes closed. Everyone was just laughing at the situation. The boy was amazed and shouted that he wanted to know what true magic was. All the students and even the old man saw this as disrespectful, but the poor boy didn't care about manners, only knowledge. So with wordplay, the man tried to confuse the boy with hard concepts, but with every answer, Chiron shocked everyone. Then, one of the students showed the basics. Every mage must be able to sense the energy of the environment and read the spirit zone. If the old man hides coins in his hand, a mage can sense the energy and find out how many are there. The girl answered with great effort that there were 3, and the old man showed she was right. Understanding the concept of expanding his senses, Chiron tried it. If his mind could really feel all that, he tested himself to see if he had the ability. The result was overwhelming. Scared, Chiron said he heard every sound around him and far away. The old man was shocked. The boy has talent, and that is a pity. Because he is poor, he will never get the training to become someone great in the future. Chiron jumped back over the wall to go home, thinking in terror. "I heard every sound. It was like I was the entire planet Earth and the world itself." He ran, frightened by the sensation of feeling the infinity of the world in his mind. On the way, he bumped into someone. The man grabbed him, slammed him against the wall, and said he didn't expect a poor person in this region. A girl's voice said in the background, "Are you sent to kill me too?" The girl had hair as red as blood. She is a noble, and these people serve her. The man said the boy was trying to kill someone, and when Chiron answered that it wasn't true, the man silenced him with an ancient magic called a kick to the gut. Injustice seems to be everywhere in this city. The men said the only way the boy leaves alive is if his mother shows up to pay the damages. The innocent boy's look changed when they spoke of his mother. They saw this as a challenge and started kicking Chiron. They only stopped when the girl interrupted the monsters. She said that was enough, but the men insisted, saying the boy isn't noble, so it's better to sell him as a slave. The girl hid her face and replied that a slave cannot have imperfections on their body, so only if his body is perfect can they do that. Thinking he would never see his father and mother again, Chiron felt the spirit zone once more. His memories and senses were able to reach everything. They will regret this. The girl screamed for them to stop now, but a massive blast of wind made them all float into the sky. In seconds, the place was empty. All the men were now up with the birds, and as we all know, people cannot fly. When they fell, the impact caused arms, legs, and other bones to shatter. The only person who didn't get hurt was the young girl. Desperate, Amy asks about his identity and his source of learning this magic because he can't do it as he is just a farmer. But next moment, some people are attracted by the sound, and Amy immediately leaps into the air in front of him. He is in awe of her skill, but doesn't have time to dwell on it, so he immediately runs away from that place. While running toward his father, he understands the coldness of this world. The scene shifts to the manor of House Karmas, which is a first-class nobility, where Shakola, the master of the house, looks at his daughter Amy and thinks that she must be playing hooky again, judging by the state of her appearance. She is quite furious about what happened with Sarone, while her father gives her a long lecture about skipping class and laziness. But suddenly she stops and abruptly demands that he introduce her to a magic school. Spring turns to winter, and inside the Aryan household, Vincent asks for his son. His wife informs him that their son has gone to the logging area to cut some wood. He is shocked to hear this, as it is snowing, and he becomes determined to find him. While on his way, he remembers the time when he almost lost him during the spring season. But Sirone had come back, excusing himself by saying he lost his way. However, his father senses that something happened to him that day. Meanwhile, in the snow, Sirone is thinking about the time when he was able to use magic while cutting the wood, but he can't use it afterwards. That time, he had done it subconsciously, so he doesn't know what he lacks to perform magic again, due to his lack of knowledge regarding magic. But the good thing is, he can still enter the spirit zone, which he currently enters and senses everything in front of him, although he can't explain it. With that, he raises his axe and shatters the whole tree in one go. He himself is shocked to see that he has knocked down the tree in one swing. He knows what he has done is magic. Meanwhile, his father is also shocked to see him doing this, and thinks it's a thunderstrike skill he has learned to perform. Sirone is also thinking that it is not magic, but a single successful stroke among hundreds of strikes from his axe. He is determined to practice this again and again because he knows that luck can't be his partner in success, but knowledge will be. With that same determination, our dude passes 3 years, and now, in one fall, he can feel things that his eyes can't see. He touches the tree, and with a single swing of his axe, he is able to shatter it. Suddenly, he notices that he has been meditating for 5 hours. During his time in the spirit zone, he feels like he has become nature itself. He can sense the swinging of trees, the voices of insects, even the sounds of roots sucking moisture from the earth. He is so indulged in it that 5 hours don't feel enough. He remembers the headmaster's words and understands that he can now feel himself as a part of this world. Then he goes back home. He immediately notices white horses and a luxury carriage in front of his house and wonders if they have a guest. When he enters inside, he instantly senses something as he sees a refined man sitting with his parents. His parents want him to take a seat before they talk. The person introduces himself as Temurin, the butler of the house of Ogent. Sirone greets him in return while wondering about his purpose for being there. Temurin examines his face closely and asks whether he can read. Our boy answers that he has been able to read since he was very young. Meanwhile, he doesn't understand the reason behind the inspection and asks about his purpose for doing this. Temurin suddenly drops a bomb by offering him a job at the house of Ogent. At that, Temurin explains the specifics of his job. Ogent family's great library needs to be relocated. The library holds more than 10,000 books, and his job is to ensure that not a single book leaves the grounds. It will take more than 2 years for him to complete this job, as the heavy lifting will be done by porters, and his work will be sorting the books. He is stunned to realize that this opportunity will allow him to read thousands of books, some of which might be about magic. But the next words stop his thought process. His job carries a risk. If any book leaves the grounds, it will mean the death of his parents. Now he understands the reason behind his parents' grave faces. The butler adds that he will be paid a large sum of money, an amount so high that he couldn't earn this much in his entire lifetime as a hunter. Then he tells his father that this is the reason he is selling his son. Vincent protests, saying that it is not his reason for making this deal. He wants his son to achieve his dream. The butler chuckles and doesn't believe him, because if it's not for money, what else would make Vincent beg him to hire Chiron for this job? Vincent asks if Chiron will have a chance to read books there. The butler confirms it, but reminds him that he won't be allowed to read books all the time. He reprimands Vincent, saying that he should be honest with his son because this job is not about him achieving his dream. This brings back memories of a 6-year-old Chiron, who was taught some words by his mother and started reading books. His radiant appearance and sharp mind made Vincent wonder whether he had noble blood in his veins. He wished that were the case. If Chiron were a noble, he would have a chance to go to school, but he rejected the idea because Chiron was his son. However, as soon as our boy joined him in his work, Vincent realized with dread that he was turning his son into another lumberjack. That's why he begged Temurin to hire Chiron so that he would have a chance to read books. But now, after hearing Temurin's words, Vincent clearly expresses that he doesn't care about his money and asks him to get out of his house. The butler knows that the conversation is over and puts on his hat, while Vincent seethes with anger at Temurin's attitude. While the butler is wondering how this family would throw away such an opportunity, but he stops when Chiron firmly states that he is going to take the job. The butler asks if he is sure because even the tiniest rumor of a lost book can cost him his life. But our boy understands the risk and still wants to take the job and do it properly. At that, Tamarin gives him 1 week to change his mind before he returns to take him. However, once he steps onto the manor grounds, he cannot change his mind. When the butler leaves, his father protests, saying that he was naive to ask for the job, but now that he understands its gravity, he is going to turn it down. But he stops in his tracks when he sees Kiran crying tears of joy, calling this the best gift of his life. Vincent hugs him with teary eyes and assures his son that they will always be with him whenever he needs them, but he also wants his son to return in one piece. He is happy to finally do the right thing as a father. The family is teary-eyed while thinking about the upcoming departure. After a week, the servants of the Ogent family come and ask for Vincent's signature. After he signs without wasting any time, they take our dude to the carriage and close the door behind him. As soon as they settle inside the carriage, Siron immediately enters the spirit zone to check on his parents, who are crying for him. During his time in the spirit zone, he wants to reach out to them but stops midway, realizing that he has a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But he also knows the risks of having this job and living among powerful people. He wonders whether he will come back in one piece after 2 years. After a while, they finally reach close to the House of Ogent, which is located within the Kreia city of the Kingdom of Tormia. Basically, the House of Ogent is a family of warriors, with its founder being a level 3 general, and the current head of the house is a level 4 knight. In other words, they hold city's military authority in their hands. Finally, they are in front of the great manor of the House of Ogent. He is frightened to see the grandiosity of the territory of the house, which makes the servants quip that he still needs to meet the family. Others warn him to be cautious with his words. He looks around, totally in awe of the second-class nobility, which is Ogent. The servants usher him to the servant quarters and offices, which will be his home for the next 2 years. A while later, he is in front of Temurin, who asks him to follow him to learn about his work. Temurin finally shows him the great library of the house, which stuns him. Temurin adds that he will be moving these books while classifying them. Each week, he will be handed the list of books he needs to gather. He also tells him the working hours, which will be from 9 in the morning to 6 in the evening. He can do whatever he likes with his free time, as long as he doesn't enter the main house or leave the grounds. Then he is handed the list and asked whether he has any other questions. Siren knows that his life is on the line in this kind of work, which he can't mess up. So, he asks when he is going to start, and the butler answers, "From tomorrow." From tomorrow, he finally wears the uniform and starts his work by reading the list. Meanwhile, he clearly understands why the task of sorting is given to only one person. He needs to understand the sorting, whether to classify the history of swordsmanship in the history section or the swordsmanship literature section. While sorting the books, he also realizes how all of that knowledge is interconnected, and its root is none other than history. He then decides to read all of the history books, which are 850 among the 10,000 books, and supplement them with others. He needs to do it in order to become a mage. He then senses someone coming and immediately hides the books because he isn't allowed to read them. Temurin comes inside, compliments his work, and asks if he is going to work late again, which Siren confirms. Then, Temurin suggests him to take it easy, as they have a long way to go. The next moment, he turns toward him and grabs his shoulder. Our dude is scared, wondering whether the butler has caught him reading. But the next moment, Temurin dusts off his shoulder while advising him to maintain his appearance in front of his master and their sons. He further asks him to do something with his long hair, to which Siren complies. He takes a sigh of relief after this close call. Now he is on his own. He needs to maintain good work and decides to tie his hair like his father. Later that night, when he is reading the history of Tormia, he understands the biggest problem. Reading and understanding is harder than he anticipated. He wonders whether he should memorize them, but then decides to understand at least one part of the event and move on. Before he reads further, exhaustion catches up with him, and he dozes off in the books. While he is asleep, Temurin comes in and pulls the book from his arms. He looks at the history book and scoffs at Siren's idea of reading, knowing it would take him half a month to read it all. He doesn't believe reading can bring any success to the boy. In fact, he would forbid him from reading if it was practical information Siren was after. Temurin leaves with pity for our boy, thinking that he is nothing but a stupid dreamer with crazy ideas. It has already been 3 months since our boy started working in the great library of the House of Ogent. Currently, he delivers 4 piles for the porters to move to their new location. Meanwhile, he is also becoming a pro at sorting books and working as a librarian. When a servant takes a book for Master Lai, he protests that Lai hasn't returned the last book. The servant explains that he tried to persuade him to return it, but masters don't care about these books because if one goes missing, Siren will be in trouble. At that, our boy concludes that nobles don't care as much about books as they let on, so basically peasants like him have to walk on eggshells to avoid making mistakes that could risk their lives. So he decides not to draw attention to himself. His thoughts are interrupted by a blue-haired guy rushing toward him. It is the youngest Ogent's son, Leon, who is running from his master to skip training. His master shouts that he is going to make him do 100 laps as punishment, but Leon immediately hides under the table before asking Siren not to tell his master where he is. Master rushes inside and asks about Leon. Our boy nervously asks about the identity of the master. Master angrily introduces himself as Leon's master and insists he tell the location of Leon. Left with no choice, he points under the table where Leon is hiding. Master Kate drags him out from the table, which makes our dude wince. Master Kate promises to train him with mental endurance training today. Meanwhile, Leon is glaring at him for doing this. On the other side, Siren nervously thinks that he has no choice because the instructor has the same power in the house as the master of the house. After this incident, the rumor spreads about how Leon is dragged by Master Kate to the mountains. A month has passed since this incident. During these days, it takes him 20 days to read his first book, but now he understands books of every level. For the next 4 months, he goes through more than 82 history books. Now that he understands the books, he realizes that there is no new information in the other books. After going through 200 books, the remaining books are a breeze for him. At first, he is nervous about whether he is right to spend so much time reading history, but after going through the books to understand the activities of mages in history, he understands that he made the right choice. He realizes from these books that if a scholar researches a theory, a mage is someone who turns this theory into reality. The only difference between a mage and a scholar is that a scholar can't enter the spirit zone. He shuts the book with the decision that he is going to add this vast backbone of knowledge into his spirit zone in order to become a mage. Before he can plan further, the door opens, and there stands a bleeding and furious Leon, who has been counting the days for this moment to come. Saren gulps nervously because he knows what's coming. Leon coldly tells him that even after climbing the same cliff again and again, he has gathered his courage just to come here and get his revenge on him. Saren understands that no matter what, Leon is blinded by his rage. Leon, on the other hand, demands him to say something. He even calls him a coward for throwing him to his master when he had asked for help. Saren protests that he only tells the truth, but Leon grabs his collar while telling him that he should have told him beforehand that he wasn't going to help him. At that, our boy realizes that it's not easy for him to do something like this because of his position as a peasant. To solve the matter, Saren asks him what to do to make things right for him. Leon immediately understands that he hasn't been working here for long because of his calm composure. Then he grins and asks him to follow him in the dead of night. After a while, they are inside the training field, which makes Saren wonder whether he is going to be a punching bag for Leon. Desperately, he is ready to take the beating just to hold on to this opportunity, which is provided by him at the risk of his parents' lives. But he is stunned when Leon throws a wooden sword at him. Leon then asks him to duel with him like a man, not a coward. Saren protests that he is not a coward but a servant who is expected to serve. Leon deadpans that it is because he had sold him to Master Kate to save his neck. He turned his back on him when he was in need. Now our boy, finding no choice, is holding the sword. With determination in his eyes, Leon is going to fight with him while giving him a chance of 3 swings head start. While looking at him, our boy understands that Leon's eyes are truly the eyes of an Ogent knight. He is also thinking about his next strategy to tackle this problem. He knows that he will have to go home if he is beaten. Then he stops and realizes that he can go to the spirit zone because he has obviously been given 3 swings. With that, he starts his first swing, which is countered by Leon. Saren understands Leon's strength from his. This time, he clenches the sword more tightly and gives a second strike, which is again blocked by Leon, who grins widely. He taunts our boy, asking whether he has ever held a sword, but Saren is already in the spirit zone, knowing he has only one chance left. He knows that Leon won't be able to block him this time, and he strikes harder. Leon, who doesn't understand what happened exactly, nervously thinks that now it's his turn, but he is stupefied to see his sword burst in the next moment from the strength of Saran's blow. Saran is himself also stunned to see his success. His plan was to sense everything with the first swing, understand Leon's timing with his sword with the second, and finally hit the vital spot with the third blow. He had worked on Thunderstrike for the last 3 years and tried it now. Leon, who is totally shocked, finally finds his voice and asks about the source of Saran's swordsmanship. Saran answers truthfully that it was Thunderstrike. Seeing the confusion on his face, he elaborates that it's a technique he learned to chop trees in the mountains. Leon is totally baffled by his explanation, that Saran is able to use a sword after cutting trees. On the other hand, Leon is training for 15 years. He is in disbelief that sword art is something that can be learned from chopping wood. Leon remembers the time when Lai had broken his sword in the same way and was praised by his father and master. His instructor even told his father that he didn't have anything more to teach Lai, as he was already far ahead of his age. At that time, no one gave heed to Leon while celebrating the genius genes of Lai. Leon was heartbroken that he couldn't be like his elder brother. Now he can see Lai and Saroni over again. So, he exclaims that he refuses to accept defeat. Saran wants to apologize but is shut down by him. The next moment, Leon unsheathes his sword and clicks it back. To the surprise of our boy, he throws the sword to Saran, who catches it. Leon reveals that just because he can do well with a wooden sword doesn't mean he can win. He gives him 1 month to prepare for the duel they will have with real swords. On the other side, Saran's hands tremble as he sees his death in the the form of a real sword. He asks Leon to reconsider because he doesn't know how to use a sword. With a darkened expression on his face, Leon expresses that if he can break a wooden sword after learning to chop trees, he can figure out something in this month. Before leaving, he even threatens to not leave, otherwise he will eventually catch him. Later, our guy is in the library, his head in his hands while he tries to understand the mess he is in. Basically, House Ogent has a peculiar trait of black and blue hairs in their family. The master of the house, along with the eldest son, have black hair and remarkable swordsmanship. His daughter, who has blue hair, is a great pianist, while Lai, a sword prodigy, also has black hair. But Leon is kind of a sore thumb in that family of talented people who didn't make a name for himself, even given a personal instructor. After thinking this, Saran regrets that he should have just let Leon beat him a little, but now, he has blown Leon's ego, which is already bruised by the comparison with his brothers. By looking at the books, he thinks how he always had the ideal that books can save him. So now with determination, he goes to the shelf of books because he can't die here and risk his parents. He knows his time in the mountain gives him strength, so all he has to do is learn how to defend himself. For this purpose, he takes out a number of books on swordsmanship, so he will do what he can. Meanwhile, Leon is taking 100 laps according to the instruction given by Master Kate. Master senses that something is wrong because usually, Leon complains during training. But Leon answers sassily that this crap can't be called training, which pops Master's eyes from their sockets. With exhaustion on his face, he replies that this training is not hard enough because he is still standing on his feet. But Master Kate immediately understands that something has happened, which he denies with shallow breaths. But Master Kate is curious and associates his behavior with Lai's achievement, but then rejects this thought as Lai already had his schema. Anyway, he warns him that he can die with vigorous training, but Leon eagerly complies. Meanwhile, our boy is also learning schema. It's basically the spirit zone for the swordsman, which heightens the awareness of the corporal form of the human body to the swordsman. Master of this technique can use every cell in their body during a sword fight. He closes the book with new awareness that this is the polar opposite of what he did to enter into the spirit zone. Then he decides to give it a try. He closes his eyes and tries to sense himself. He has entered the spirit zone so far, but instead of erasing himself like the spirit zone, he needs to delve into himself. By lifting the black curtain, he can enter the first phase of the schema, but then he suddenly stops because it would be a waste of his energy to put effort into something opposite to the spirit zone. Then he remembers Amy and wonders whether she was using schema and is shocked to think that she is too advanced for her age. Then he goes into the open field and unsheathed the sword. He tries to apply his spirit zone with what he has learned about swordsmanship. When this happens, he starts with 8 directional slices and swings his strike. Meanwhile, Leon is also shown training vigorously at a level that his master himself stops him, warning that his muscles could burst. But he keeps punching the log while exclaiming that his muscles haven't burst yet. But he is beyond frustrated, while thinking that even though his muscles don't burst, he hasn't even activated his schema. Seeing his condition, his master stops his training. After a while, he pats his shoulder, wondering what is actually occupying his mind. He vaguely answers that his arms are killing him. Thoughtfully, Master Kate expresses that he has never seen any report about his progress. Leon retorts that this is his reason to work hard. Master Kate ignores his tantrum while asking if there is something he should be good at, whether he has even delved into what exactly it is. Leon simply answers that he only knows what he is not good at, which prompts a quip from Master Kate that this is the reason he is not a genius. Leon irritably tells him to just shut up. However, Master Kate continues, while saying that a real genius is one who knows where they can excel, and puts their effort into it without a doubt. Meanwhile, our boy is also learning swordsmanship through the books, while Master Kate's voice booms on about the greatest fear of a genius, which is trying to achieve something they can't. Leon's eyes widen with realization when Master Kate finally states that it can be a genius's greatest enemy. He clenches his fist, thinking that even though he is not born with swordsmanship genius, but he will pursue it with all his power. Both he and Sauron are determined to win in the end. Now our boy stands with a sword in his hand, ready to practice swordsmanship. As far as his knowledge goes, swordsmanship is basically the kinetic dynamic energy assumed at the removal of life. But it is also a work of mind games when one starts fighting. Now he raises his sword while picturing an imaginary enemy who can attack him with countless types of moves. But among them, only 8 attacks can be predicted from each side. He needs to focus on them. While imagining the enemy in front of him, he starts to block these attacks from each direction. But after a while, he stops when this imaginary enemy takes another direction, and he loses where to block the attack in his spirit zone. He pauses and steps back to laugh after finally understanding that the path of of the swordsman is also limitless, just like the path of magic. This time his expression changes when he unsheathes his sword. He apologizes to his parents because he might not have been to them, but under the moonlight, he is satisfied because even staring at death, he has a chance to experience another great world. After a while, he finally stands in front of Leon, who ushers him to start the fight. When Leon unsheathes his sword, he is stunned to see the confident look in Saron's eyes after a month of training. Now, when he observes his wooden sword match with Saron's, he realizes that Saron is right, that our dude has never held a sword in his life, but he doesn't understand how our boy can be so calm after holding the sword for the first time in his life. He concludes that he must be a natural like his brother. But regardless of natural talent, he rushes towards him, determined to beat his opponent. Meanwhile, our boy can see through his spirit zone that Leon is on another level compared to him. He immediately blocks Leon's attacks one after another. Meanwhile, Leon can sense that Saron is observing his sword moves. On the other hand, Saron decides to push off his fear of death, which lies in the future. He imagines that if he can't see what will happen next, he will have the courage to jump down from the cliff. When he steps toward Leon, it makes him gulp because he observes how Saron has surpassed all of his emotions. When he rushes towards Saron, he is determined to believe that he isn't afraid of death either. With that, he attacks his right side, which is blocked by our guy successfully. Leon immediately attacks him at full speed with unpredictable moves from every side. Our boy understands that Leon's sword strikes are brutal, heavy, and fast enough to make it difficult for him to dodge swiftly. It becomes harder for him to recognize the direction of Leon's sword. Leon's next move slashes his chest, which stuns him momentarily. With that, he subconsciously enters the spirit zone. Leon immediately strikes back, but again, our guy swiftly dodges the attack. Now he slides away from his opponent, panting heavily. He doesn't understand how Leon was able to injure him successfully. On the other side, Leon doesn't waste time and immediately strikes him again, which Saron blocks with his sword. With an evil expression in his eyes, Leon immediately understands that Saron is petrified by his move. He confidently thinks that there is a minimum chance for Saron to endure his sword because he is an Ogent after all. His strikes have the power to shatter bones. With that, he shouts and strikes again. But Saron is also observing his moves while dodging his sword strikes. Our boy notices that after injuring him, Leon should follow up with an upward slash to injure him further, but now he is only using wide strikes. While observing him keenly, Saron concludes that regardless of Leon's command of the sword, what he lacks is insight. His eyes shine with determination because now he can fight him at a lower level. With that, he rushes toward him with a new strategy in mind, to attack this time instead of just defending. Meanwhile, they are sword fighting. Leon also notices that our guy, despite being tired, is attacking him with basic attacks. But the problem is he is having difficulty blocking them. He also understands that even though Saron was exhausted, he is now saving energy by keeping that low-level rhythm. He again remembers the time when he was left behind by his father after his defeat at the hands of his brother while he was too busy celebrating Lai's success. Then he sees Lai smirk victoriously at him, and he doesn't want to have the same experience at all. Now he shouts, while exclaiming that he is going to be the world's greatest swordsman. With that, he strikes him with all his might, but our guy blocks it anyway. To see him this furious, Saron doesn't understand whether he is really following the rules of the duel or has gone berserk. Then he checks Leon's path of sword by his spirit zone, and is baffled to see that he can't read his movement anymore because of the random pattern. This time, Leon is going to attack him from a lower level, but our dude immediately not only blocks it, but throws Leon's sword away. Both of them are panting heavily, but Leon looks down in defeat. He is in disbelief at how he has lost. Then he remembers that Saron had changed his grip in a flash while thrusting his sword upward, which clashed with his sword. On the other side, Saron is also in disbelief that he really won, but he doesn't feel any happiness from that victory because it's the second time he has bruised his ego, and he knows what the consequences of it will be. Leon, as expected, rubs his head nervously and admits his defeat. He turns to Saron and asks how Saron has the right to kill him, which leaves our boy stunned. Baffled, Saron asks whether he is joking. To see his confusion, Saron explains that whether he really thinks that he will spare you to see another day after killing a noble like Leon. Leon counters that it's the basic rule of a duel. Saron retorts it with a statement that it was a duel for him, but for peasants like our boy, it was a matter of survival. The next moment, they are arguing about how they ended up dueling each other, blaming one another for causing it. However, when Saron adds that the most honorable thing Leon can do is not drag his servant into this mess and follow his instructor's command, it hits hard to home for Leon. He remembers his behavior with Saron, and his expression turns to suppressed shame. Exhausted, our boy falls to the ground while exclaiming that he thought that he was going to die. Leon, assuming they are going to exchange good remarks after a fight, looks at our dude, confused as to why he's in this state when just a few moments ago he was a cold-blooded warrior. Then he concludes that Saron is truly a natural warrior, but regardless of that, he doesn't mock him for his failure. He turns to our boy and asks him his name. After Saron gives his name, Leon introduces himself as well and extends his hand to him. Our dude is totally stunned to see him like this, but the next moment is a surprise for him when Leon offers him friendship. After this incident, it has already been a year since our boy moved to. During that time, he has successfully classified 7,028 books out of 10,453. Seeing this, Timurin turns to him and compliments his achievement. To see him, Saran concludes that with each classification of the books, he is becoming more efficient. Now he only has 200 history books left to read. He has strategized to read 3 books per day to fully form the backbone of his knowledge. Besides his knowledge regarding swordsmanship, his essence of controlling fear boosts his stamina in the spirit zone. While remembering his fight experience with Leon, he gets a chill, but he focuses on his goal, which he can reach in no time with persistence. His thought process, however, is interrupted by none other than Leon, who is amazed by the gigantic stock of books his family has. He wonders whether they really read this many books. Saran answers that his father and big brother use libraries often, which is scoffed at by Leon. At that, he thinks about how Leon can be charming and affectionate, but he nearly gets a heart attack when Leon carelessly throws the bag aside. He pleads with Leon not to damage the book, because it can risk his life. Leon scoffs at that, saying that his life can't be worth less than a book. Then he shows him a thumbs up while promising to back him up, even if he burns all the libraries down. Our dude nervously thinks about how he should be mute, but then warns him not to touch the books and reminds him about his training. At that, Leon lazily lays down, whining proudly, and telling him that he only has basic training, so he comes here to study. Our boy angrily deadpans, asking his reason for now studying, but Leon is quite bored to read them. To see him, Saran understands that Leon is not lazy, but he is rather a fire elemental, and it takes only small things to fire him up. 10 minutes later, our dude is reading at his desk while Leon is sitting opposite him. Saran asked him to study, but Leon is looking at the books like they are his enemies. He asks Saran whether he really is going to read 800 of those books in order to become a mage. Saran admits, while adding that he started late, so he had to make up for lost time. While flipping through the books, he tells Leon that after reading 600 books, he almost knows what is written in the remaining books. To see him reading this fast, Leon is totally amazed by our boy, and even thinks that one day Saroni will wake up inside a book. To see him doing this while both of them are the same age, Leon finally looks at his book and finds it not so bad. Saren's reading is halted by Leon's voice reading aloud. He is reading the prologue in such a way that the author wondered about the question of who would come victorious in a battle between a swordsman and a mage. In this search for this answer, the author wanders around the world. He goes to the peaks of the Artusna, as well as carnivorous trees devouring the mountain birds. He stops reading and exclaims that it's really boring. Our boy protested that it's not boring. Leon countered that these books held no pictures, no swordsmanship fights, so it's boring. But Saran is already checking the book while protesting that Leon didn't even read one page and knows the answer to the question. Leon raised a question about why there is a duel between swordsmen and mages to fight in the first place. Before they could argue further, Lai interjected by answering that the swordsman will win the fight. Saran immediately greeted Lai, while Leon is irritated to see his brother and asks how he will know the answer. Both of them, however, are afraid that Lai heard them arguing, especially Saran, who knows that he can be killed for being friendly to a noble. Leon wanted to change the topic and provoke his brother, asking whether he was saying this because he himself was a swordsman. Lai answers that if he wants to know the answer, he can observe the position of swordsmen and mages in the kingdom. Leon counters that the question is about who will win in a fight because status doesn't mean anything in a battle. Instead of answering his brother, Lai turns to Sauron and asks about his opinion. Sauron is totally horrified to have his attention and thinks about Lai's motives for having him answer that. He knows that he needs to answer while sounding impartial. Then he steps to answer that if both the opponents have equal skill, then the swordsman will have difficulty once the mage enters into the spirit zone. However, he adds that if the swordsman can attack before any spell is cast, he can have a chance. But his words are cut off by Lai, who firmly states that the mage will lose. Sauron gets a chill after listening to this. To hear this, Leon immediately understands that Lai is doing this on purpose because he finds Sauron annoying and wants to discourage him. But Lai confidently asks whether Sauron knows about the armor of sin from history books. This is the kind of artifact that can disrupt a mage's spirit zone. With a darkened face, Sauron concludes that Lai is talking about anti-magic. Basically, the spirit zone is like water with innate power, and a mage is like a shark inside of it. To go against a mage is like going against a shark, but one can win this match if they scatter the water and take out the shark's senses. And this power is obtained by anti-magic. This is the power to beat a mage who won't be able to enter the spirit zone with it. However, it's purely theoretical. The reason is, this kind of equipment is utterly expensive because it is made from the heart of a dragon, which is in a wave state that no amount of money can make effective. However, one expert, Yakra, who is an expert on the equation of the wave, calculated the efficiency of anti-magic to be 65%, which didn't make it worth the money. Its worth is more than the kingdom's 1 year of budget, but Leon is interested to know whether it can really make a swordsman stronger. Lai evilly evilly adds that the anti-magic is made by a mage. Leon is stunned to know that a mage would do something like this. Lai answers simply that it's a great way to make good money. He even arrogantly adds that there are numerous mages lining up to be hired. No one needs to waste money to get anti-magic. In his words, mages are nothing but people who leech off someone else's money. Leon is quite furious to listen to this and warns him, but his words are cut off by our boy, who calmly accepts Lai's statement. Both brothers are quite baffled to listen to this. Our dude continues that Lai is right about mages making anti-magic, but it can be used for good purposes as well, like in places where magic is forbidden and in training schools. In this way, it makes prosperity for the world. In this way, he can't say that a swordsman is stronger than a mage. Lai is quite irritated to listen to his argument, while Leon snickers to see his brother's face. Lai, who didn't come up with a good excuse, just exclaims that Saren can think whatever he wants, but swordsmen are superior to mages. When he leaves, both of the friends laugh while our boy expresses that he thinks he is going to die. Leon hugs him for making Lai flustered. He even compliments him, saying he could be the greatest swordsman if his tongue were a sword. He is happy that Saran bruised Lai's ego, but meanwhile, Saran thinks that he is somehow not different from what Lai had said. He wonders if people will not be courageous enough to recognize their shortcomings. The world might not benefit from the concept called ideal. 6 months later, our boy finally completes his job sooner than anticipated. The person in front of Tamarin is quite satisfied with Saran's accomplishment of completing the work 6 months earlier and sorting the books that had been neglected for 20 years. He advises Tamarin to make some excuse to extend Saran's stay there, but Tamarin sternly tells him to get back to his work. He finally leaves while the head butler is thinking about our boy. Meanwhile, Saran is reading a book in his office while thinking that reading hundreds of books is not a simple matter. However, he sighs in relief for finally accomplishing his goal, but his thoughts are interrupted by the obnoxious voice of his friend calling out his name. Leon enters and asks whether he has really finished his work. With a satisfied expression on his face, Saren replies that he has finally read everything he needs to. Leon jerks him, exclaiming how incredible our dude is. Leon congratulates him. At that, Saren hesitantly asks whether he can see his house before leaving. Leon is taken aback by his question and explains that he always feels guilty hiding their friendship, and Saran's question caught him off guard. Saran also understands his feelings because they always meet in the library and pretend in front of everyone. He just wishes to see how real friends act before he leaves, but Leon gladly accepts his offer as his family is already out. After a while, Saran is in front of the great manor, his eyes wide with an awestruck expression. Leanne consoles him while saying that everyone is outside and that they can come back at night. While going ahead, Saran notices the quietness of the house. Leon answers that only servants are there. As they move forward, our boy is quite impressed by the giant doors of the room and finds it hard to imagine Leon living in such luxury. Leon's room is the smallest room at the end of the hall, which looks more like a small training area. Saran has a feeling that he will likely visit it again after training. Once inside, both of them are playing cards, and our boy is proudly winning again and again. Leon is frustrated by the loss and accuses Saran of using Spirit Zone to see his cards. Saroni reveals that Leon himself reveals his cards by the motion of his hands, which stuns him. Saran explains that observation only works when someone is not obsessed with it. One can notice the small things when a person's intention becomes clear. Leon understands that it means he needs to see a bigger picture. He sulks. Wondering whether he can use this skill to enter into schema, Saran interjects, saying it might be because it helped him with his Spirit Zone. Our boy's attention turns to the fiction book and asks whether he can borrow it from him, but when he sees, he finds Leon totally exhausted. He looks at his watch and concludes that he should return because his family is going to come. On his way back, he stops after listening to the piano tune. He knows that the only person who can play piano is Lina Ogente, Leon's sister. Before he can say anything, Lina turns to him and asks his opinion. He nervously compliments her music while thinking about his next course of action. Lina expresses that she didn't see him here. Saren clarifies his job purpose. Lina is totally impressed by his job and asks where he likes to play piano. Saran thinks that he can't let his guard down, as she has the foulest personality in this manner, according to Leon. Then she offers him to sit next to her while she teaches him piano. Our boy is sweating, listening to her offer. To console him, Lina tells him that he won't get in trouble if he sits with her permission. Our boy knows he can't refuse now, but he doesn't want to miss the chance to sit at the piano. Lina slowly teaches him the basics of the keys and the sheet music she uses to symbolize the notes. She even explains how to make a chord. He listens intently. Nervously, he asks if he can try playing, to which she agrees. He embarrassedly tells her to cover her ears, but she encourages him, reminding him that he can't become a master in one go. At that moment, he begins to play the piano while Lina watches, curious to see what he will do with the chords he has learned. Lina is baffled to notice that, even though our boy is playing the wrong notes, he doesn't fumble at all. She is also amazed by how perfectly he imitates her, even while playing incorrectly. Meanwhile, our boy is using his Spirit Zone while playing, and Lina grows tense as she notices he begins to harmonize the notes. It isn't a masterpiece, but it feels like he understands the essence of the piano. Lena is stunned that someone like him, a servant, could have such an instinct. Before she can ask anything further, Lena shouts at them for playing such bad piano. He exclaims that normal people should rest at home, not play like a crazy person, but he stops when he sees his friend sitting with his witch sister. Lena casually comments that he seems to know Saren. Saren, however, is all nerves, afraid that she will find out about their friendship. But he is shocked when Lena openly admits that they are friends. Seeing his expression, Lena explains that Lena isn't someone who cares about such things. Saren still doesn't believe him, but then Lena addresses him directly, expressing that she has no problem with their friendship. Besides, she believes that despite being rowdy, Lena is good at keeping his word. Then she asks what exactly he has been playing, which boggles Lena that it was really Saren who had been playing the piano. Saren is completely in disbelief, not because of the question, but because Lena truly doesn't care about their friendship. He then turns to Leon and asks why he lied about his sister's foul personality, because she actually seems quite nice. Leon darkly tells him not to be fooled by her behavior, because she is quite the witch. Lena chuckles and calls Leon a fool, while expressing that she is glad he has intelligent friends like Saren. Saren, too, is thankful, but Leon has another idea. With a smirk, he tells Lena to marry Saren if she likes him that much. She counters, raising an eyebrow, that Leon must be really close to Saren if he is willing to set him up with his sister. Leon arrogantly starts to say that it would be a waste of Saren, but before he can finish his sentence, Lena grabs his collar and starts beating him. Apparently, she has just been nice to him, and he has already ruined it. Watching their exchange, Saren thinks to himself how wrong he has been about nobles. When she is done, Leon, rubbing his bruises, asks why she is home when she is supposed to be on vacation. She replies that she came home to see Lai, who is about to receive his certification, and because their granddad is also going to be home. Leon is stunned to hear that Lai is already certified for the exam. Basically, the official certification is a system that grades swordsmen and mages. For this exam, thousands of people gather, but only 20 receive the certificate. Besides that, there is also an unofficial certificate given by the school after reaching a particular level. One can also gain ranks and points through guilds and associations. Yet people still flock to take the official exam because of the prestige, money, and fame it grants. That is why this exam is such a massive event. And now, Leon is even more overwhelmed to think that his prodigy of a brother is conducting this exam at the age of 18. Lena tries to console him, while assuring him that his day will come too. But then she goes outside to prepare a special seafood dish from the palace. Before leaving, she bids farewell to Saren and asks him to say hello to her when they meet again. He is completely in a trance, wondering whether he will see her again as he is leaving tomorrow. Thinking about it, he hesitantly asks Leon whether Lena has a boyfriend. At first, Leon is stunned, but then a big grin spreads across his face. Seeing this evil expression, Saren tries to brush off his words, but Leon is already rushing outside, leaving our miserable hero behind. Outside, he shouts at his sister, telling her that Saren wants to know her relationship status. Before he can say more, our boy shuts his mouth. Lena nervously chuckles, commenting how boys will be boys, and instructs the maids to continue their work. Meanwhile, Louis asks his subordinate whether Leon is expecting a visitor and gets a negative reply. He thoughtfully looks at Leon with Saren and tries to remember his name. Suddenly, he remembers and asks Timuran to come to his room. After a while, Leon is seen training in the mountains and whining about taking a 10-minute break. Master Kate understands that his fire from last year was only short-lived. He thinks further that it will change when he goes to that place and wonders whether he will work with his schema. At that moment, a servant rushes to him and says that Lena has asked for his immediate presence at home. At first, he declines, thinking it's because of Lai. He spits out his water when the servant informs him that it's about Saren violating his contract. He asks the servant why, since Saren was supposed to go home today. The servant informs him that before Saren could leave, Louis submitted a report to his father, which involved him as well. He then turns to Master Kate while saying that he is going home. He explains that his father has found out about his friendship with Saren, and he is going home to save him, but Master Kate stops him. Meanwhile, at the Ogent Manor, the master of the house gives the verdict that Saren's punishment is death. Upon hearing the punishment for our hero, murmurs spread among the servants about how Saren has crossed his boundaries. Lena tries to reason with her father, but he refuses to listen, as he already has the head butler's report and the testimonies of the servants. He then turns to Saren and asks him to say something. Instead of clarifying himself, Saren asks what will happen to Leon after this. Everyone grows tense upon hearing that he is more worried about his friend instead of asking for mercy. Master Ogente darkly answers his foolish question, stating that Leon won't be harmed because of his sins. Saren sighs in relief, then admits that they are truly friends. They became close last year and have remained that way since. Everyone is stunned by his reply. Lord Ogente, however, is furious that Saren is taking their family name so lightly. He then orders Ogente to finish him off secretly. Lena tries to interrupt, but he doesn't listen to her, as he has already given his order, which cannot be undone. Louis feels tense, thinking this is too much, but the other servant sternly tells him that this is how things are. They must do it for their master. They need to nip any tiny bud of conflict. He doesn't understand it now, but with the passage of time he will. Before they can argue further, Leon enters through the gate. Lena feels relieved to see him. Leon exclaims, asking how they can kill his friend without his permission. Ogente answers that it is his decision. Leon protests that friendship is not a sin, but Lord Ogente replies that for them, giving a death sentence doesn't require a cardinal sin. There are things they must uphold as nobles to keep receiving benefits, but Leon refuses to believe in these benefits if it means his friend's death. Lord Ogente explains that friendship with a peasant would only be beneficial to Sauron because he must have wanted something from him. There are many people in this world who are ready to leech off their weaknesses, but Leon protests that Sauron is not like that. At that, his father deadpans and asks him to show some evidence for his belief. This hits Leon hard because his father knows that the moment Leon admits he can't prove it, the argument will be over. Leon is completely taken aback by this demand because his belief is in his heart and he doesn't know how to show it. He believes that if he were like Sauron, he would definitely find the answer. Then he turns to Saren and observes his eyes, which are fully focused on him, just like during their fight. He remembers Saren's words, that he can move forward when he stops obsessing over small things. Leon understands that he needs to see the whole picture, but the problem is that the person in front of him is his father, who has great genes and is a 4th level knight. Then he grabs his sword, because now it's a matter between father and son. The scene flashes back to 30 minutes ago when he is stopped by Master Kate. He protests to him that his friends can be killed, but Master Kate reminds him that he is just a commoner. At that, he quotes his own words, that someone who can speak through a sword can be worthy of friendship. Master Kate calmly reminds him that he should know that anyone who becomes a threat to his family will be discarded, so he should be considerate before becoming friends at all. Clenching his fist, Leon asks him if he would like it if he let him die. He exclaims that he won't back down when his friend is in danger. Sensing the fire in him, Master Kate observes that this fire shows there is something in Leon worth encouraging within. Then he hands him his sword and asks him to take it home, but if he is not ready, he should not step ahead. At last, he deadpans that it's going to be a mortal battle of swords. In the present, Leon laughs like a maniac while exclaiming that he knows he can't beat his father. But he believes in their friendship with every fiber of their being. Lord Ogent asks him not to take this family matter lightly. He even threatens to exile him if he wants to keep the dignity of his noble house. Leon is ready to leave this place, even if it means proving his friendship, so his father provokes him to unleash his sword and swear on it that they are friends. At that, he really unsheathes his sword. Lord Ogent is stunned to see him raising his sword at him, but Leon clarifies that this sword is for his conviction. Lord Ogent reminds him that he didn't believe in Leon's friendship when he didn't get along with his family because he is not a prodigy. He believes Leon's friendship with a peasant is just to make himself feel good. At that, Leon explains to him that Siren is a great person, and he swore to help him shine. Now, Lord Ogent accuses Siren of doing something to Leon to make him think such nonsense. Siren protests that he didn't do anything. Leon tries to stop him from clarifying anything to his father, but our dude addresses him seriously and expresses that he doesn't need to bear this burden alone. Our boy then takes responsibility for his part, expressing that he always knew the risks he took the moment he accepted Siren's friendship, but no matter if he dies, he won't regret it. To see this, Leon turns to his dad while exclaiming that this is also how he feels, as he will be happy to be exiled. Lena understands that at the end of the day, they are humans who can't work with logic in this kind of situation. She looks at the teary eyes of the servants, thinking that everyone needs this kind of friend. Even Louis regrets seeing that. Before the argument can go further, their grandpa Clump interjects to see that. He compliments them, saying how he didn't know he would see something fresh at this age. Lena is quite happy to see Clump, as she is sure that now everything will be in their favor. Lord Ogent asks if he is going to come after a few days, but Clump answers that his friends enjoy the company of his young wife more than his. Siren is in awe to see Clump, who is a level 3 general in their kingdom, but Clump prefers to be here in order to get some fun. Lord Ogent is quite disappointed in his father, who is excited when his house's dignity is at risk, but Clump counters that he is more interested in listening to what everyone wants to say about Siren. Then he asks who will speak first, and Lena offers her testimony. She concludes that after meeting with our dude yesterday, she believes that he is a gifted man. He completed his work within a short amount of time, and was going to go home if it's not for this drama. She doesn't believe that Siren would have any bad intentions toward Leon that could tarnish their family name. At that, Clump turns to Lai, who is quite irritated to be a witness. He declares that Siren is a fool, which makes his father happy, but Lord Ogent's face darkens when Lai says that it doesn't concern him. Lai clearly states that he doesn't care who Leon hangs out with. He only cares about going to the palace to conduct his exams, which stuns Lena, who thinks he is really her brother. At that, Clump excitedly remarks how entertaining it is to be with family. Then he turns to Temurin, who had observed the matter the longest. When everyone turns to Temurin, Lewis signals him that no matter what, their opinions don't matter, because they are nothing but servants. However, Temurin honestly answers that Siren not only finished his work without any mistakes, but he also completed it 6 months ahead of the deadline, which frustrates everyone with his honest words. Clump asks if he knows knows about both boys' friendship. He answers that he does know they became closer, but wasn't aware of their friendship. According to him, if Siren were some impulsive boy, he wouldn't be able to classify this much work and time. Everyone is still nervous and anticipates the verdict. Lena thinks that at this moment, only their father is adamant about punishing Siron. Everyone turns to him. However, the table turns when it's Clump who says no, shocked. Everyone looks at him, but he clarifies that it's not like he has any problem with their friendship, but it should be ended there. He adds that they have a position in the palace and there are Lai's upcoming exams. Besides, they can't abandon the people who depend on them. Then he turns to Siren and asks if he can understand that, but Leon is seething with anger. Seeing his grandson, Clump thinks, although he's eager to see Leon's fire, there are many people depending on them, and they can't tarnish their reputation. Then he turns to Siron and gives his verdict that he won't be punished for his deeds, but he needs to end this friendship here. Everyone's faces darken when Siron answers negatively. He clarifies that he can go away if he's in Leon's way, but he can't stop thinking of him as his friend. He is eager to do anything to keep it that way. Meanwhile, Leon clenches his sword with anger and shame at hearing his words, because for a moment, he doubted him. He now understands the words of Master Kate after seeing him. He concludes that it shouldn't have been a negotiation in the first place. With that, he raises his sword with a declaration. Seeing him, everyone, especially Lena, tries to stop him, but it's no use, because the next moment, Leon pierces his sword into the ground while taking a knight's oath, declaring that he will serve as Siron's sword from now on. His father is the first to curse him after seeing this display. Basically, the knight oath is from the time of the founding of the kingdom of Tormia at the hand of King Adolf the Fur. As a newly established kingdom, it needed power to fend off other nations. So instead of purging the kings, they gave power to rule their land under the knight oath. This process is also what makes the receiver of such an oath noble if they accept it. Leon looks at Master Kate with hope in his eyes, who facepalms, realizing that he didn't give him the sword for this purpose. Siron immediately sits at Leon's level and worries about him, but then he turns to Clump, who smiles widely at the display while commenting that Leon must be thinking highly of Siron to swear his sword to him. Then he asks the question whether it's the esteem of his brilliance, or if Leon thinks Siron is brilliant compared to him. At that, Leon exclaims that a sword is not something that can be judged, but something to protect. Everyone is quite disappointed to hear his answer. Clump laughs loudly, calling him immature, and he pities Siron for having a dull sword like Leon's, which prompts a protest from him. Then Clump walks to Siron and asks him to get a haircut. He pats his shoulder and tells him to take good care of Leon. In return, our boy is grateful for his support to their friendship. Then Clump turns to Louis, stating that both boys are sword friends, so they can't send Siron off. So, he orders his head butler to bring Siron's parents there. The servants let out a sigh of relief to see that particular event and the mystery of life in the nobles. After a while, both boys are in Leon's room, and Leon is exhilarated, while remembering the faces of everyone when he took the oath. Siron reminds him that he didn't need to take one for him. Leon sits up and seriously states that he didn't take the oath because Siron was his friend. Instead, Siron had the power to attract people to him. His statement flusters the boy, who in return asks him to work harder with his sword if he is really going to protect him. However, this statement hurts Leon's pride and feelings. While he is down, Lena interrupts, coming to confirm whether Leon really lost to Siron in a sword fight. Already disheartened, Leon tells her to get out, which is reprimanded by Siron, who reminds him of Lena's help. Lena, wearing a prideful expression, takes a seat beside them and states that she has useful information for them. When asked, she clarifies that their father and grandfather are discussing both boys' futures. They plan to send them to Kaizen School of Swordsmanship after hearing that Sironi is gifted with a sword. Our dude is quite surprised to hear this. Seeing his expression, Lena consoles him, assuring him that he is already part of the family, so they are going to invest in him. She has already told them about all of his talents. Leon, however, doesn't like the idea of going to school and protests against it. In response, he gets a kick from her, as she reminds him that this is happening because of him, so he needs to bear the consequence. But Leon clarifies that Siron doesn't want to go to a swordsmanship school. He wants to become a mage and can already enter the spirit zone. Lena is surprised to hear this and looks at our dude for confirmation. The next moment, she is quite happy to tease her little brother, mocking that he has lost to a mage, which makes him quite the failure of a knight. Frustrated, he asks her to get out of his room. A while later, Siron explains to Lena how he won the fight against her brother while entering the spirit zone. She is quite impressed by his strategy. Siron, however, is uncertain about her words. She then explains that she has already heard that his concentration in the spirit zone proves his strength as a mage. It's quite impressive for our boy to maintain it during a duel fight. He is quite embarrassed to hear her praise, which makes both siblings think that he won't be getting a girlfriend with his shy attitude. Anyway, She concludes that she will talk to their grandfather about Cyrone's interest in magic, but Leon will definitely be going to swordsmanship school. At that, he asks about Master Kate. She informs him that Master Kate's contract has already ended, and he left this morning. While thinking about his words, Leon feels quite sad about his instructor. At that moment, Louis knocks on their door and asks Cyrone to go meet his parents, as they have arrived at the manor. Our boy's face brightens upon hearing this, and he rushes outside. Meanwhile, on the stairs, the servants ask him to take it easy while calling him master. He protests against being called that, insisting that he is not nobility. However, they protest back while saying that they can't risk their heads and jobs over it, even if he won't tell anyone. A while later, he stands in front of the reception room and immediately steps inside. As soon as he sees his parents, he rushes to hug them emotionally. After they settle down from the emotional drama, his father expresses concern about whether Uyan wanted to extend his stay. At that, he answers that he is going to get an opportunity. The next moment, Cyrone tells everything to his parents. They have disbelieving expressions upon hearing his story. Then his father bursts into laughter over the whole incident and desperately asks if there is something else he isn't telling them. Despite Cyrone insisting that he is telling the truth, his father doesn't believe him and assumes that the house of nobility has ruined his son. Before he can act even more like a crazy father, Bishop Uyant, along with his blue-haired kids, comes to greet Cyrone's parents. Panicked, both of his parents immediately greet them back while apologizing for their manners. Lena asks whether they are informed about the situation. Vincent is completely shocked to learn that what Cyrone was saying is actually true. After a while, Cyrone's family settles with Uyant's family at the grand dining table. Cyrone's parents are quite nervous during dinner and tea time due to their lack of proper etiquette when dining with nobles. Vincent, who is shaking with nerves, doesn't understand the knight's oath, nor does he understand the reason behind such special treatment. So, he gathers courage and voices his concern, questioning whether someone with noble blood like Leon will likely take a path meant for his son. Bishop Uyant acknowledges his concern while explaining that, as a house of swordsmen, they take their knight's oath quite seriously. Besides, it's a matter of Leon's pride. Not only this, he also assures them of the support they will provide to Cyrone. Clump is quite pleased with his son's speech, though he tries to brush it off. Meanwhile, our boy is stunned to see the principle and pride of the Uyant family, who accept Cyrone, who is a peasant, into their family with open arms. Now, Bishop Ogent comes to the main point, which is regarding the gifted talent of our dude, who is already able to enter the spirit zone. He then deadpans that Cyrone can go to one of the big magic schools to accomplish his dream of becoming a mage. He thoughtfully adds that though it's not mandatory for our boy to go to school to become a mage, Alfia's school is reputable enough. At that, Clump reminds him about their audience, and he snaps out of his daydream, turning to Vincent and firmly informing him that it's Cyrone's way to become a mage. Vincent and his family are quite stunned to hear something they never expected to achieve in their life. However, there is an obstacle for Cyrone to enter the school: his status as a commoner. That special school only accepts children of nobles. Clump informs them of the solution to this problem, which is for the Ogent family to adopt Cyrone. He then slides the legal papers to them while informing them that they have a distant cousin who doesn't have kids yet and can adopt Cyrone, but it's only on paper to proceed legally. Vincent's eyes widen to hear this. He doesn't believe that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is being given to their son, but he can't shake the feeling that Cyrone will be taken away from them. He turns to his boy, wishing he will say something to make this decision easier. Seeing the blank look on our guy's face, Vincent assumes he must want him to sign it, but Cyrone clenches his father's hand and declares that they won't accept it. Lena reasons with him while saying that he will always be his parents' son. It's only for records. Clump also tries to coax him, but Cyrone replies that if he needs to change his father, he will happily live as a peasant. Everyone is stunned by their argument as Clump reminds him that he won't go to school as a peasant and become a mage. Cyrone retorts that he will accept his fate. Angrily, Clump stands up and shouts at him to understand that things are not that easy, and that sacrifices must be made for the sake of fulfilling their dreams. In the end, he asks whether Cyrone was ever serious about it. Our guy calmly replies that it might be true, but he can't be where he is without his parents. If he's the fruit, then they are the roots. His ability to read and his chance to come this far all become possible because of his parents' effort. He can't compare their efforts to this single opportunity. In the end, he concludes that he will likely die if separated from his roots, and his only parents are sitting right there. Clump, while looking at him, observes there's more to it than meets the eye. Suddenly, Vincent bows and asks them to adopt their son. Before Clump can say a complete sentence, Vincent deadpans that Cyrone is not their son. Cyrone's mother is tense to see her husband confessing everything, but he continues that the couple couldn't have children and got him by chance. He adds his suspicion that Cyrone might already be of noble blood, so by adopting him, he will meet his roots instead of severing them. Bishop thinks about this possibility. Cyrone turns to his father, who tells him that now it is time for him to know the truth. However, his eyes widen when Cyrone confesses that he already knows the truth. He deadpans that he never let them know, because he always wanted to believe that he was the child of one mother and father, but now Vincent wants him to be the son of have 6 parents. Vincent tries to convince him that he can't just let their boy give up his dream. Our dude replies that he is not giving up. He will work harder until the next chance comes up, but he doesn't want to be abandoned for the second time in his life. At that, father and son join hands, both shaking with overwhelming emotions. At that, his father apologizes to him while crying and hugging him furiously. Everyone watches the emotional scene in front of them. At that, Clump tells him how sometimes parents do something for their child that hurts them. Now Bishop should know after having 4 kids of his own. While looking at Leon's teary face, he asks his father to somehow persuade Alpheus. But Clump reminds him that Alpheus is as stubborn as an ox. At that, Bishop reminds him that he owes him a favor. Then his father grins nervously, saying that he might pull something off from Alpheus, even though they are both men of principles. Meanwhile, his parents are allowed to live in the manor by the Ogent head's permission. Leon is going to leave for Kaizen school in 3 days. His father is still sorry towards him, and he knows it will be like this for many years. But the good thing is that Leon and he finally become free friends and spend time together. After 3 days, Leon is found crying vigorously at the thought of separating from his friend and going to school. Cyrone tries to console him while saying that they will keep in touch by letter. But then Leon seriously pats his shoulder and asks him to be a mage, as he is going to be the greatest mage to protect him. At that, Lena hits him, saying that they are more worried about him. Then she turns to our boy, asking him to stay, while Clump enrolls him in mage school. Then he thanks her for their kindness, which makes her think that even though he seemed like a cute little brother at first glance, he might become more than that. Even in a hard situation, he holds his ideals tightly. With this thought in her mind, she is going to ask our boy for more when he graduates, but she stops herself, as he is going to live in a magical world. She then pats his shoulder and expresses her belief that he will surely become a mage, and asks him to take care of Leon. Then she drags Leon into one carriage, and Cyrone and his family enter into another. Leon then shouts for him from his carriage, and our boy immediately looks outside. Leon asks him to blow everyone out of the water when he becomes a mage. He grins and asks him to do the same. These are the stories of 2 boys who meet, and their separation seems like the end of the world. However, meanwhile, at Althea's School of Magic, Clump is waiting for the headmaster for 30 minutes when he finally arrives. Clump asks whether he is getting his desired answer. Althea's replies with a smile that, even with their 50 years of friendship, he can't give him that favor. So Clump tries to remind him about the favor he has given him, but Althea's retorts that sentiment is not going to work here. The headmaster adds that the school's special selection process is not something nobles can interfere with, as he has already piled off special requests. Clump is quite irritated by his response. He argues that this case is different. Althea's acknowledges it by the look on Clump's face. Clump, on the other hand, smugly tells him that Cyrone is not a useless guy, but when he first met him, he could see a younger version of Althea's in him. Althea's asks about the issue because if our boy is such a talented guy, he can easily be enrolled in that school. Clump deadpans that he is not a noble. With a grave face, the headmaster immediately recognizes Cyrone and asks whether he has blonde hair and blue eyes to confirm. Afterwards, Clump tells him everything that happened and laughs at the fact that Cyrone has left that opportunity to become a noble. This incident makes Althea's realize that Cyrone must know the nature of cause and effect. At that, Clump agrees with him, as many people don't understand and sever their roots. Consequently, their world is destroyed by the ground they take in new opportunities and disown what they are made up of. Clump concludes that Cyrone is someone who never stops following what was right. Then he asks whether he reminds Althea's of his younger self. Althea's reminds him that someone like him sometimes also becomes others' judge, which makes it a dangerous business. Now Clump understands that Althea's hasn't forgiven himself. He adds that Althea's has done what was necessary and raised the talents of many. It's time to let go. He then thoughtfully expresses that it is his pride that stops him from forgiving himself. That's why he developed this school, to stop any other child from going down the same path as he did. Besides, he is also concerned that if Cyrone is just like him, can he guarantee that he won't take the same path? Clump states how Althea's was a genius with his magic, that he was called the Light of the House of Mirhi. Yes, he had taken the wrong path, which ended terribly, but now he should see where he is. He then teases him about how he became the old headmaster of the school, which prompts a remark from the headmaster that he became a level 3 general who didn't know how to swing a sword. They both laugh for a while, but then Althea's turns serious. He says that how every decision is going to have some effect. Clump asks whether he thinks that it's fate that he met Cyrone 4 years ago. He grins and replies that he doesn't believe in fate. Then he thinks about the young Cyrone he met and asks himself whether it is really fate that the boy he met 4 years later honed his talent in the meantime. He finally agrees to get Cyrone's admission. After 3 months in spring, 17-year-old Cyrone is ready to go to school and asks his parents to wish him luck. His mother hugs him immediately, feeling happy for him. He is nervous about his hairstyle, but she consoles him, saying it's what Lena suggested. Then he turns to his father, who is about to remind him of something. Sensing his intention, Cyrone immediately refuses to be kissed at the age of 17, but Vincent kisses his forehead and hugs him, expressing how proud he is of of him. His parents are offered to stay in the city by Bishop Ouyan, but Vincent declines, saying he will stay nowhere but in the mountains. They also give Cerrone money for living expenses, no matter how much he tries to refuse. Besides, they didn't tell anyone in the town about him going to magic school. As he looks at his parents while bidding them goodbye, he understands that they declined to stay near him so that they won't trouble him. Temurin is ready with a carriage, and he immediately hops up and shouts for his parents. The journey to the school is quite awkward. Finally, after a while, they are in front of the school. After getting down from the carriage, Temurin informs him that his school fees and supplies expenses will be processed through him. Cerrone thanks him for it. He even thanks him for what he had done back in the manor for him, as he wouldn't have gotten here without his support. When Cerrone thanks him for his kindness, Temurin sternly reminds him that he is still a commoner, and regardless of his effort, he won't become a noble. However, he adds that he has been given the opportunity that wasn't given to anyone, so there will be people who will look down on him because of it. All he needs to do is ignore such people in order to graduate from the school in one piece. After saying that, he turns his back to our hero, who thanks him for the advice. Temurin asks him to follow him as he registers him. While going ahead, Cerrone wonders what he will learn in this school, and what kind of people he will meet. On their way ahead, the guards declare in a chant that school safety is their priority. After registering him at the school, Temurin tells him that he is going to leave, and he can ride him if he wants anything. When Temurin leaves, our boy wonders whether someone will pick him for the next procedure, but instead of waiting, he decides to look around. He looks at the class system, which is called the Class of Green. The senior class has 30 students out of 420 total students. Then he is shocked to see that the total number of graduates for the year is only 10. His shock is interrupted by the headmaster, who greets him and asks whether he remembers that they met before. Cerrone answers affirmatively and thanks him for what he had taught him that day. Then both of them walk ahead. During this, the headmaster informs him that he is going to take an entrance exam, but Cerrone doesn't feel he has learned anything. The headmaster consoles him that this exam is an evaluation to see which class he is going to be placed in. Then he asks whether Cerrone knows how to enter into the spirit zone. When Cerrone answers affirmatively, the headmaster is quite impressed that he has figured out this trick on his own. He wants to teach him the basics, no matter how late he started. Besides, he understands that if he brings him to the testing ground now, filled with 10-year-olds, his ego will be hurt. So he decides to show the school to our boy and lead him ahead. They enter into the classes of young students, which is called the novice class. This consists of classes 10-8. He looks around at the young students with amazement. He doesn't believe they all know how to use magic. But the headmaster leads him to the advanced class next, which is from classes 7-4. He looks around at the students who are about his age. When he observes two students talking about some magical theory, he is totally stupefied that he doesn't understand a word they are talking about. Suddenly, they see an explosion coming from one of them, and a red-haired girl apologizes to the headmaster. She explains that she tried to experiment with amplifying sound, but made some mistakes. The headmaster suggests a solution to the problem, and she promises to try again. He is astonished to know that no one tried to stop her experiment. Looking around him, he feels like he has entered into another world. After a while, they are in front of the bulletin board. The headmaster informs him that this shows the rank of the students in the advanced class. He reads that Amy Karmas is the top student. He knows Karmas is from a first-class noble family. He is amazed that all of these people have the same talent as him. Seeing Amy's name, he is determined to compete for #1 position as well. Then he hears someone calling Amy's name, which immediately gets his interest. He looks at the red-haired girl, and his heart thuds loudly. He immediately recognizes the girl who once tried to bully him with her goons on the street. She glances at him, but is immediately distracted by Serial, her friend, who asks her to slow down. Meanwhile, our boy nervously hopes that she won't notice him. Serial, however, notices him and tells Amy about this new student who is quite handsome. Amy also notices that she has somehow seen him somewhere. Serial immediately asks whether she is interested in him. She declines the claim while insisting that she really has seen him somewhere, but Serial doesn't buy her excuse, which she declines firmly. Everyone is looking at Amy Karmas, who is not only the top student in the advanced class, but also the popular one, with her own fan clubs consisting of young and old boys. But no one knows her dark secret except our boy, who is trembling in fear because his own secret can be revealed by her. After a while, they are inside the magic school's testing ground, #3. The headmaster tells our boy to observe the kid in front of him and see what he is doing so that he will have an idea of the entrance exam. He adds that once the student enters into the spirit zone, the symbols on the floor will have some meaning to them. Based on their meanings, teachers will analyze the student's spirit zone density, flexibility, and much more. He warns him to answer the questions honestly, which he agrees to. Professor Thad asks student Kami whether he can use magic. Kami answers that he can make things float in the air. Then, he asks Kami to enter into the spirit zone, which he complies with. After he enters into the spirit zone, Thad asks about the numbers he sees, which he answers as 6. The headmaster replies that it means Kami's diameter of the spirit zone is 6 meters. Then, another teacher asks about the color he sees, which he answers as red. The teacher marks him as a pulsar. Then another teacher asks whether he can see a large tower power, which he confirms. They also ask about the temperature of the spirit zone. After a while, both teachers discuss how exceptional the students of this year are. Then it is our dude's turn. To see him, Thad thinks he must be from an ordinary family for starting too late and borrowing from the Ogent family. However, Sienna thinks he might be facing quite a competition in the future. Thad asks whether our boy can perform magic, which he answers negatively. Thad is disappointed with his answer, as most students learn magic on their own. But the headmaster thinks that it must be true. But children of nobles have proper education for this, which our boy lacks. Thad again asks him whether he can enter into the spirit zone, which he answers affirmatively. This time, Thad is relieved to get this answer. Our guy then enters into the spirit and sees numbers of symbols around him. Thad asks him to tell them the first number he can see, but our boy doesn't answer the question, which irritates the professor. At that, the headmaster encourages him to answer honestly, as he is not going to rank in this test based on his answers. Saron answers that he can see numbers, but they are too far away from him to see. Thad coaxes him to sense the numbers. Our dude answers that he can see them, but they are moving further and further away. Thad compromises, telling him to just mention any numbers he can see. Saron concentrates for a while and answers that he can see 314, which confuses the professors as they didn't install this number there. Sienna asks whether he is sure, which he confirms. She immediately understands that he can see the numbers of PI, which means his spirit zone is 30 meters. Then another teacher asks about the color he can see, and he answers that he can see blue, which marks him as Swarmer. But the teachers are wondering how his spirit zone can be this large. The headmaster also understands what Clump had seen in our hero. After marking his category, another teacher asks about the quantity of the balls he can see. Our guy wonders whether they are talking about orbs. He senses them, and there are 867. Everyone is quite shocked to hear this. The headmaster realizes with dread that this quantity could be dangerous. Sienna asks about the cold temperature he can feel. Saron answers that he is shivering from the cold. Then they review his spirit zone, while noting how abnormally large it is. One professor then asks the new students to wait outside so they can place them in a suitable classes. Once the students are outside, the teachers start discussing the Our Boy's spirit zone, which is not only large, but also has a high density. Another teacher adds that he also doesn't have any amplification skills while comparing him to mountain monks. Thad objects, while questioning whether he lies about his spirit zone. It's ridiculous that he has such density at 17 years old. Maybe he is making it up to avoid embarrassment. Sienna objects, while saying that Saron doesn't know about these things and has no reason to lie. Besides, everyone knows that they have put fake numbers as an error code, so she doesn't believe Saron is getting that attention, which irritates Thad. The headmaster steps forward and asks about the class where they are about to place Saron. Sienna, who is a level 6 mage, answers that class 6 learns spirit zone development, while basic magic comes from class 5. So she suggests placing him in class 5 since Saron's spirit zone is already developed. Another level 6 mage, Thad, doesn't agree with her, arguing that since Saron doesn't know any magic, he should learn the fundamentals first. Sienna quips that not everyone follows his path, which irritates him. He accuses Sienna of wanting to place Saron in her class just to take credit. Sienna doesn't disagree, but argues back that wanting to teach a gifted student is not a crime. While they are arguing, other teachers discuss whether they should place Saron in class 10, but another teacher disagrees, while saying that it could discourage him and suggests observing him a bit more. Another teacher proposes placing him in class 7 and upgrading him if needed. The headmaster agrees with this suggestion. Basically, the school has a class system based on student capabilities. Novice students develop their spirit zone in classes 10 to 8. Classes 7 to 4 are for advanced students who learn basic magic alongside spirit zone development. Classes 3 to 1 are senior classes where students undergo rigorous training to become professionals. Now today, our boy is going to class 7, and everyone is looking at him with curiosity as he is placed there. He introduces himself to the class. He is happy to finally start his schooling. Basically, Alfia School of Magic uses the entirety of 75.423 square meters for its campus. It has 33 buildings, including dormitories, and 40 training grounds that facilitate students until 5 p.m. After that, students can use their time however they please. Besides, libraries are available 24 hours a day. Students also form research clubs for activities and further learning in their favorite subjects. Siron, checking his course books, concludes that the classes are quite hard and cover many subjects at a high level. Not only that, but even noble children, who are educated from a young age, find this course difficult. However, our dude is determined not to fall behind. His study of numerous books on history is etched in his mind, which also serves as the backbone of every subject and study. Later, our dude stands up as the class ends. He has a spirit zone practice class in the afternoon, but he doesn't know where it is held, so he ponders whether he should ask someone. He looks around and finds a girl his age, which he is thankful for. He asks her about the location of the training ground, but she is clearly startled to be addressed by him. He understands that she is another introvert. She answers that it is integrated training ground too. When asked further, she clarifies that twice a week, all advanced class classes practice together and that today is their orientation class. First he understands, but then he suddenly realizes that Amy might be there as well. After a while, every student is fussing over Amy, who is walking confidently ahead. While looking at the display, Sirone understands that she must be a popular student, so he should avoid her path. He hopes that she will advance to the senior class soon. Besides, there are also minimal chances of them interacting, so she might not notice him. Miss Romy, who is their Spirit Zone teacher, addresses the class and introduces herself. She says that every semester, some students level up to the advanced class, but now she sees mostly familiar faces. However, she notices Sirona and adds that there is a new face. Our dude suddenly finds himself very nervous to get this attention. Miss Romy immediately asks Sirone to introduce himself, which makes him gulp. Sariel is also looking at him, while Amy looks visibly bored. Sirone introduces himself nervously. Sariel is happy to finally know our boy's name. Meanwhile, Amy is still confused about where she has seen Sirone. His face is ingrained in her red eyes, but she has never heard his name before. Then, the girls discuss how the professor is rooting for our dude because of his high test grade. Suddenly, Amy realizes something and immediately asks about his house. The next moment, she remembers the time when she met him as a child. As soon as she realizes it, she curses under her breath. The House of Karmas has a special trait called the Red Eye, which allows the wielder perfect recollection of a state of mind at any given moment, rendering the concept of study useless. In this aspect, Amy, as the youngest daughter of the house, is quite more talented than others. However, with her genius, she has explored almost everything, and she gets bored immediately. She scoffs at how her house has done nothing for her ability, but she is sure she can go on without them. So, she decides to do whatever she likes and associates with the rowdy people of the town. But she comes to her senses after going astray following an encounter with our boy. Now, looking at the same boy, she feels quite startled. The girls around her are shaken to hear her curse, but she makes an excuse about being bored. She knows that her red eye can't be wrong, but she can't believe she is seeing him in front of her and wonders how that boy even got into the school of nobles. After a while, she is visibly shaken by our dude's presence at school because she is ashamed of her past. She has come this far without anyone knowing the darkness of her past. She hopes that Sirone won't remember anything, but then she recalls a memory from 5 years ago, and her imagination runs wild. She imagines how our dude will reveal that she was hanging out with thugs in that alleyway. Not only that, but he will also expose how she wanted those thugs to check him out. With determination, she decides that she can't let that happen. It was a misunderstanding, and she won't let him reveal her secret to anyone, regardless of the price. Meanwhile, our boy is already getting goosebumps from her stare. Now, Romy asks the students who can tell her about the Spirit Zone. Someone answers that it is the mind of a mage. She agrees while adding that its first form is a sphere for concentration. However, in real-life experiences, a sphere is insufficient. She shows everyone her Spirit Zone. Our boy can't believe his eyes that he can actually see her Spirit Zone clearly. It is a 10-meter diameter image zone. She explains that this is a basic form of the Spirit Zone, but it can't be used by mages. So she starts with an example, trying to hit the target with magic. For this purpose, she explains that the Spirit Zone's diameter is 10 meters, while the target is 20 meters away. So she tries to shoot a fireball. Saren is nervously excited to finally see magic. He watches as Romy creates a small fireball on her fingertip and shoots it toward the target. However, as soon as it leaves the diameter of the Spirit Zone, it disappears. She explains to her students that magic can't be performed or controlled outside of the Spirit Zone, so they need to change the shape of their Spirit Zone. With that, she alters the sphere, and now she can hit the target. She is amazed to see the shocked yet cute faces of her students. Our guy, however, is stunned to see that they can change the shape of the Spirit Zone. Romy continues her lesson, explaining that there is a downside to this method, as it requires a great amount of concentration. In situations like battle, it's not possible to change the shape of the zone with every spell. So, she introduces the Quaternion of the Spirit Zone, in which 4 shapes are introduced: defense, attack, cross, and schism. The defensive shape is like a cube, which helps them keep their Spirit Zone intact under significant disruption. They can also increase its defensive power by adding more layers. Next is the attack shape, which looks like a star and helps them reach their target for attack purposes. The cross shape, as the name suggests, looks like a cross, but people think it's not good for hitting a moving target. They need to add rotation to the cross. The class is in awe, while seeing that she has done all of this without any difficulty, and they wonder whether they can do it. Meanwhile, our boy thinks that the circumference of the cross must be around 10 meters for it to be used in battle. Romy comes to the last shape, called the schism shape, which is so difficult that even class 5 is still taking time to perfect it. However, she decides to show it. The student behind our boy boasts that she can upgrade her class if she manages to do it since she already has high marks in class 8. But as soon as Romy does it, everyone is completely shocked to see this kind of Spirit Zone leave her body. Our guy also doesn't understand. If the Spirit Zone is the mind of a mage, how can she separate it from her body? He finds something at the center of the shape. Romy explains that this kind of shape is so difficult that some mages specialize in it because it makes the mage limitless. It can be be pushed directly toward the target for direct invocation, and has endless other applications as they might imagine. Everyone is in awe, seeing how the teacher can do it without any difficulty. That's why she is a level 6 mage. She then turns to the class, while saying that they are going to practice before leaving the ground, which excites the class. Then she asks Amy to display her spirit zone. Amy's friends are excited, hoping she will surpass the boys and impress the teachers. But when they turn to her, they find Amy's expression quite grave. She is full of nerves, while dreading to reveal herself to Cerrone. Basically, the spirit zone quaternion known as the cross gains strength based on its length. The main challenge is dealing with fast-moving opponents or multiple enemies at a single time. However, those with the mental ability to control a spinning cross can overcome these limitations, while using its long range and strong defense as an unbreakable shield. Amy explains this by demonstration of her magic. The students are amazed by Amy's skill. While most people keep changing shapes during the gun spell test, she achieves the highest score using only a cross. Our hero wonders if he could ever match her level while realizing that even as a beginner, she's already exceptional. He notices that her spirit zone spins steadily without a single target, yet she moves effortlessly while showing no signs of fatigue. Her graceful movements make her presence even more striking. Another student watches her in admiration, while thinking that if he could be with a girl like her, school might actually be enjoyable. However, a nearby girl quickly dismisses his thoughts while reminding him that Amy doesn't pay attention to anyone, regardless of their status. Cerrone understands why they are so captivated, as Amy comes from a highly respected family and seems nearly perfect. What he cannot understand is why someone like her chooses to associate with thugs in her past. As the round ends, she reaches level 9 in just 20 seconds while leaving everyone speechless. All the students cheer for her. Some boys discuss whether they have seen correctly that Amy glanced at our boy. She becomes frustrated, as even a brief glance at him feels unbearable. Other students wonder if they know each other, but some dismiss the idea while pointing out that he is a new admission and making it unlikely. Meanwhile, our boy remains completely positive and confident. However, both of them realize that Other remembers them. Amy realizes it will be difficult if he reveals anything about her to everyone. Deciding to stay calm, she convinces herself that no one will believe a new admission, so she must avoid doing anything suspicious. Serial approaches and asks what is wrong while noticing Amy's flushed face, but she insists that nothing has happened. During class practice, after the demonstration, all the students gather. Professor Romy instructs Class 7 to first prepare for a defensive position and master it while emphasizing that a mage must stay focused even in battle. Our boy realizes that the key is sensing the mind-tightening process, which involves compressing spirits into a structure and setting up its frame to prevent collapse. He believes he has already achieved this, but remains uncertain since it is not visible to him. He asks Professor Romy if he can use the image zone while shocking her. She tells him he cannot use it, as only senior classes are permitted, but he remains undeterred, determined to seize this opportunity. She notices his confidence and acknowledges that no one else is using it at the moment, while making it a unique chance for him. Meanwhile, Amy and Serial stand together while watching. Serial points out that the new boy is using the image zone, but Amy is shocked to see this, as he is only in Class 7. Serial asks if she is alright, but Amy remains speechless. Students begin whispering among themselves as Cerrone steps into the center. Determined, he prepares to use the image zone while feeling an intense urge to connect with his spirit zone. As he activates it, the students are taken aback by its sheer size. The diameter continues expanding, and they are astonished by its enormity. Our boy wonders how much larger it will grow, but eventually stops. The image zone reaches approximately 20 meters in diameter. The students of Class 5 start questioning whether he truly belongs in Class 7. The students discuss how our boy has purposefully expanded the image zone while leaving them amazed. He soon realizes that he has successfully managed to stop it as well. Deciding to take a defensive shape, he suddenly notices the spirit zone collapsing, something he has never experienced before. Amy believes it is impossible for him to achieve this on his first attempt. However, he remains confident and focused while analyzing the difference between the inner and outer sides of the image zone. Recalling Professor Romy's explanation, he remembers that changing the shape of the spirit zone demands significant mental power. Since he has also compressed it into a smaller size, it is consuming even more of his mental ability. Understanding this, he decides to keep it at its original size rather than reducing it further. As the students watch in astonishment, they begin commenting on what is happening in the sky. They realize that the spirit zone is expanding again, now reaching 28 meters. Completely shocked, they struggle to comprehend what they are witnessing. Amy recognizes its immense scale, noting that the image zone has now grown to 41 meters. Maintaining balance, he keeps the sides of the image zone equal before folding them into the defensive shape. The students find it incredible and cheer for him, impressed that he has accomplished this on his first attempt. Meanwhile, he perceives himself as if standing inside a solid form of his image zone. Professor Romy observes his skill and acknowledges his remarkable ability to form the defensive shape on his first try. Serial, while standing beside Amy, comments that this is why the teachers have been paying more attention to the new admission. Amy laughs but remains deep in thought. Recalling the humiliation he caused her, she begins to suspect that someone may have arranged his admission as a special request. Believing that his influence could be detrimental to the school, she decides to change her approach and confront him personally. Professor Romy thinks he is completely trained for this. He then asks the professor why the spirit zone becomes smaller, but she simply explains that its density increases as it shrinks while making it more resistant to magic attacks. She praises him for his amazing work and asks him to disassemble it, to which he feels thankful. As he does so, all the students begin congratulating him for his effort. He wonders why everyone is staring at him, but eventually thanks them and leaves the place. Professor Romy, deeply impressed by the defensive position he created, decides to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, many people are looking for him because of his outstanding talent. The students also realize he will advance in classes very soon due to his remarkable abilities. Maria, while sitting in the class, reflects on how amazing he is. Among the crowd, admirers and adversaries alike watch him, with Amy giving him a lingering stare. The very next day, new faces appear, secretly observing him. As the class begins, Professor Oliver enters. He immediately recognizes her as she was the one from his exam, but he never knew she was the professor of Class 5. The students find it thrilling to have a lesson with her, yet the only reason she is here is to teach our dude. She then wonders if Professor Thad is searching for her as well, but decides to take him into Class 5 to learn more about him. Our boy gets goosebumps as he notices the professor staring in his direction. One of the students then asks her for a funny story, while others curiously inquire if she is dating Professor Thad. Annoyed by the question, she swiftly moves her hands while demonstrating a unique magic technique before challenging the students to explain its magical principle. Shifting the focus, she questions them about cold energy and cooling as she casts her spell. Suddenly, frost spreads through the room, and a chilling sensation fills the air while making the students shiver. She explains that coolness results from energy deficiency, and that cold energy itself does not exist. As the temperature drops further, they tremble from the cold. She then mentions that temperature can be increased infinitely, whereas the state she is demonstrating represents absolute zero, the point of energy depletion. She elaborates that at room temperature, while removing even a small amount of energy causes ice crystals to form, and by breaking them down, she can easily generate an electric current. The students, overwhelmed by the freezing atmosphere, question whether such magic could impact people's lives, and even wonder if she has just attempted to harm them. Shifting the discussion, she asks if they understand how mages absorb energy and invoke magic. She begins teaching that a mage serves as the core of their world through their spirit zone, which may be small, yet remains under their influence. Possessing unique senses, a mage can control various natural phenomena, but these abilities are only beneficial if used wisely. She further explains that two godlike criteria must be met to perform magic, which is omniscience and omnipotence. These are the two phenomena through which magic is performed while making knowledge an essential part of mastering it. A mage must also understand the world itself. Now, our boy realizes the true reason he has been unable to use magic is that he is focused only on his ability rather than grasping the concept of omniscience. Professor Oliver informs the students that they will gain knowledge in numerous subjects at this school, while emphasizing that learning the spirit zone is only half of magic. Those who study diligently will become exceptional mages. She then announces that they will begin with the basics of chemistry while leaving the students in shock. However, our dude quickly realizes that he has an advantage as he already understands these phenomena. Outside the school, a group of girls is talking, with one asking another if she plans to visit the library. The other responds that she will, as she has a test coming up. Meanwhile, inside the library, a group of students gathers while discussing topics for their experiment. Since classes have ended, many students either spend their time in the library or engage in club activities. Our boy reflects on his daily routine while realizing that spending time in the library will aid his education in magic. However, exhaustion weighs on him, and he starts feeling drowsy. Now, he begins to question whether he can create a spell to eliminate sleep. As he walks through the garden, his fatigue intensifies, but suddenly he finds himself rising into the air. Shocked, he struggles to comprehend what is happening. Realization strikes when he feels someone holding him from behind. His mind races, unsure whether it is a person or a spirit. The grip remains firm until he is gently lowered to the ground in the woods. As he turns to see his captor, his shock deepens, as it is Amy. He recalls that how he had always imagined they would meet again, but he never expected to be kidnapped by her. Memories flood his mind while making him question whether she is the same as he remembered from 5 years ago. Amy, while noticing his recognition, acknowledges it. Then, with a swift motion, she casts a spell into the air while igniting flames around her, ready to settle the matter. She remembers the time when they meet first time. Amy stands there as the goons begin beating him. However, she soon orders them to stop while realizing it could cause him serious harm. Initially, she intends to send him back home, but curiosity takes over that he has yet to receive what she has planned for him. Now, both sit facing each other, and she wonders if he is truly the same person she met 5 years ago. He assures her that he remembers her, as she orders the goons to take off his clothes. Suddenly, she shouts while telling him to stop. She quickly explains that he has completely misunderstood the situation. Clearing her stance, she insists that she is not a sadistic person, and that removing his clothes was the goon's decision, not her command. When he asks if she was the one who examined him, she immediately denies it while asserting that he has it all wrong. She firmly states that she has never been interested in boys. He then questions whether she kidnapped him merely to clarify herself. He wonders if she's worried that he might spread rumors about her, but to him, the situation is equally embarrassing for him as well. Without hesitation, he demands that she simply apologize, while believing that everything can be forgotten afterward. He reminds her that she is the top student and highly popular in school, so apologizing should not be difficult for her. Hearing his words, she suddenly feels a sense of discomfort. As he turns to leave, she remains standing while contemplating whether she made a mistake by interfering. A small smile appears on her face at his request for an apology. Then, while calling out to him, she firmly states that she will never apologize, as it would bring her no benefit. He stops in shock while listening as she continues. She then casually tells him that she is sorry and assures him that they will not betray each other. However, she immediately adds that if she truly apologizes, it would mean admitting that everything happened because of her, which would not be in her best interest. Hearing this, he questions whether she only apologizes when it benefits her. He asserts that an apology is a matter of basic manners and should not require any personal gain in return. Amy tells him that he does not understand the ways of this world, where everyone rises only to gain benefits and returns. To her, his words are meaningless, with no real application in the world. She concludes that magic school will be difficult for him to navigate. However, our boy soon realizes that she has not changed at all, and she is still the same girl he met before. Now, believing they stand on equal ground, she asks him about the scariest thing he knows at this school. Before he can answer, she explains that it is the upperclassmen who can easily become enemies if provoked. If they discover that he is not a noble, they will have no trouble expelling him. He then questions whether she fears him exposing her and wants him out of the school. She immediately denies it while stating that they will have to wait and see how trustworthy he truly is. To prove his reliability, she declares that from now on, he must bring her coffee every day. Shocked by her demand, he struggles to process her words. Amy tells him that he is considered a special student at the school, and she cannot even imagine how difficult it must have been for him to gain admission. She reminds him that after all his struggles, he could easily be expelled. Hearing this, our dude finally accepts her demand while hoping to earn her trust. She advises him to remain consistent, as his future depends on it, and warns him to keep everything hidden from the teachers, or the consequences will not be in his favor. With that, she takes off while disappearing from his sight. Left sitting on the ground, he contemplates his situation, realizing that complying is a better option than being expelled. Frustrated and exhausted, he acknowledges that nothing is going to be easy at the start. The next day, in the library, students begin gathering. Among them, a group of girls notices him and whispers to one another while finding it strange that he is bringing coffee for Amy. As he hands her the cup, Serial watches in surprise. When she asks about the situation, Amy casually dismisses it while claiming that he spilled some coffee on his way. Without further discussion, she leaves while explaining that she needs to study in the library. At that moment, frustration builds within him. Meanwhile, other students speculate about his relationship with Amy while assuming that he has confessed his feelings, but has yet to receive a response. Some even express sympathy for him. Serial then suggests that the new admission, Sarone, might be interested in Amy, but Amy quickly denies it while explaining that she is merely training him to respect his seniors. As she takes a sip of the coffee, she finds it surprisingly refreshing and energizing. A sarcastic thought crosses her mind that forcing him to bring coffee in front of everyone must be humiliating for him. When he calls out to Amy again, the girls assume that he is still pursuing her despite her rejection. Meanwhile, Amy feels triumphant while believing that no one will believe his side of the story. She revels in the thought that, after 5 years, she has finally taken her revenge while leaving her feeling incredible. Our dude, however, sees it as nothing more than bullying. He struggles to decide how to handle the situation, while knowing that reacting with anger her would only make things worse for him. Determined to endure, he resolves to complete the task perfectly, while accepting that he must continue doing this for now. After 10 days, the atmosphere at the magic school changes. A group of girls cheers for him, while commenting on how he has been expressing his feelings for Amy for days without receiving a response. Amy, feeling confident, believes she can easily put an end to this situation. Serial then asks Amy when she plans to accept him, but Amy dismisses the idea while insisting that she has never been interested in boys. Serial points out that everyone is talking about them and reminds her that she has waited for him, which is something she has never done for any other boy before. She also mentions that people are beginning to see him as a good match for her. Shocked by this realization, Amy does not know how to respond. Just then, he appears while holding out a cup of coffee. With a calm expression, he hands it to Amy while emphasizing that this time, it is not spilled. Annoyed by the crowd surrounding them, he silently urges her to take the cup quickly so he can head to the library. On the other side, as she surveys the situation, frustration builds within her while making her wonder if this entire ordeal is just a joke. Saren offers coffee to Amy, but she hesitates to take it. The students around encourage her, even joking about taking Saroni as well. However, Amy is preoccupied with getting to the library and suddenly spills the coffee and angrily telling him to leave her alone. Her reaction surprises everyone. She accuses him of trying to win her over with coffee and criticizes his lack of focus on studies. She also tells him to stop bringing her coffee. Some girls apologize to our guy on Amy's behalf while calling her behavior harsh. Serial advises Amy to be mindful of what others might think, but Amy dismisses it while saying her only concern is getting into the senior class. Other students comment on how difficult she is to impress, some even suggesting reporting her for littering. Saren, feeling surprised, wonders if Amy was serious and decides not to bring her anything from now on. The students around him whisper about his heartbreak, but he feels relief. Later in the evening, Amy sits in the library while reflecting on the situation. She realizes that in trying to prevent rumors about herself, she has ended up creating them instead. Though she feels relieved that the matter was settled before it spread further, she knows that is not what truly matters. As her eyes turn red, the ability known as the Red Eye of Karmas activates while allowing her to recall a memory in perfect detail. She visualizes the moment when Sauron offered her coffee and remembers how over the past 10 days, he has acted exactly the same way. She notes that his expression, even the movement of his iris, never changed. This makes her question whether he can control his emotions like a machine or if he has been completely sincere all along. After closing her book, Serial notices her and asks if she is leaving early. Amy confirms that she is feeling a bit tired. When Serial starts walking with her, Amy reassures her that she can go alone. However, Serial guesses that Amy is still thinking about refusing Sauron's coffee, which she quickly denies. Serial reminds her that she can always confide in her, and Amy thanks her before leaving while feeling exhausted. As she steps outside, she thinks about how things did not go as planned while leaving her mind in chaos. She just wants some rest. Outside the library, Jake is waiting and greets her while mentioning that she finished early. He jokes that he expected to wait until midnight. She questions why he is there, and he brings up the rumors about Sauron following her. Frustrated, she assumes he came just to tease her, but he denies it and hands her a cup of high-quality coffee, while stating that someone of her status should not drink anything inferior. His words irritate her, and she demands to know what he is trying to do. He openly admits that he is trying to win her over while claiming that, as the future heir of a prestigious family, he is a much better match for her than Sauron. Annoyed, she dismisses his advances while calling his actions ridiculous. Jake takes offense and questions her choice of words. She coldly reminds him that they are not close enough to have such conversations and accuses his research club of constantly trying to undermine her. He tries to clarify, but also warns her about disrespecting him, as it is the same as dishonoring his family. He expects her to understand, given that she belongs to the great house Karmas. Amy yells at Jake while calling him pathetic. She accuses him of letting his small amount of popularity inflate his ego, and claims that, without the support of his family, he would not even be able to write his own name. Furthermore, she criticizes him for being nothing more than a parasite, while using the research club as an excuse to harass others. In her eyes, he has no honor. However, Jake simply laughs at her words. He expresses disbelief and dismisses her as just another arrogant noble from the first class, eager to flaunt status. Moreover, he questions who in the Karmas family actually holds any real power, while arguing that they survive solely on their name. In contrast, his family, backed by immense wealth, could easily crush hers. He then asks if she finally understands his position. At that moment, Amy nods while indicating that she does. She remarks that his eyes reveal his true nature, comparing them to those of a scoundrel. Unlike Saren, whose gaze feels genuine, Jake's eyes, in her opinion, resemble the dull, lifeless scales of a rotting fish. Shocked by her words, Jake demands to know if she truly believes that Saren is better than him. Realizing that he has approached the situation the wrong way, he concludes that he should have dealt with Saren before coming to her. Without hesitation, he then vows to ensure that our our guy will never be able to use magic again. Jake declares that he will show Amy just how powerful he is. However, before he can act, she launches an attack while prompting him to shout at her, while calling her an arrogant woman. He warns that her appearance will not protect her from him. In response, she confidently uses her magic and challenges him to make a move. As he observes her actions, he wonders how she managed to set up a cross formation from such a distance. Shocked, he reminds her that magic is forbidden in this place. However, she only laughs while mocking him by asking what he plans to do about it. She then compares him to Saren, while pointing out that, unlike Jake, our boy does not rely on his family for success. Instead, he takes responsibility for his own actions. Furthermore, she predicts that in just 6 months, Jake will be left far behind while struggling to keep up. Frustrated, Jake begins to make a threat, but suddenly pauses. He notices that the area around him is filled with oxygen while realizing that if he activates his spirit zone, she might set it on fire. Acknowledging that he stands no chance in a duel against the top student in their class, he quickly decides on an alternative way to get revenge for what he sees as an insult. Before leaving, he issues a warning while vowing that she will regret this. Once he is gone, Amy takes a moment to reflect. She admits that she got a little carried away, but wonders why she reacted so strongly. Eventually, she realizes that her concern stems from the possibility of Saren being in danger if the truth were ever exposed. With a sigh, she acknowledges that she no longer has anyone bringing her coffee. However, at the very least, things feel much simpler now. Several days later, the consequences of Amy's actions begin to unfold. Sariel receives a note written by Amy. When Saran sees it, he immediately recognizes its meaning and realizes that Amy has gone to save him. A while ago, when Saran walks through the school, some students immediately notice him and point him out while calling him the coffee delivery boy. They express disappointment while remarking that it is unfortunate the situation ended as it had been entertaining to watch. Meanwhile, he reflects on the past few days. Ever since that incident 3 days ago, he has been unsure of how to face Amy. However, he soon realizes that the situation did not last as long as he had initially expected. In fact, he originally thought he would be tormented for at least a month, but now, some of the suspicions surrounding him seem to be fading. Just then, he notices Sariel and tries to recognize her. As he recalls their last conversation, he suddenly remembers her apologizing on Amy's behalf when the coffee was spilled, and even encouraging him by saying that love is a struggle. At that moment, he acknowledges that she does not seem like a bad person. Nevertheless, he finds it unusual since she is usually always with Amy. Curious if something is wrong, he finally calls out her name. Sariel, upon seeing him, immediately appears shocked and demands to know what he is doing there. He quickly hands him a note written by some dark magicians. As he carefully reads it, he gradually realizes the seriousness of the matter and, without hesitation, asks her if she knows anything about the dark magicians. Sariel explains everything that has happened to Saroni while making sure he understands the situation. About 30 minutes earlier, she was with Amy, and Jake's lackey immediately greets her with a smirk while complimenting her appearance. However, she coldly reminds him that she never gave him permission to speak to her, while adding that she had already told him to back off. Ignoring her words, he simply laughs and mocks her for still acting superior. Without wasting any time, he informs her that the boss wants to see her and hands her a note. Sariel, clearly annoyed, tells Amy to ignore him. However, Amy sighs in disbelief while remarking that they have somehow made it to Class 5. At that moment, Jake delivers another message, while warning her that she should come as instructed unless, of course, she does not care if her man is destroyed. Disgusted, Sariel snaps at him while calling him revolting before urging Amy to head to the library with her. Meanwhile, Amy looks down at the note and quickly realizes that Sarone has been kidnapped. As she recalls Jake's previous threat to make sure Sarone could never use magic again, she immediately suspects him while cursing his name in anger. However, a moment later, she hesitates and tries to convince herself that it should not matter. And after all, our boy means nothing to her. When she questions the boy about it, he simply reminds her that he is only the messenger. Sariel, while growing more concerned, mentions that the dark magicians are nothing more than a gang that bullies students who attract too much attention. She questions why they would target Sarone and how Amy could be connected to the situation. In response, Amy silently reflects on the moment she lost control and ended up attacking Jake while realizing that this might be the reason for Sarone's involvement. Sariel insists that she needs to report this to a professor, which is not just for Sarone's sake, but for her own safety as well. Amy, deep in thought, acknowledges that informing a professor would be the right thing to do. However, she also understands that the situation is more complicated than it seems. If the council gets involved, they will uncover what happened between her and Sarone, which could ultimately lead to the truth about her past being revealed. Furthermore, they would also find out that Sarone is not actually a noble. She then recalls a conversation with Sarone where she had acknowledged the struggles of a commoner trying to enter such a prestigious school. She had even pointed out how devastating it would be for him to be expelled. In that moment, she remembers his unwavering determination as he had assured her that if proving his innocence meant earning her trust, he would do whatever it took. Determined, she makes up her mind to rescue him on her own. She tells Serial that she will investigate the situation herself and inform a professor if she does not return by 7. Serial, shocked, questions why she would go alone while reminding her that she has no idea how many enemies she might be up against. However, Amy firmly states that she has no choice but to handle it herself. She reassures Serial not to worry, confidently declaring that even if Jake brings along a dozen worthless followers, she will take them all down. Now in present, after hearing everything, Cerrone reacts in disbelief while repeating that Amy has gone to save him. However, he quickly dismisses the idea while thinking that it cannot be true, since she has always been a terrible person. Turning to Serial, he questions why she is just standing around instead of doing something, especially since she just admitted that Amy went alone. Serial, while looking conflicted, explains that Amy insisted she had no choice. She admits that she has never seen Amy act this way before. Furthermore, Amy specifically instructed her to inform a professor only if she does not return by 7. Cerrone repeats Amy's words while realizing that the 1-hour delay is a kind of insurance. Additionally, while keeping the matter from the professors must be her way of protecting a secret, he then comes to the conclusion that whatever secret she is hiding must be connected to his own. As a result, he understands that she went alone to ensure his secret remains safe as well. Determined, he declares that he must go find her. However, Serial tries to stop him while insisting that they should wait until 7, as Amy requested. But just then, our guy suddenly remembers that Training Ground 14 is located near the mountain. Worried about time, he wonders if he can get there quickly enough. Seeing his determination, Serial decides to accompany him and insists that traveling on foot is not an option. She then announces that she will photonize and tells him to hold on tight. Confused, he asks what she means by that. However, before he can fully process the situation, she uses her magic skills and they begin their journey to save Amy. Midway, Cerrone expresses concern while reminding her that using magic at school is prohibited. Additionally, he points out that teleportation is dangerous while warning that if they crash into a tree, they will be in serious trouble. However, before he can react further, they suddenly hit the ground. Struggling to recover, he thinks about how he did not have enough time to prepare himself for the landing. Without wasting another second, they start searching for Amy at Training Ground 14. Looking around, Serial notices that the area is completely empty and wonders why no one is there. Cerrone, while thinking critically, suggests that they may have changed the meeting location at the last minute. He reasons that they probably did so to avoid getting caught in case a professor found the note. Frustrated, Serial asks what they should do next and what will happen to Amy. Saren, while realizing that the situation is more complicated than he expected, understands that now is not the time to worry about his status being exposed. In fact, he begins to suspect that he may have put himself in even greater danger. Turning to Serial, he instructs her to go back and inform a professor about everything she knows. He assures her that she will be able to move much faster without him. However, she hesitates while reminding him that Amy specifically told them to wait until 7. Saren reassures her that it is fine, explaining that if he helps, Amy will have nothing to worry about. Therefore, it is best for Serial to go. Shocked by his words, Serial questions his connection to Amy. She demands to know what is really going on between them, while asking if the rumors about them secretly dating are actually true. With growing urgency, she insists that there must be something she does not know. Cerrone, while growing impatient, shouts that the longer they wait, the worse the situation might become. Seeing his determination, Serial finally agrees, but warns him to be careful. Before leaving, she instructs him to stay put since he is also in danger. As our dude watches her leave, he suddenly feels a sense of familiarity. Being on a mountain reminds him of home, and he begins to think that he might be able to find some clues about Amy's whereabouts. He then starts searching for any signs of movement and eventually spots footprints on the ground. Noticing that they are fresh, he wonders why they suddenly stop midway. Immediately, he considers the possibility that whoever was here may have taken flight. However, before he can investigate further, a sudden sonic boom erupts in the distance. Alarmed, he realizes that something has already happened. Jake's lackey tells Amy that his hand slipped, but he intended to make her entrance more elegant, though instead, he ended up hitting her. Standing before him, she questions whether he is aware of the commotion he has caused. His companions, amused by the situation, remark that Amy's presence in their group is an honor, all thanks to Jake. Playing along, Jake sarcastically instructs them to treat her with the utmost respect. She then challenges them while asking if they have anything impressive to show her. In response, Jake mockingly questions whether she came alone while leaving Cerrone behind. Without hesitation, she asserts asserts that she does not want to cause unnecessary trouble and is more than capable of handling them on her own. However, Jake expresses his doubts while suggesting that she might struggle when so many eyes are watching. He then hints at having a well-thought-out plan this time, though she remains uninterested and instead asks about Sarone's whereabouts. His companions loudly respond, claiming that Sarone is most likely in the library, lost in his books, completely unaware that Amy is trapped among them. Jake, unfazed, tells her that she should focus on dealing with them rather than concerning herself with Sarone. He adds that his companions are merely trying to show her the same level of respect she had shown him before. With sarcasm dripping from his words, he implies that he is simply returning the favors she once bestowed upon him. Realizing that Sarone is not present, she finds the situation much easier to handle. With newfound confidence, she states that she no longer cares about the many eyes watching her, as she can effortlessly take on all of them alone. His companions exchange doubtful glances, shocked by her bold declaration. But before they can react, a sudden explosion erupts while sending half of them crashing to the ground. Blazing flames rise into the air, their heat scorching like the depths of hell. Jake quickly commands his companions to suppress the fire, while realizing that their collective strength weakens when too many attackers strike at once. He urgently instructs them to keep track of Amy's movements, but before they can respond, they find themselves airborne, desperately trying to escape the overwhelming heat. Amy remains confident as she relentlessly attacks, determined to overpower her opponents. A sudden flash of light appears, and she demands to know where they are all running. Without hesitation, she traps them once more and conjures another wave of scorching flames. The heat intensifies while becoming increasingly dangerous and unbearable for the boys. One of them turns to Jake in distress, while reminding him that he had assured them Amy would rely on the cross. However, now she is not only using it, but spinning it with incredible speed. Jake quickly realizes that her combat abilities have advanced far beyond what they were during training. A thought crosses his mind that has she fought in real battles before, as the searing flames lick their skin, they begin to feel burns spreading across their bodies. Despite their agony, Jake remains composed while knowing that every skill has a weakness. Taking to the air, he analyzes the situation while concluding that the flaw in a horizontal attack lies in its vulnerability to strikes from above. With this in mind, he makes his move. Channeling his energy, he forms a swirling wind cutter in his hand and prepares to strike. Amy remains unaware of his presence above her as he rapidly descends, convinced that he has successfully ensnared her in his trap. However, just as he is about to land his attack, a sudden shift in energy catches him off guard. In a shocking turn of events, Amy effortlessly evades his strike. With a calm yet powerful voice, she reveals the reason is schema. Before he can react, she seizes his hand in midair while immobilizing him. A fierce fire strike follows, its power erupting in a blinding flash. In an instant, Jake is sent crashing to the ground. As he struggles, waves of searing flames surround him, their intense heat scorching his skin. The unbearable pain courses through his body while forcing him to acknowledge the overwhelming gap in their abilities. Meanwhile, she observes him with newfound understanding. Now she finally realizes why Jake's grades remain low, because he lacks true knowledge of advanced skills. Jake, frustrated, tells Amy not to mock him, but she dismisses him while saying that it is over, and there is no need to exaggerate the situation. She warns him that if he continues, she will make things even more difficult for him. However, before she can react, a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelms her. A strange noise fills her ears while growing louder and more unbearable. Clutching her head tightly, she realizes that the boys have activated a skill. Jake smirks and instructs his companions to maintain the spell while enjoying the torment they are inflicting. This is his counterattack. He warns Amy that if she does not exit her spirit zone, her mental abilities will deteriorate, as they are using anti-magic against her. Shocked, she recognizes the forbidden magic at play and realizes she is unable to return to her red-eye state. Now completely out of control, her body twists unnaturally in the air. The boys continue their relentless assault while believing they have her completely at their mercy. Jake moves closer and with a smug expression, demands that she answer him properly, his frustration evident. Amy, while struggling to maintain consciousness, reflects on her past mistakes. She regrets neglecting schema since she was 12, but she quickly forces herself to consider other ways to counter the attack. Jake, while sensing her helplessness, taunts her while declaring that she is powerless now. Taking a knife in his hand, he advances toward her with a sinister grin. Mocking her lack of interest in boys, he threatens to scar her face so that no man will ever look at her again. With a wicked smile, he looms over her, while demanding that she beg for mercy. Amy, barely able to resist, realizes just how weak she has become. In that moment, memories of the past flood her mind. She recalls the day she and her guards humiliated Sarone, attempting to strip him of his dignity. Now for the first first time, she truly understands how he must have felt that is helpless and vulnerable. But before Jake can strike, our boy interrupts him by telling not to threaten her. As Saroni arrives, he immediately orders the boys to stop threatening Amy. However, they mutter in confusion while wondering why he is there. Jack mischievously asks if he has come alone. When they notice the stick in his hand, they sarcastically mock him while calling him a mighty prince and telling him to put it down. Meanwhile, Amy, frustrated by the situation, yells at him for coming alone. At the same time, Saroni is surprised that they have managed to trap the top student in the class. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that Serial must have already found a professor. Remembering that he had once taken down Leon with just a wooden sword, he confidently demands that they release Amy. In response, the boys scoff at the idea while suspecting it must be a trick. They assume that freeing her would only lead to an ambush. Determined to act, Saroni starts advancing toward them. Instantly, they react with disbelief while questioning if he is seriously planning to fight them alone. Just then, Jack suddenly commands the others to open sesame, and a boundary appears around Saroni. At first, he does not understand what is happening, but soon, he realizes that something is wrong. As his energy rapidly drains away, he collapses. Then, he fell to the ground. Consequently, Jack taunts him while mocking his weakness, and reminding him that they are mages. Meanwhile, Amy urgently warns him to escape from his spirit zone, while explaining that the area is covered in anti-magic. If he remains trapped, he will lose his ability to use magic and eventually go insane. She desperately tries to get through to him. However, he feels his senses fading and his consciousness breaking apart. At that moment, a memory suddenly surfaces in his mind. His teacher's voice reminds him that a mage must have control till the end, and also remembers that a defensive stance can help a mage stay focused, even in the midst of chaos. Not only does it protect the spirit zone from physical impacts, but it also shields against magical attacks. Since both anti-magic and the spirit zone function as waves, he realizes that if his spirit zone becomes dense enough, it can resist the anti-magic. With renewed determination, Saren begins fighting against the anti-magic. He to stop it with his mere hands. As a result, his actions leave everyone in shock. They angrily question whether he considers himself a prodigy. To them, a newcomer acting like a big shot is unacceptable. Meanwhile, Amy desperately warns him that the boys are intensifying their attacks. She urges him to stop while knowing he is outnumbered. Just as she is about to say something else, his next move stuns everyone. Against all odds, he successfully overcomes the anti-magic while proving his incredible power. As Saren continues to defend against the anti-magic, the boys watch in confusion. At first, they struggle to understand what is happening while noticing that the attack is simply bouncing off. One of them, while trying to keep the group calm, quickly warns the others not to panic. He reminds them that if they lose control of their emotions, the wave will scatter while making them vulnerable to the attack. Meanwhile, Saren puts in immense effort while pouring high energy into breaking free from the anti-magic. After struggling for a moment, he successfully dispels it. Then he comes forward towards them and apply his techniques. Suddenly, blue waves appear, and the opponents find it painful for them. As a result, the magic backfires while striking all the boys and causing them to collapse. At the same time, Amy watches the scene unfold, unable to comprehend what just happened. Since she is not using her spirit zone, she finds it impossible to grasp the situation. However, as soon as the anti-magic fades, excitement builds within her. She marvels at the sheer density and solid nature of Saran's spirit, something she has never witnessed before. She finds it impossible to witness such a solid spirit zone. Meanwhile, Saran regains his footing and suddenly senses an unusual movement beneath him. The sensation reminds him of stepping on a tiny bug. At that moment, one of the boys, still in shock, exclaims that such a feat should be impossible. He cannot comprehend how a single student has managed to defeat 6 opponents on his own. Soon, the realization dawns on him that Saran might be an anti-magic specialist, which could explain his special admission into the school. Nevertheless, Saran, filled with anger, dismisses the boy's assumptions. He firmly challenges the idea that this battle is enough to defeat him. Despite his confidence, he internally admits that he lacks knowledge of any spells, which worries him. In response, the boy, now enraged, declares his intention to attack Saren relentlessly. However, before he can make a move, Amy swiftly counterattacks while knocking him to the ground. She starts the fight while striking the boy without hesitation. Fueled by anger, she furiously declares that he has done enough harm. Saren immediately attempts to calm her down. However, she continues her assault while shouting at the boy to repeat his words. Realizing the danger, Saren warns her that using her schema with such intensity could kill him. Without wasting time, he quickly intervenes and stops her. She was not letting him go and asked him to fight again. In the struggle, both of them lose balance and fall. Concerned, Saran immediately checks on her. He asks if she is all right, but unfortunately, she has already fainted. Panic sets in as he desperately pleads with her to wake up. Both of them are lying on the ground. Our boy initially assumes that Amy has lost consciousness from exhaustion. Feeling grateful for her help, He immediately thanks her. However, she quickly gets up, full of energy, and expresses disbelief that someone as weak as him would dare to face danger alone. Her words make him feel disillusioned, while convincing him that there is no decency left in this girl. Meanwhile, she urges him to leave immediately, not wanting any professors to find them in this situation. However, he argues that Serial has probably already informed one of them. When he asks for her help to stand up, she becomes frustrated. In response, she reminds him that she had specifically instructed Serial not to say anything. Furthermore, she complains that he always makes things worse and explains how troublesome it is to get into trouble at their school. She emphasizes that mages never let matters go easily. Instead, they investigate every detail until they fully understand it. Consequently, she questions whether he truly wants both of their secrets exposed. Even so, he dismisses her concerns and points out that she almost lost her life. Instead of acknowledging his comment, she insists that they should leave immediately and discuss everything later. In her mind, she hopes that if a professor does arrive, it will be an older one who might overlook the situation. Shortly after, a bright light appears. Thad and Sienna arrive. As soon as they do, Serial rushes to Amy, worried about her condition. She immediately asks if she is hurt and why her hair is such a mess. In response, Amy reassures her while saying that it is nothing and wonders why they arrived so soon. Just then, an explosion occurs. At that moment, Siren recognizes it as the Fire Sun spell, known to be extremely difficult to cast. Meanwhile, Thad, surprised to see the scene in front of him, demands to know what has happened. He then turns to Amy while questioning how someone like her, who was one of the school's top students, got caught up in such a mess. Everyone focuses on her well-being while expressing concern for her safety. At the same time, Sienna approaches Siren and explains that they rushed over as soon as they heard that he and Amy were in danger. Finally, she begins questioning him about the events that took place. A boy arrives and confidently tells the professor that he can explain everything. He admits that, to be honest, he challenged Amy to a duel because of a personal grudge while calling it a typical case of teenage frustration. Sienna, while looking confused, questions him about the duel. She points out that the letter they received contained signs of threats and blackmail. Furthermore, she states that she can tell he used anti-magic and reminds him of the strict rules against it. In response, he argues that he had no other choice since Amy was too powerful. Looking around, he insists that he is actually the biggest victim in the situation. Moreover, he accuses Amy of breaking the rules first by attacking him in the library, which according to him is the only reason he challenged her to a duel. He then claims that she must be hiding something, considering she went all the way there just to fight him. Amy, clearly frustrated, shouts that his claims are ridiculous. She reminds him that he was the one who threatened her in the library first. Additionally, she recalls how he mentioned kidnapping Saren. However, he quickly dismisses her accusations while asking whether they actually did such a thing. Once again, he insists that she was the one who attacked first. Furthermore, he points out that Saron never reported anything to a professor before coming there. He then turns to the professor and claims that Amy and Saren are the true instigators, not him. Amy, while trying to stop him from twisting the story, attempts to speak, but he cuts her off. He declares that it is time for her to tell the truth. In his thoughts, he questions whether everyone now understands why dark magicians are feared. Determined to raise the stakes, he warns her that no matter how much money it costs, he will expose her deepest secret. He threatens that once he does, every newspaper, agency, and social circle in the kingdom will hear about it. However, Sienna interjects, then advises them not to act so confident. At that moment, she accuses the boy and his friends of using anti-magic not for learning, but to attack students. She stresses that such reckless use could have destroyed minds or even caused deaths. Moreover, they were all fully aware of the risks involved. Sienna then firmly declares that their actions are more than enough reason for expulsion. However, the boy arrogantly questions whether she alone has the power to expel him. Thad, while trying to explain, reminds her that House Ardeus, which the boy belongs to, holds significant financial influence over the school. Before he can continue, she argues that their duty is to guide students on the right path, not submit to power. Even if he disagrees, perhaps he should consider resigning. The boy, amused, burst into laughter. He expresses excitement to see who will end up leaving either the professor or himself. Confidently, he declares that in the end, money controls everything, and that no one can resist its power. He advises her to take this opportunity to learn that lesson. However, she remains unfazed and responds that before she does, there is something he ought to learn first. Sienna suddenly attacks the boy, causing several blasts to erupt. Meanwhile, Amy, who is feeling overwhelmed, questions why things have escalated this way. At the same time, Thad quickly reminds Sienna that harming students is strictly forbidden. As Saren observes the attack, he is truly amazed by her precision. Despite the force of her magic, she does not land a single hit on the boy. Instead, she demonstrates an incredible level of control over even the tiniest molecules. As a result, he finally understands why she is renowned as a master Ice Mage. Afterwards, she addresses the boy directly, asking if he truly believes that money can grant him everything. In response, he panics and yells at her to stop talking, while demanding to be rescued immediately. However, she halts her attack and calmly states that she is well aware of how many students he has already harmed. Up until now, she adds, the school has merely tolerated his actions. In return, he confidently claims that this is only because of his family's wealth. Nevertheless, she challenges his belief while asking if he is truly deceiving himself. Furthermore, she asserts that school is not a place where students are taught for their money, but rather a place where they learn things that money cannot buy. At this point, he becomes confused and asks what she means. In response, she explains that school is a place where dreams come true. Since he wants to be a mage, she questions whether he truly understands what that means. Hearing this, he quickly remembers the time of when he asked while promising to prove his abilities if he is advanced to Class 5. However, she reminds him that the purpose of school is to achieve dreams alongside friends, to study together, and to grow as mages. Therefore, she asks if he really wants to destroy the very place that gave him this opportunity. As a result of her words, he eventually apologizes for his mistakes. Following this, Jake and the rest of the Dark Magicians also regret their actions. Consequently, they choose to return to the path of a true mage. However, before doing so, they are required to spend a long time in the detention hall while reflecting on their wrongdoings and repenting for their misdeeds. Meanwhile, in the detention hall, groans of pain fill the air as someone complains about being treated too harshly. Another voice reassures them while saying that it is just a minor injury and not worth making a fuss over. Shortly after, Chiron and Annie find themselves facing the professors. One of them sternly questions why he did not report the incident immediately, while emphasizing that such matters must be reported at once. Similarly, Thad expresses his disapproval while stating that he cannot accept the fact that Chiron attempted to rescue someone far more powerful than himself all alone. At that moment, Amy finally decides to speak up. She acknowledges that it is time to reveal the truth, realizing that keeping secrets will no longer benefit anyone. Additionally, she wonders how many people the headmaster has told. Then she states that Chiron is her boyfriend. The others become frustrated and shocked while she laughs. The scene changes to Amy pleads for help, while the gang of bad guys surrounding her laughs cruelly while mocking her helplessness. They claim no one will come to save her, and add that if she had accepted their affection, none of this would have happened. Suddenly, the sound of hooves fills the air while breaking the tension. A horse appears and the gang wonders who it could be. As the dust settles, they realize it is Chiron. She is shocked to see him, unable to believe he has come. He tells her he has traveled a long way to rescue her. Without hesitation, he steps forward, holds her in his arms, and they come close to each other, their emotions intertwining. This scene is actually a story told by Cheryl, and the girls listening to the story find it incredibly romantic. Some are captivated, while others are skeptical while questioning whether it really happened. Serial, however, confirms its truth while stating that she has witnessed it herself. Just then, Amy appears and accuses her of spreading baseless rumors while insisting that everything is a lie. Despite this, the listeners remain engrossed, some finding the tale fascinating while others grow envious. Meanwhile, Amy arrives and confronts Serial while demanding to know if she wants to risk her life by spreading falsehoods. Serial only laughs, dismissing the need for first-hand witness, confidently stating that Amy and Chiron are dating. She assumes they must have kissed before and remarks that it benefits Amy since it will keep other men away. Amy acknowledges this while agreeing to the unspoken advantage. However, just a few days earlier during the incident, Thad is stunned to learn about Amy's involvement with Chiron, who is a newly admitted student. She explains that they had met when they were young and have coincidentally reunited at the Magic Academy. With a slight blush, she turns to Chiron, seeking confirmation. He nervously smiles and agrees while solidifying the truth behind their connection. Now those around them understand the reason behind his willingness to help her. Amy finds it more convenient to pretend as lovers rather than expose their past. In the present, Serial has found the situation unusual, and her curiosity only grows. Since they have integrated classes, she eagerly anticipates meeting Chiron and teasingly asks Amy if she will meet him for dinner after class for a date. The thought intrigues Amy, but she quickly reminds herself that she has plenty of work to do and no time for dating. Chiron, on the other hand, is just a normal schoolboy who is living his life without complications. Despite her logical reasoning, she cannot shake off the uneasy feeling creeping into her heart. In the second intermediate class at the integrated training grounds, they are all present. Serial calls out loudly while summoning Chiron. He comes forward to greet them while acknowledging their presence. She then asks if he has been missing Amy, but he finds her questions silly. Amy, on the other hand, feels grateful that she is playing the love game with him. However, she notices that he seems too nervous when he is around her. Wanting to ease his discomfort, she advises him to remain calm and not to be overly concerned about the senior-junior relationship, as they are already familiar with each other. Serial, while listening intently, is taken aback by Amy's words, which sound unlike anything she has heard from her before. She begins to wonder if this is the power of love. Chiron responds by saying that he simply wants to show respect. Before the conversation can continue, the girl reminds them that she has to attend class, and both of them head toward their respective classrooms. As Chiron enters his classroom and sits in his chair, he overhears the murmurs of other students talking behind his back. The boys discuss how he was admitted only because of his looks, and that he is more focused on dating than anything else. They even question his magical abilities while assuming that he is incapable of performing any magic. Hearing these words annoys him, and frustration builds inside him. Clenching his fists, he recalls how it all started 2 days ago. At that time, students had begun whispering about Amy and Chiron dating. In Class 7's room, discussions had intensified after a note was posted, openly declaring their relationship. The revelation had stirred strong emotions among the students. Many boys had been frustrated and disappointed while feeling betrayed by Amy's decision. Some had even cried out in anger, unable to accept that she was with someone else. Meanwhile, conversations had continued, with some students concluding that their relationship was now official, which was disappointing for both certain boys and girls. However, not everyone shared the same sentiment, and some girls had been genuinely happy for the couple while embracing the news with excitement. Meanwhile, the students in the class eagerly check their midterm grades, desperate to see their results. As they scan the scores, they are shocked to discover that Chiron is the weakest in the class, having scored only 30 marks in each subject. Initially, many had believed he was a talented student, but some now realize that he lacks knowledge of even basic magic spells. Just then, a man enters the classroom. He states that Chiron's poor performance is expected since he was admitted as a special admission student. Others join in while laughing at him. He further claims that Chiron was able to enter only because of noble connections, and that he is merely looking for a girl for himself. Many students feel it is unfair that he managed to get a girlfriend immediately after joining the school. Frustration spreads as they consider him undeserving of his place, while believing that while they have been working hard to secure their futures, he has done nothing to earn his position. Their resentment grows as they question how the school could allow such injustice. When Chiron enters the room and the entire class falls silent, he immediately senses that they had been talking about him before he arrived. However, he chooses not to address it directly. Instead, as he starts a conversation with a classmate about the next lesson, the student deliberately turns away. Chiron notices the unusual behavior and realizes that something is wrong, but he refrains from asking since they clearly intend to keep it from him. Later, during Spirit Zone practice, the atmosphere remains tense. A girl practicing nearby becomes annoyed by Chiron's presence while feeling distracted by him. She questions why there is so much hype around his Spirit Zone. At that moment, Professor Athila appears and inquires if everything is fine. Chiron admits that he is struggling due to schism, which is causing his body to lose consciousness. The professor assures him that it is a normal phenomenon while explaining that his mind naturally aligns with the laws of nature while making schism more challenging for him. She then shifts the topic and asks about the other shapes. Since he finds no difficulty with them, she instructs him to give a demonstration of the image zone. Surprised by the sudden request, he hesitates, unprepared to perform at that moment. The professor tells him that he can show it next time as well, but she wants to see him now because he is the only one who understands Quaternion. She also wonders if using the image zone makes him feel nervous among his classmates. She believes that confident children achieve more. Suddenly, he agrees to demonstrate his skill. His classmates are surprised while questioning whether he is showing off again by trying to appear superior. The professor instructs him to demonstrate one by one, since mastering all 4 shapes of Quaternion will enhance the class. He wonders if executing them correctly will allow him to advance to the next level. The students of Class 4 also watch him closely. Deciding not to worry, he begins with defense while causing a blast of light to appear. The students are impressed by his strength. One of them finds it amusing that he has displayed 144 sides, which is remarkable. A massive explosion of light follows, accompanied by cracking sounds. The professor realizes that he possesses all the basic knowledge and is exceptionally swift at changing shapes. However, the strain on his eyes leaves him exhausted. He also knows the professor will correct all his mistakes. The Class 5 students consider him amazing and are shocked when he attempts schism. For them, it seems unbelievable. He realizes that the key is shrinking the zone and then shifting the center, but he struggles to do so. The distraction unsettles his mind. Meanwhile, the students find it amusing and mock his failure. They recall how he executed it correctly before and question what went wrong. Some believe he is merely seeking attention, but it does not bother him. They wonder if his mind is occupied with something else. Meanwhile, our boy questions why humans take pleasure in seeing him fail. His thoughts drift toward his connection with the place. Just then, a boy urges him to stop overthinking and not to hesitate. He reminds him of his goal, which is to become a mage. In that moment, he realizes his mistake and refocuses on his purpose. The students watch in surprise as a sudden light appears. He contemplates whether separation comes first or disintegration. Meanwhile, a student incident report emerges while detailing the use of anti-magic by 6 students. Professor Oliver sees the report and learns that anti-magic was suppressed by the defense shape. She considers it difficult and dangerous for ordinary people. She also questions the proper and appropriate use of anti-magic. Noticing that our boy's mind is more powerful and talented than others, she becomes more intrigued. She asks Professor Rumi whether he has successfully performed schism. Rumi explains that he has been learning Quaternion for a month and that his spirit zone lasted a perfect 4 seconds. They discuss the student's drive stimulation while proposing something regarding it. On the other side, Oliver finds herself sharing the same thoughts. A few days later, during a Class 7 chemistry lesson, Professor Oliver is present. She informs the students that she will end the class early for a major announcement. Without hesitation, she orders our dude to stand up. She informs him that he will be advanced to Class 5 and must follow their timetable from now on. The students are shocked to learn that he has skipped Class 6. They wonder what high-level resources are supporting him. The professor encourages the others to work hard and then leave. However, one of the girls objects to him skipping a class. She questions the professor about advancing someone who knows nothing about magic. The professor begins to reconsider whether the decision is truly fair. She then turns to our boy and urges him to be honest. While having dark thoughts about people regarding him, he still admits that he does not know any spells, which surprises the professor. Despite this, she explains that spellcasting is not a requirement for Class 6, so he is still eligible to move to Class 5. However, another student stands up while refusing to accept what he sees as favoritism. He reminds the professor that she has previously stated that the spirit zone is not the only requirement for magic. Since Cerrone cannot do anything else, he challenges him to demonstrate at least one spell. If he succeeds, the student will back down. Confident in his own abilities and grades, he warns that if the advancement proceeds, the student council will hold a meeting. The professor understands the frustration of the other students, but she insists on discussing the matter with other professors. Later, as she sits alone, she reflects on how the students have become arrogant. She considers their reaction a protest against unfairness driven by emotion. Just then, Maria enters the room. Curious, she asks what has happened. Maria responds, eager to share something that has just occurred. Maria tells the professor that the other students are bullying him from 1 week. They start talking behind his back, but later they begin speaking in front of him as well, which affects his studies a lot. She witnesses everything with her own eyes while seeing how they continuously bully him. Professor Oliver thanks Maria and tells her that she will handle this matter by herself. Meanwhile, Cerrone reads a book stating a fact in Conversations with Great Scholars, where Torquilin, a biologist, mentions that 6 hours of sleep is adequate for a human being. However, he only gets 4 hours of sleep during school. Another scholar discusses his achievement as an accomplished scholarship by the sleep time, but he reminds him that he was not a human, but a teenager who never stopped even during sleep. As Cerrone looks at the clock, he realizes it is very late. He sees off the other students sitting around and then walks on the road. He remembers the time when Temarin told him that many people will bully him, but ignoring them will be beneficial. He wonders how he can make things easier for those who support him. Remembering all who have been close to him, he stands near the Iron Bastille Senior Class building, determined to overcome anyone who stands in his way and become a professional mage. After freshening up in his room, he hears a knock on the door. Worry fills him as he wonders who could be visiting this late. A group of guys stands outside. He wonders whether it will be his bullies. However, when he opens the door, Professor Oliver is present there while requesting permission to come in. He tells her to come in and offers tea, but she refuses while explaining that she has come to discuss something important with him. Since he was not in his room earlier, she arrives late. As she looks at his table, she finds it interesting. Her attention shifts to his grades, and at first they seem strange. However, while noticing that all the low grades are the same, she assumes he might be learning everything at once. She also realizes he is focusing on improving his future while prioritizing subjects other than magic first. She wonders about the reason behind his lack of proper education when he was young. Meanwhile, he feels very embarrassed. She observes his shy and nervous demeanor, then asks if he is enjoying his school life. He responds that he enjoys all the subjects. When she inquires about the bullying, he insists that he is completely fine and asks her not to worry. She urges him to be honest, but he maintains that he is unaffected and unable to make any friends in the class. However, it does not bother him at all. He expresses that while it is necessary to be among people, he cannot force them to accept him. He acknowledges that the students of Class 7 dislike him, but he believes that some may still understand him. She understands his words and realizes that he wants to leave Class 7. Later, during the meeting with the professors, she holds a book in her hand and expresses her intention to conclude the early advancement of Chiron. The other professors observe that the entire class is bullying a single student due to his lack of understanding of magic. In the meeting room, they also recognize that many students struggle to advance their skills, which might be the reason for their behavior toward him. They acknowledge the need for advancement and agree to move students to the next class. One professor believes he will graduate in the next 4 years, which would be beneficial for the school. However, Thad disagrees and does not share a positive view on the matter. When the headmaster asks for his reasoning, he explains that while the boy is undoubtedly skillful, he cannot perform magic. He also refuses to ignore the students who are protesting against this decision. Professor Oliver defends him while stating that he is intentionally refraining from practicing magic to acquire other skills, and this does not affect his study habits. Thad, however, accuses her of favoritism while arguing that other students are equally knowledgeable. He insists that if only one student is considered for advancement, the others will feel neglected. Sienna counters his argument while asserting that jealousy should not be a reason to ignore a student's progress. Their disagreement escalates into a quarrel. The other professors perceive both of them as extreme mages. As the tension rises, the headmaster intervenes while ordering them to stop and sit down. He acknowledges the logic behind both perspectives and stresses the importance of preventing conflicts among students. After careful consideration, he informs them that he has a proposal. The next morning, a group of students gathers and heads toward the assembly hall. On the bulletin board, they notice an announcement for the advancement test. It presents an opportunity for Class 7 students to take the test, and those who succeed will be promoted to Class 5. As they process the information, some discuss teleportation, a skill required at the next level. They perceive it as extremely difficult and worry about the potential risks involved. Many express doubts about passing the test. Meanwhile, Cerrone arrives and glances at the bulletin board. His eyes settle on the requirement while realizing that mastering teleportation is essential for the test. The Class 7 outcast incident gained significant attention throughout the school. In the evening, on the advanced class bulletin board, students from higher classes discuss how the situation is unfolding once again in Class 7. Some mention Cerrone while acknowledging that he cannot perform magic, but they also recognize that Class 7 does not teach magic. Many assume that jealousy is the root cause since he is associated with Amy. Meanwhile, Amy learns that Cerrone is being bullied. She finally realizes that this is the reason for his distant behavior. Serial also considers Class 7 immature, while recalling her own past experiences with similar issues. As Amy turns to leave, determined to find Cerrone, Serial questions her intentions. Amy explains that she wants to ask him why he has been avoiding her while suspecting it might be because the other students constantly see them together. Serial stops her while questioning whether she has lost her senses. She tries to dissuade her while insisting that approaching him will only make things worse. However, Amy refuses to listen and remains resolute in her decision. Serial warns her not to act recklessly while fearing that her actions will negatively affect him even more. Despite knowing that their relationship is not romantic, Amy remains puzzled about why he continues to avoid her. Serial shifts the conversation to the advancement test while noting that teleportation will be difficult for the students to learn. Amy, however, sees this as an advantage for Cerrone while believing that its complexity makes it even more dangerous for those without prior magic training. Serial suggests that Amy teach him teleportation while arguing that it would be beneficial for both of them. However, she struggles to find time to help him. Ultimately, she decides that if he cannot learn teleportation on his own, then he don't deserve to be with her. It is dark and late at night. No one is outside the school buildings and the wind blows through the silent night. Suddenly, Amy appears determined to meet Cerrone. She is ready to help him, believing that she is partly at fault as well. Jumping onto a tree, she swiftly enters his room through the window. She has already decided to make him beg for her help. Meanwhile, he sits reading a book when, from behind, a girl wrapped in a shawl suddenly appears. Shocked, he turns and asks who she is. Without hesitation, she pushes him to the ground while threatening to wring his neck. Demanding an explanation, she questions how he dares to ignore her. Nervous, he struggles to respond. At that moment, Professor Oliver, who is also in the room speaking with Cerrone, observes the situation and wonders if it is Amy. She curiously asks if Amy always flies into his room at night, but Amy quickly denies it while insisting that the professor is misunderstanding the situation. The professor reminds her to lower her voice, warning that others might hear. Then, she questions whether this is the reason Amy has been avoiding him at school. Amy denies ever coming to his room before, explaining that she only wants to know why he has been ignoring her. Turning the conversation, she asks what the professor is doing there. The professor explains that due to the tense atmosphere in the class, she decided to discuss the test with Cerrone privately. Cerrone offers Amy tea and she finds its aroma pleasant. She takes a sip before questioning him about humiliating her, to which he apologizes. She then asks why he never told her about being bullied. Before he can answer, the professor instructs them both to sit and listen carefully to the discussion about the test. As they sit together sipping tea, our boy is all nerves while wondering how he ended up in this situation. On the other side, Amy expresses her concerns to the professor while questioning whether testing for teleportation is too dangerous for students who have never practiced magic before. The professor explains that the headmaster has made this decision for specific reasons. Amy begins to realize that he is playing a dangerous game. She explains that teleportation is a type of light magic, which is quite different from other spells. Cerrone, while recalling his studies, mentions mentions that he learned about it while studying the theory of protonization, which explains how light moves at incredible speeds across the universe. She confirms that nothing can surpass the speed of light and explains that teleportation spells rely on this principle. Curious, he asks if a person's body transforms into light during teleportation. The professor reassures him that even beginner students can perform it successfully. She further explains that the speed of light is categorized into 4 types, and among them, quasi-light speed is crucial for teleportation. Once a person teleports, residual light particles remain in their body. Sarone suddenly realizes that mastering the skill is not the real challenge, and it is controlling its impact that poses a problem. Now he understands why teleportation has been restricted within school grounds. Meanwhile, Amy notices that he is entirely focused on the professor while seemingly ignoring her. She begins to wonder whether the professor has always been this friendly toward him, especially when introducing such a dangerous test. Shifting the discussion, she suggests that he should practice teleportation in a place free from obstacles. When he asks where such a location exists, she advises that the air would be the safest place to attempt it. By this place, Amy means the teleportation training grounds on the pathless bridge suspended 1,000 meters above the ground. Professor suggests an idea to Sarone, which is crossing from one peak to another. He sees that the place is free of obstacles, but if he falls from the bridge, he will not survive. Amy also points out that it will be extremely difficult for the students of Class 7 to reach the other side. The professor explains that the student who travels the farthest will pass the test. She assures them that this is only a level 1 testing ground designed to be completely safe. However, the real issue is that Sarone will become the primary target of the other students. Despite this, he is prepared to take the test. The idea of facing everyone alone does not sit well with him. Doubt creeps into his mind as he wonders whether he should even participate. Sensing his hesitation, the professor reveals that she has already placed him in Class 5. Acknowledging her role in his current predicament, she sincerely apologizes while promising to guide him personally. Amy, puzzled and jealous by the situation, demands an explanation for everything. The professor explains that she is responsible for conducting the test, but Amy is unwilling to let Sarone be taught by her. She argues that since the professor is a judge, directly instructing him could cause problems if anyone finds out. To prevent any issues, she decides to train him herself. Confident in her abilities, she insists that she can easily teach him for the level 1 test. Her attitude confuses our boy as she is angry at him a moment ago. However, the professor questions whether Amy has the time to train him while reminding her that she is also preparing for the advancement test. Sarone is surprised to learn that Amy is taking the senior class exam. Basically, in the senior class, students possess semi-professional capabilities, and those who excel can even be featured in the Royal Magic School Journal. Reaching this level marks the end of school days and the beginning of endless training, which Amy is about to enter. Curious, Sarone asks whether it is too early for her to apply. She responds that since he is advancing too quickly, she must enter the senior class to keep her distance from him. He finds it remarkable that she is taking a risk rather than settling as an advanced class student. Even more surprising is the fact that despite everything, she is still helping him. Amy confidently assures the professor that she can handle the training. The professor, while recalling Amy's earlier claim that Sarone lacks magical knowledge, agrees that the professor like her might be the best person to teach him. Turning to Sarone, Amy asks him to choose between her and the professor as his instructor, playfully suggesting that it would be better if he were taught by his own girlfriend. Without hesitation, Sarone declares that he will learn everything on his own. Both of them are stunned by his response. She tells him that having his girlfriend teach him would be better. However, he insists on doing it himself. Frustrated, she shouts while asking if he understands what he is up against. He responds by mentioning that one of the judges is Professor Oliver and reminds her that she has her own test to prepare for. She points out that his competitors will be hiring the best tutors to secure first place, and they will all dislike him, and warns that he cannot handle it alone. He then questions whether her situation is any different while noting that she is advancing to the senior class early. He explains that staying in the same place will not lead to greater achievements, as Class 5 is only a step toward becoming a mage. He expresses his determination while admitting he cannot guarantee victory, but promises to do his best without regret. Hearing this, the professor acknowledges his resolve and decides not to interfere. Before leaving, she reminds him that all students, including him, are welcome to seek guidance from her. He appreciates the support she offers, and she hopes he can resolve his issues in the meantime. She then addresses Amy while warning her not to enter into the boys' domains again, though she will overlook it just for the night. Amy agrees, relieved that she is safe. For a moment, they sit there awkwardly, but then Amy decides to leave as well. Before she can leave, he stops her and thanks her for thinking of him. She then questions why he has been avoiding her, while suggesting that he should have told her he was being bullied. She reminds him that it is not just about him, and asks if he was embarrassed. He admits that he did not want their relationship to become more distant. Flushed, she starts to believe that he truly likes her. He clarifies that he actually looks up to her. When he first arrived, he saw saw her name at the top of the class and decided to catch up to her, though he never expected things to turn out this way. Since their relationship had already become awkward, he is worried that if she found out about the bullying, it would make things even more uncomfortable. She silently reflects on his words while realizing she had let her imagination get carried away. However, she suddenly grows frustrated and accuses him of pretending to be polite while secretly targeting her all along. Confused, he asks how she came to that conclusion. She insists that if he sees her as a rival, he should stop pretending and face her properly. She warns that if he cannot keep up, she will make sure he always knows he is beneath her. Hearing the shift in her tone, he says her name differently, which she immediately notices. He then tells her to wait for him while promising that he will catch up to her. She grins and warns the R-dude to be careful while suggesting that it might be deadly. By the time anything happens, he adds, she will already be long gone. Then, without another word, she vanishes from the spot. He quickly loses sight of her and reflects on the situation. He regrets not being able to receive help, but realizes that those who have been speaking badly about him are closely observing his every move. Because of this, he decides to handle everything on his own. It is now 1 month for start of the exam. The day after classes, students gather to discuss their preparations. One asks if others are getting ready for the test, while another shares that they are starting lessons with a tutor that day. The idea of learning teleportation within a month seems challenging, but there are around 20 participants. Some agree that the theory portion is simple, and applying formulas is not difficult. However, the real challenge lies in executing the spell. Just then, Saran appears while carrying a stack of books. Upon seeing him, some students comment on his participation. Internally, he acknowledges that despite sounding confident about preparing alone, reality is proving to be much tougher. He reflects on how a mage's environment constantly changes in the real world. Understanding topography is essential, especially for teleportation, as the technique requires adapting to different conditions and adjusting calculations accordingly. He notes that the necessary computation involves numbers as large as 10 to the power of 20. Despite feeling overwhelmed, he convinces himself not to give up. He reasons that the school would not set an impossible test. He recalls Professor Oliver mentioning that teleportation is not too difficult to learn. However, since he has never studied magic before, he doubts that statement applies to him. Meanwhile, he assumes that the other Class 7 students who have trained since childhood will manage to figure it out. Many of them are even hiring expensive tutors, while meaning they will likely master teleportation soon. As he contemplates whether he can catch up to them, a realization suddenly strikes him. Remembering something important, he finally understands the key to solving the problem. He then recalls that the headmaster had already given him the answer. On the other hand, another student, Mark, is in the middle of his performance when the headmaster arrives, carefully observing his progress. Impressed, the headmaster immediately praises him and remarks that he has already mastered teleportation. Furthermore, he adds that such a result is expected while considering Mark is the son of the technical advisor for the Mage Association. Feeling flattered, Mark responds with gratitude while acknowledging that hiring a level 9 tutor like the headmaster has been worth the investment. Initially, he was worried about the difficulty, but now he finds the process surprisingly simple. In response, the tutor explains that the test's simplicity allows students to focus entirely on precision and control. While mastering teleportation within a month is unrealistic, he reassures Mark that if he learns only what is necessary for the test and spends the rest of the time practicing, he will most likely succeed. After hearing this, Mark laughs and considers whether he should actually thank the special selection student, as the situation is allowing him to move up to higher grades earlier than expected. With a smirk, he then shifts the conversation and inquires about Saron's progress. At this point, the tutor, who has been monitoring Saron as requested, reports that the student appears to be teaching himself using only books. Upon hearing this, Mark is visibly surprised and finds it strange. Previously, he had assumed that Saron would find a way to secure a private tutor for assistance. Unsure of what his rival is planning, he instructs the tutor to continue watching him, as he is determined not to let him gain an advantage. Additionally, he doubts that magic can be learned solely through reading, which makes him even more skeptical. Meanwhile, Saron is deeply engrossed in his studies while focusing on absorbing the concepts and memorizing the necessary theories with great precision. Despite his dedication, he does not feel fully prepared. However, with time running out, he realizes he has no choice but to move forward. Soon after, at Training Ground 41, a space designated for Class 7, he begins practicing the techniques he has learned. Speaking to himself, he acknowledges that he must now bring magic into reality. As he attempts a spell, nothing initially happens. Nevertheless, he remains hopeful that his understanding will translate into actual results. In order to succeed, he reminds himself of the steps, first while entering the spirit zone, then applying Platonic theories. As he describes himself as the barrier between omniscience and omnipotence, he prepares for the next stage, that is erasure. To his astonishment, the magic suddenly works. Realizing his success, he excitedly confirms that the process is functioning. With renewed determination, he declares that it is now time to attempt teleportation. As he reflects on the nature of magic, he notes that humans are incapable capable of calculating the precise value of light. However, when a mage is deeply focused, their mind becomes highly attuned to their surroundings. Moreover, he remembers the headmaster's words that the most powerful mages can even perceive the number of leaves on a distant tree. This heightened awareness, he realizes, represents the pinnacle of mental sensitivity, known as the spirit zone. Once a mage reaches this state, they perceive the world through an extraordinary sense, ultimately gaining control over natural phenomena. In the end, he concludes that teleportation is not about performing complex calculations, rather, it is about grasping everything in a single moment. 9 days were left for the start of the teleportation test. Students begin whispering among themselves when they see Saran. Noticing his bruised face, some speculate that he must have been practicing without proper shield. As a result, they assume that his reckless training has taken a toll on him. Meanwhile, Saran is lost in thought while reflecting on his failed first attempt at teleportation. In an effort to correct an error, he had no choice but to crash into the ground, fully aware that his knees were unstable. At this point, he questions whether his mistake was due to an error margin of plus or minus 0.02 milliseconds. Although his method seems reckless, he has once again left the rest to muscle memory. Still determined to succeed, he continues practicing and worries about the tests scheduled for the next day. Every time he corrects one mistake, another seems to take its place. However, despite these struggles, he reassures himself that he has refined everything necessary. Consequently, he convinces himself of his ability and tries to stay motivated by repeating encouraging words. He insists that he must stay focused and pushes himself to teleport again. Unfortunately, he falls to the ground once more. Nevertheless, instead of becoming discouraged, he calmly tells himself that it did not hurt. For the first time, he acknowledges that he has actually managed to teleport. Excited by his progress, he wonders how far he can go. Refusing to waste time lying on the ground, he quickly gets up, determined to repeat the process over and over. Convinced that he needs more practice, he continuously encourages himself to keep going. The next morning, the instructor approaches Mark and asks how he is feeling. Confidently, Mark replies that he feels just fine as he is moving up to Class 5 that day. Calling it a historic moment, he boasts that he will cover the 700-meter distance in a single second and challenges the man to watch him succeed. Meanwhile, Maria heads toward the professor's office when she unexpectedly encounters Mark. Without hesitation, he assumes that she is also giving up on the test. As soon as she sees him, she greets him, and while feeling nervous, admits that she thought he was still practicing. Acknowledging his skills, she assumes that he must have taught himself. However, laughing, Mark dismisses the idea and arrogantly compares himself to Chironi. He mocks the self-taught student, claiming that the so-called failure will not even show up for the test. Then, shifting his attention back to Maria, he questions why she is there in the first place. Belittling her academic performance, he sarcastically comments on her poor grades. Finally, without offering her a chance to respond, he advises her to at least watch others train at the practice grounds, while reminding her that observing others is also a form of studying. Maria agrees with him and wishes him good luck. However, instead of appreciating her words, he responds sarcastically while questioning if that is truly what she thinks. Mocking her, he calls her the professor's favorite little snitch. Immediately, she feels a wave of fear while wondering how he could have known. Noticing her reaction, Mark laughs and calls her naive, while challenging her to take a guess. He then smugly reveals that he has informants everywhere. Furthermore, he suggests that a weakling like her would have no reason to meet the professor alone unless she had been reporting on him. For now, he claims that he has tolerated her because they are technically on the same level. However, with a threatening tone, he reminds her that once he moves up to Class 5, she should already know what will happen. Feeling disgusted, he questions how someone as timid as her could believe she has what it takes to become a mage. In his mind, he is convinced that a coward like her would never surpass him, even if she were 4 years older. Smirking, he tells her that she now has something to look forward to. Overwhelmed by his words, she starts crying. Afterward, Mark heads to the classroom where he immediately asks if everything is ready. A boy assures him that 2 of them will focus on Saren from the very beginning, while the other 2 will provide cover. This way, Saren will have 2 possible ways to be eliminated. Pleased with the plan, Mark strategizes while pointing out that since each turn covers 10 meters, he expects Saren to be taken down within 10 turns at most. The boy agrees and then asks if Mark will keep his promise once the job is done. In response, Mark confirms that if he passes the test, he will ensure they secure jobs and access to magic tutors, even if they fail to graduate. Boasting about his father's influence as the technical advisor for the Mage Association, he reminds them that helping him will benefit them as well. Confident in his plan, he silently tells himself that he will not allow any unexpected variables. In his eyes, a true genius never leaves room for carelessness. At the ground, the students of Class 7 who are not practicing gather there. They are observing the pathless bridge. As they watch, they discuss among themselves while confirming that the competition follows a winner-takes-all rule. Additionally, they notice that there are more participants than expected, especially from Class 5. Meanwhile, the students of Class 5 comment among themselves, hoping that if a newcomer is joining their ranks, it had better be someone attractive. Finding the situation amusing, they laugh among themselves. At the same time, students from Class 4 and Class 6 sit together while watching the event. Meanwhile, the judges take their designated seats while preparing for the test. Soon after, an announcement is made while stating that the time has come. As a result, the 21 participants will begin their test in just 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, one student looks at the steep cliff ahead and immediately complains about the difficulty of the test. Furthermore, he questions where the bridge is, only for another student to point at it and call him foolish. Shocked, the first student argues that what they see can hardly be called a bridge. At that moment, Serial uses binoculars to get a clearer view. Finding the perfect spot, she excitedly states that she can see everything clearly from there. Meanwhile, Amy expresses disinterest while asking her why they should even bother watching Class 7. She insists that they have better things to do. However, she dismisses her while explaining that supporting one's boyfriend is important for maintaining a good relationship. Still unconvinced, Amy replies that in a competition like this, the winner wins and the losers lose, so there is nothing to support. Nevertheless, deep in thought, she starts to wonder whether Saron is even capable of teleporting. Meanwhile, a man approaches Mark while prompting him to ask whether he has found Corone. However, the man delivers unexpected news that Saron is not there. As a result, Mark is left in shock. At the same time, Saron suddenly wakes up on the ground, confused and panicked. Realizing that he has lost track of time, he anxiously wonders about the time. Amy asks Serial about Saron's absence, while finding it illogical that he is not present. Serial, panicked, explains that she has been searching for him but cannot find him. Fear grips Amy as she wonders whether he is even alive while recalling that she had forbidden Saron from going alone. Meanwhile, the members are overwhelmed by fear as they face the daunting obstacles required to pass. Professor Rumi explains the rules while stating that once she gives the signal, everyone must teleport to the other side, and the one who covers the greatest distance will pass. Anxiety spreads among the participants, terrified of falling and failing to teleport. Chaos erupts, but a teacher silences them while declaring that those who are afraid can give up. Standing before them, he asserts that only the worthy will enter Class 5. He reassures them that if they lack confidence in protecting themselves, they should step back. His words instill determination, and suddenly all participants prepare for the test. Believing it will minimize accidents, he remains firm. Meanwhile, Mark stands apart while considering others inferior. He assumes Saron must have failed while training on his own. As Professor Rumi instructs everyone to line up for the test, a commotion arises. Just then, our guy rushes toward them in an injured state. The students turn their attention to him. As he reaches them, he apologizes and anxiously asks if he can still participate in the test. Without hesitation, he moves towards the professor. Serial tells Amy to watch him closely. Amy wonders why he is late and quickly notices his numerous injuries while realizing he has been practicing without a shield. Concerned, Professor Oliver asks the headmaster if they can delay the exam, but the request is denied and the test proceeds as scheduled. As Professor Rumi announces the start of the test and advises Saron not to participate if he is unprepared. Grateful for the concern, he assures that he is completely fine to take part. As the test begins, a student thinks that first phase is successfully completed. Meanwhile, other students quietly discuss their plan to eliminate Saron within 10 bouts. Unaware of their intentions, he decides to remain focused. The early advancement exam officially commences as the professor instructs everyone to be ready. With the timer set, all students take their positions. Mark instructs one of his allies to stay close. Suddenly, a flash appears, signaling the start. They all rush forward as time steadily ticks away. Their swift reactions result from rigorous training, but uncertainty lingers. Despite their concerns about the unknown challenges ahead, they all understand that they must push forward. 2 seconds pass while leaving only 20 meters to the cliff's edge. Mark sprints at full speed, fully aware that the key to success lies in precisely timing the teleportation. The distance covered is irrelevant, and it all comes down to executing the teleport at the perfect moment. Rushing toward the edge, he remains focused, while others closely follow behind. As 3 seconds pass, he realizes he is dangerously close, only 3 meters away. A bright light flashes as another student accelerates swiftly. Mark warns him to slow down, but his advice is ignored. Suddenly, another flash appears, and he finds himself merely 2 meters from the edge. At 3.5 seconds, some participants remain behind while the rest reach the edge, while leaving only 1 meter to spare. Kironi has yet to arrive while trailing just a step behind. The spectators watch in shock as he leaps forward without teleporting. Defying expectations, he soars past the cliff's edge, now 2 meters beyond it. As the 4th second ticks by, all eyes remain fixed on him. In the middle of the test, Cerrone recalls his discussion with Leon from a year ago. Their conversation had emphasized the importance of focusing on the present situation rather than imagining the outcome. He had reminded him that fearing death after falling from the cliff was pointless. Instead, the focus should remain on the process itself. Remembering these words, he stays determined while concentrating solely on passing the test. Meanwhile, the spectators are stunned by his actions. As he leaps from the cliff, a bright flash appears. Realizing the urgency, he pushes himself forward while knowing he must act quickly before moving beyond the spirit zone. Another flash follows as he swiftly advances. Behind him, Mark struggles to keep up, shocked to see Cerrone ahead. The students of Class 5 cheer for the bold contender who dares to jump. Amid the excitement, Serial turns to Amy while recalling her earlier claim that Cerrone lacked knowledge of magic. However, Amy clarifies that despite starting late, he has learned a great deal. She also knows that if Cerrone manages the bouts effectively, he will maintain his lead. As he overtakes Mark, frustration builds within him. Another flash appears as he pushes forward, determined to reclaim his position. Meanwhile, Maria refuses to remain behind easily. However, she remembers her choice to stay in Class 7 while avoiding competition. To her, this was always meant to be a friendly challenge among classmates. But her reluctance to compete has kept her in the same class for 6 years. She despises being looked down upon and begins to worry that if Mark advances, survival in the competition will become even more difficult for her. By the end of the third bout, the participants are divided into 3 groups. The first consists of Mark, his companions, and Cerrone. The second group includes students who lag 3 meters behind, while the last comprises those who teleported out of fear. Among the remaining students, discussions arise. One participant speculates that Cerrone lacks knowledge of flight magic and wonders if he will survive upon hitting the ground. Many begin to fall, unable to maintain control. One desperate student calls out for the professor's help while expressing his desire to quit. In response, the judges and spectators burst into laughter, amused by his plea. The names of those who have fallen are canceled from the test. One participant yells in frustration while realizing there is no safety net on the ground. As they hit the ground, they grow even more agitated while blaming the professor for not informing them earlier. With that, the third group is eliminated. Shortly after, the second group meets the same fate. Mark observes that most participants have only managed to clear half the course. However, his real concern lies elsewhere, that Cerrone is steadily pulling ahead while showing no signs of weakness. Confusion sets in as he recalls how breathless Cerrone had seemed at the beginning of the exam. Suddenly, another flash appears. Professor Romy notices that Cerrone is repeatedly using the compulsion skill, a clear sign of his remarkable talent. Meanwhile, Mark remains solely focused on catching up to him. Another professor acknowledges Romy's keen perception while admiring her ability to sense such details. Serial, while watching closely, is amazed at how efficiently Cerrone increases his inertia while wondering how he has mastered such a technique. Amy, on the other hand, perceives something different about him. Unlike other mages who rely on their subconscious minds to learn, he appears special. His ability to control his subconscious power is incredibly rare and difficult to achieve. As Mark continues forward, the realization dawns on him that our guy is on the verge of winning. Determined to stop him, he orders his teammates to attack. However, they hesitate while knowing that using their mental energy against him could weaken them. Meanwhile, Cerrone keeps moving, but suddenly, one of Mark's allies appears in front of him. Shocked by the unexpected obstruction, he quickly assesses the situation. The opponent, with a tense expression, admits that he has no choice. He does not want to fail and insists that Cerrone must be taken down. At that moment, our boy realizes his true intent, that he is preparing to attack. As they both plummet toward the ground, Mark's lackey manages to evade Cerrone while causing only the latter to crash and sustain injuries. Our guy realizes his sequence has been disrupted, which suddenly drains his energy while leaving him on the verge of losing consciousness. He is going to faint, but he isn't ready for it, while the other student perceives our boy as an overwhelming force. Meanwhile, a student from Class 5, after observing their clash, remarks to others that something about the scene appears unusual. The student speculates that Mark's lackey might have altered his trajectory, nearly colliding with someone directly ahead of him. Another student confidently asserts that the action has been intentional. When questioned about the certainty of such a claim, he explains that one individual has obstructed an exit while another attacks from the side. They have cleverly exploited the instant nature and launch point of teleportation to lunge simultaneously. If the new participant hasn't deviated from course, the situation could escalate into chaos. The student further notes that in a similar scenario, he would apply motion calculations to evade the situation. However, his boastfulness leads others to murmur among themselves, some agreeing with his logic while others find him arrogant. Nevertheless, they acknowledge that the instructors must have noticed the incident and likely have their own approach to handle it. Meanwhile, Mark revels in his apparent success while bursting into laughter and exuding confidence. He declares himself victorious while taunting his classmates as well as those from Class 6 and demanding they recognize his superiority. Cerrone, however, observes that Mark holds a strong position exciting and is poised to finish first. Realizing the urgency, he understands the need to accelerate if he intends to claim victory. He worries that widening the gaps between his movements could once again disrupt his rhythm. Instead, he resolves to quicken his pace slightly while adjusting his timing by half a beat more frequently. As the students observe the intense competition, many express astonishment at Saron's rapid progress while realizing that only he and Mark remain in the challenge. Some cheer for Mark while urging him to increase his speed. Amy, while watching closely, voices concern. She points out that since our guy is already injured, his reckless approach will only worsen his condition. Suddenly, an explosion erupts, leaving everyone in shock. Mark, caught off guard, reacts in disbelief, exclaiming that the blast has nearly taken his life. Meanwhile, the judges grow anxious upon realizing that the pathless bridge system device has escalated to level 10. Our guy, upon hearing this, is left stunned. Without hesitation, Professor Thad rushes toward the engine room to address the issue. At the same time, Professor Oliver, turning to the headmaster, insists that the exam needs to be halted immediately. Another faculty member hesitates, reminding the group that only 2 participants remain. He fears that canceling the test at this stage will spark relentless complaints from the students' families. However, the headmaster, visibly frustrated, rebukes the hesitation, demanding that the signal be sent at once. Shortly after, an announcement echoes across the arena, declaring the end of the exam. When Professor Thad notices the yellow signal, he immediately realizes the cancellation. Irritated, he anticipates an overwhelming number of complaints heading his way. Expressing his frustration aloud, he recalls warning someone about the exam's importance and suspects that an individual might be intoxicated again. But as he approaches the engine room, he finds the door locked, leading him to a chilling realization that this is no ordinary mistake. Sensing someone's presence outside the room, he demands that they open the door immediately, warning that if they refuse, both the person and the door will be erased together. A voice responds from within, challenging him to proceed and insisting that no one will even notice their absence. A big flash appears and he heads toward it. Recognizing the voice, he addresses the individual, confirming that it belongs to Maria. Deeply concerned, he questions whether she grasps the severity of her actions, warning her that the consequences will extend far beyond simple school discipline. Despite his pleas, Maria refuses to comply, resigning herself to despair. She laments that everything is already over, believing that she is doomed to a miserable existence, especially now that Mark has advanced to Class 5. In her eyes, nothing in her current situation feels any different from torment, and as she breaks down in tears, she hints at an irreversible decision. Sensing her distress, Professor Thad reassures her that opening the door is unnecessary if she doesn't want to. It no longer matters as the exam has been stopped, just as she wanted. Elsewhere, Mark, consumed by rage, reacts furiously to the cancellation signal, considering it an unbearable interference. Convinced that victory is within his grasp, he insists on finishing the battle to silence any doubts. Realizing he might not get another opportunity to utterly defeat Saran, he resolves to act immediately. They go swiftly into the maze. Shortly after, someone rushes to inform the headmaster that both Mark and Saren have entered the maze. Upon hearing this, the headmaster erupts in fury, cursing their reckless behavior. As they both enter the maze, Professor Oliver wonders why they are not stopping. She feels the need to stop them while knowing it could hurt them, and also questions what Thad is doing. She turns to the headmaster, but he is too frustrated to answer. But headmaster is thinking that he misunderstood our boy who might be different, but at the end is someone who is driven by greed. Meanwhile, both contenders move deeper into the maze. Amy and Serial watch them while growing concerned. They believe they must do something to save them. Amy, in shock, notices that they are entering the 10th level, a stage meant only for professionals. As they step in, a sudden burst of rocks erupts. Our boy reaches the 10th level and quickly realizes he cannot dodge the traps in his path. His mental strength is deteriorating at an alarming rate. Alongside him, Mark pushes forward, determined to get ahead. He craves recognition while wanting everyone to see him as the winner. Moving swiftly, he considers himself unmatched in skill and urges his opponent to stay back. However, in a split second, the other boy jumps up while triggering a warning in the 10th level. On the other hand, Maria sits on the ground while contemplating why the judges drag students into such deadly competitions while forcing them under immense pressure. Thad, standing nearby, tells her she is mistaken, but she refuses to accept it. She insists the school only values talented students while ignoring the ordinary ones. He responds by revealing that he also attended this school. Recalling the past, he explains that when he was in the senior class, she had just joined the school. He asks if she remembers or if she has ever heard rumors about him, but she denies it. He then shares that he spent 5 years in Class 5 due to his lack of abilities. Watching others advance while he remained behind filled him with anger. However, Maria, still frustrated, refuses to believe him, convinced that he is lying. He recalls his past discussion with the headmaster where he had gotten into trouble. The headmaster had warned him never to let anyone surpass him, yet he had always felt ignored. In response, the headmaster had told him that a mage could never compare himself to others. Instead, he should focus on his own growth, as that is the key to erasing one's sense of self-doubt. If a mage merely follows others, he ultimately loses himself. Meanwhile, Mark moves deeper into the maze when he suddenly realizes the path ahead is blocked. Confusion sets in as he notices this is not the same route he had entered from. Panic takes over as he understands there is no escape. Fear grips him and he cries out for help, his nerves overwhelming him. Spectators watching the competition yell in distress, but then to everyone's surprise, Saren appears and grabs him. Without hesitation, he pulls Mark away, saving him from stepping into the blocked pathway. The students of Class 7 watch in astonishment as our boy rescues Mark. One of them points out that in an advancement exam, competitors are not supposed to save their opponents. However, another argues that winning is not as important as saving a life. Among them, one student remains deep in thought while analyzing our boy's movements. Mark, still shaken, continues to cry out for help. Our dude reassures him while explaining that he is trying to guide him away from the traps. He understands the maze's patterns and believes escaping is possible by following them. However, the watching students soon realize something alarming, that the traps are actively following the contenders while preventing them from progressing vertically. Recognizing the danger, our boy quickly determines that moving forward is futile. Without hesitation, he decides to retreat. The crowd erupts in cheers while celebrating his decision, acknowledging that he has chosen the wisest path. The students discuss Saron's strength and dedication while realizing how talented he truly is. They begin to understand that they have misjudged him all along. As their perception shifts, they start cheering for him while urging him to be careful. Amy, however, remains uncertain about whether he has trained to the final level of the exam. She knows that advancement is a crucial step in the journey to becoming a mage. Reflecting on his determination, she realizes that he has always aspired to master magic at a professional level. Meanwhile, Thad continues his conversation with Maria while emphasizing the necessity of competition in reaching the final stage. He believes that no one should rush the process. Instead, by progressing steadily, they ultimately become mages. She questions whether it is already too late for her, and in response, he offers his help. He asks if she is willing to try again. Overwhelmed with emotion, she begins to cry. At that moment, the headmaster arrives while declaring that the exam will proceed as planned. Taking full control of the situation, he assures everyone that he will be responsible for whatever happens next. The spectators cheer as our boy moves forward while holding Mark. He notices that the traps behave as if they are alive, their patterns irregular and unpredictable. Disappointment settles in as he realizes the difficult position he has put himself in by trying to save Mark. Meanwhile, Mark continues crying for help, terrified of dying. Determined to find a way out, he decides to perceive the entire structure as a single entity while focusing on each part individually, which is an approach he has experienced before. He also recognizes its similarity to schism. A sudden flash appears, and he surges forward while breaking through the traps. With precise movements, he dodges each obstacle while leaving them all behind. The spectators watch in shock, unable to believe what they are witnessing. Amy and Sariel observe with astonishment, while Professor Oliver, while standing beside them, wonders how he is managing such a feat. Meanwhile, the headmaster contemplates whether in moments of crisis, individuals can achieve extraordinary accomplishments. However, he recalls that their limit lies in self-satisfaction, and he finds none in the boy. He starts to question whether this contender has any limits at all. Unfazed, our boy keeps moving forward while leaving the traps behind. Professor Romy watches with keen interest, fascinated by his unwavering focus. She soon realizes that his spirit zone density has increased to 99% while indicating that he might be on the verge of breaking free. While impressed by his talent, she knows it does not diminish the danger. Traps continue to appear, and he quickly assesses the limited space between them. A full 10-meter teleport proves impossible. Adjusting his approach, he reduces the distance by a tenth, while maneuvering with swift right and left movements. With relentless precision, he leaves the traps behind while advancing steadily through the maze. He watches the next trap approaching and quickly realizes that moving straight ahead is impossible due to the narrow gaps. In this situation, he must act with extreme speed. Without hesitation, he accelerates while moving within the blink of an eye. Iruki, while observing closely, feels a surge of excitement as he recognizes that Saron is about to use Rainbow Drop, that is a technique involving the bending of light. The others, puzzled, question how light can bend when it is supposed to travel in a straight line. Iruki explains the fundamental principles behind it. He states that the derivative of a circle is an infinite straight line, while meaning Saron has divided his teleportation intervals down to the millisecond. The spectators, amazed, wonder how he is managing to calculate everything so precisely. Iruki, equally impressed, considers the limitless potential of Saron to be truly extraordinary, while recognizing him as a genius. The other students, witnessing his feat, share the same sentiment. Above, Saron moves at incredible speed, still holding Mark as he dodges each trap with flawless precision. However, as he presses forward, his gaze locks onto an enormous obstacle ahead, which is the maze of the dragon. Professor Oliver searches searches for Professor Thad, wondering what he is doing. Meanwhile, Mark grows increasingly unconscious, his strength fading. In a panic, he cries out while shouting that a monster stands before them. Our boy, focused on the path ahead, plans to maneuver around the obstacle by routing from the left. However, Mark continues to yell while pleading to be let go, his fear overwhelming him. At the same time, Professor Oliver remains intent on finding Thad. When she finally spots him, she urges him to stop the maze immediately. Confused, he questions her concern while reminding her that the test had been cancelled. However, she quickly informs him that the test is still ongoing and that both contenders remain trapped inside. Shocked by the revelation, he wastes no time and rushes from the spot. Professor Romy also arrives while running toward them. With urgency, she announces that Saran is heading straight toward the maze of the dragon. Panic spreads among them as they realize the danger he is about to face. Fear grips everyone as they watch the contenders approach the deadly maze. Even the headmaster, now alarmed, attempts to intervene and stop them. As tension reaches its peak, only 1 second remains before Professor Romy departs from the scene. As our boy heads toward the dragon's maze while holding Mark, he realizes that he's not dead yet. The spectators try to stop them, worried for their safety. Sweat pours from him while freezing midair. With just 1 second left until impact, he decides to stay calm. Since he's still alive, he thinks through the situation and tries to figure out an easy way to exit. As the seconds tick down, only 1 centisecond remains. He initially believes there are 9 teleports, which should be enough to escape, but quickly realizes he's made a mistake. He hadn't factored in the distance to Mark. With only 1 millisecond left, he scrambles to find another way out. The students watching are incredibly worried, and the headmaster is also trying to stop them, aware of the danger. In a swift movement, he suddenly picks the correct pattern. A flash appears, and both he and Mark are seen soaring through the sky. The spectators gasp, shocked by what they've just witnessed. Within moments, they land on the ground, unharmed. Everyone wonders if he has truly made it through. Professor Romy is left speechless. Our boy can't remember how it all happened, but wonders if he has actually escaped the maze. Meanwhile, the pathless bridge devices disengage. One of the students mentions that this was a special level of the senior class, and he has successfully passed it. Now, while sitting on the ground, he relaxes while thinking that, although it felt like the end, he managed to make it through. Serial is both happy and surprised. At the same moment, Amy realizes that, even if only for a brief time, he actually seemed cool. His success is a result of his dedication and the effort he put into his practice. The students congratulate him while praising his determination, especially since he is only in class 5. Just then, Professor Oliver appears. Frustrated, she wonders if she has missed the entire exam because of Professor Thad. However, the professor reassures her that he has done his best and will explain everything later. Despite this, she remains annoyed. Turning to the headmaster, she suggests that, since the students have reached the end, they should announce the results. However, the headmaster remains in shock, finding the entire situation miraculous. Meanwhile, he also expresses his gratitude to the R-boy for showing him the light. Professor Oliver notices the headmaster's unusual behavior. Professor Thad then explains that in the past, the headmaster earned the nickname Light of House Murphy for redefining the photon, a feat that also won him the Golden Circle Award. However, driven by greed, he abandoned both his brilliance and status. As Professor Thad approaches him, he remarks that their school now has a new brilliant star. The headmaster, still deep in thought, responds that watching Saron's abilities reminded him of his own past. For the second time, he feels his heart racing. The headmaster commends all the participants for their bravery, while emphasizing that it will help shape their futures. He then announces our hero as the winner. The spectators erupt into cheers, but suddenly Mark appears. The other students assume he is about to argue for the title, while considering he had launched multiple attacks and even been saved by him. They murmur among themselves while believing that Mark should not challenge the outcome. However, as Mark steps forward, he acknowledges that our boy is a true genius and admits that he had completely misjudged him. Bowing in front of him, he takes full responsibility as a mage while leaving everyone stunned. His team members also step forward, apologizing sincerely. They too bow before him while asking for whatever punishment he deems fit. Instead of reprimanding them, he simply advises them to strive for better lives while choosing not to punish them. Exhaustion weighs on him, and all he desires at that moment is rest. Meanwhile, Amy urges Serial to leave with her, but Serial insists for her staying by his side. However, she finds no opportunity to do so, and the realization dawns on her that it may be her turn to work hard for her exams. Just then, our boy calls out to Amy while telling her that he is coming for her. Both girls are taken by surprise. Serial, even more shocked that he called Amy's name in front of such a large crowd, feels an unexpected pang of jealousy. She starts to see him as even more intriguing. Later, after Saren finally gets a good rest, he wakes up without any recollection of that moment. Meanwhile, Professor Romy reflects on the events inside the dragon's maze, while wondering if she had somehow lost track of him along the way. In the disciplinary board, a hearing takes place. Professor Thad states that Maria is willing to accept reprimand, but Mark and the conductor of the engine room argue against her punishment. Mark insists that guilt should be be shared, as several others come forward with confessions while revealing their scheme to attack Saran during the test. As tensions rise, Argai wonders if he is truly ready to take responsibility for his actions. He argues that Maria was forced into an impossible situation, and that her actions in the engine room were never meant to harm anyone. However, the headmaster declares that she will still receive disciplinary punishment. At that moment, Saran steps forward while offering to accept punishment as well. He acknowledges that he ignored the signal and entered the maze regardless. While it may not have been intentional at the time, he also admits that he dragged Mark through the dangers. The headmaster, taken aback, realizes this is an unexpected turn of events. Professor Thad points out that everything is unfolding just as the headmaster had wanted. The students, once filled with competition, pride, and jealousy, now admit their faults and choose to return to the path of a professional mage. Even this moment has become a lesson. With the final decision made, everyone receives punishment. Professor Thad, astonished, remarks that he has never witnessed anything like this since the school was made. In the end, every student present faces consequences, and Maria and Mark are suspended for 2 months while the rest receive 1-month suspensions. As for the winner, Saran, Professor Oliver wonders why he continued into the maze despite the signal to stop. He reflects for a moment, then admits that he simply did not want to lose. Solving the maze's puzzle became his only focus, and beyond that, he barely remembers anything. Professor Oliver realizes that despite his calm appearance, Saran possesses an aggressive nature. She also observes that in many ways he is just like other boys his age. Meanwhile, Saran returns to his room and lies down on his bed to rest. As he drifts into sleep, his dreams take him back to the maze. In his vision, he sees himself erasing his presence and dividing his teleports into multiple parts. It feels as though he is scattered across the world while existing in different places at once. He remembers how he was dragged into the maze, the space around him stretching into infinity. Suddenly, his eyes snap open as the sound of a piano reaches his ears. 3 days have passed since the test ended. Surprised, he realizes he has been lost in his dreams for all this time. Reflecting on his experiences, he acknowledges the value of the book Amy had given him on magic. Grateful for her help, he decides to return the book along with a small gift of appreciation. Determined, he makes his way to Integrated Training Ground 2, where he finds Serial and Amy. As he arrives, Serial greets him warmly and inquires about his well-being. He expresses his gratitude to both of them and presents a token of appreciation. With a thoughtful gesture, he offers them apples. Amy, taken aback, looks at the apples in surprise. Saran tells Amy that he has read the book she gave him and noticed her drawing of apples. Curious, she opens the book and realizes how he gets this knowledge. Suddenly, she runs away while leaving both Saran and Serial in shock, especially since their class is about to begin. As Amy dashes off, Serial instinctively follows her. Although Amy has moved up to the advanced class, she struggles with a particular problem she has yet to solve. Time passes, and after 1 month, Saran returns to class. The students eagerly welcome him back while telling him they have saved a seat for him. Now that Class 7 has returned from suspension, they seem excited to have things back to normal. However, Saran finds their repeated announcements unnecessary. He begins to wonder if he has become intimidating to his class fellows. Seated in class, he notices Serial approaching. She asks if she can sit beside him, to which he agrees while referring to her as his guest. With a teasing tone, she remarks that he looks bored without his girlfriend. However, he counters while suggesting that she seems more affected by the situation than he is. She admits to it and reveals that this is precisely why she took the advancement test. At first, she only wanted to graduate, but Amy's constant motivation has inspired her to push further. Now, she is seriously considering becoming a soldier. Saran is taken aback by this revelation. Curious, Serial shifts the conversation toward his relationship with Amy. However, he deflects and instead questions whether becoming a soldier and engaging in warfare would be dangerous. She dismisses the concern while explaining that war isn't the only factor to consider. Soldiers receive financial support and other benefits while making it a viable career choice. She then informs him that Amy has chosen long-distance magic as her major and aims to specialize in espionage. This revelation makes Saran reflect on his own concerns. He wonders why he has been worrying about Amy so much. In Class 5, students must select their specialization to become mages, a decision that grants them significant advantages. Just then, Nade approaches and asks if Saran has been training alone again. Offering his assistance, he expresses his willingness to help. Saran appreciates the gesture while recognizing that Nade has an exceptional affinity for electricity, a rare and valuable skill. As he observes his new surroundings, he realizes that Class 5 feels vastly different from Class 7. He speculates that this change might stem from the students being closer in age and displaying greater maturity. Before he can dwell on the thought, several members of Class 7 appear while calling out to him. They insist that he listen to them at least once. Curious, he asks what they want to discuss, briefly wondering if the topic will involve chemistry, biology, or literature. However, to his surprise, they instead ask about his intentions specifically, whether he is more interested in Professor Romy or Professor Oliver. The unexpected question catches our dude off guard, but before Before he can respond, Nade immediately reacts while acting as if the choice is obvious. At first, Saran feels relieved while thinking Nade shares his view. However, Nade then declares his support for Oliver while admiring her intelligence. In contrast, another boy strongly disagrees while arguing that Romi's protective nature makes her more appealing. Meanwhile, as the discussion continues, someone turns to Saran and asks for his opinion. Feeling uncertain about how to fit in, he carefully responds while saying he respects both professors too much to choose between them. However, a boy insists that he will explain the correct answer later. Just then, their conversation is interrupted when someone arrives. Immediately, the group shifts its attention and greets Iruki, who joins them casually. They jokingly mention how the previous discussion was just about the attractiveness of their teachers. At the same time, Saran observes how effortlessly Iruki interacts with the group. Nade introduces them while pointing out that Saran has probably never met Iruki before since he usually keeps to himself. Iruki, however, greets him confidently and reveals that he already knows about him while suggesting that almost everyone at school does. Suddenly, Saran remembers Iruki's voice and realizes he has heard it before. When they shake hands, our boy remembers Iruki once advising not to hesitate and to stay focused on his goal of becoming a mage. Grateful, he thanks him and explains that he was able to understand schism concept because of him. However, Iruki bluntly responds by saying, "Our guy is a lot more interesting in person." Unsure of how to interpret this, Saran feels confused about whether it was an insult or not. Fortunately, Nade laughed nervously and reassure him that Iruki speaks that way to everyone. Before leaving, Iruki wishes our boy luck and warns him that his class is full of stubborn people. Nadi asks if he plans to stay for the lesson. He simply replies that he doesn't like it. This response surprises him, who quietly questioned his lack of interest in magic class. Finally, he apologizes for Iruki's behavior while explaining that although he may seem difficult at first, he is not a bad person once people get to know him. Our dude responds by considering him special. One of the boys, however, dismisses the idea of trying to understand him while saying that it would only be a waste of effort. He describes Iruki as a genius, though more on the eccentric side. Curious, Saran asks if Iruki is really a genius. Just then, the boys notice Iruki once again and point out that he appears to be lost in his thoughts. They joke about whether he will take off his clothes. Confused, our boy asks if that has actually happened. Instead of answering, one of them simply urges him to move along. Suddenly, a series of explosions occur while shocking everyone nearby. Observing the scene, Saran quickly realizes that Iruki is manipulating a schismid spirit zone. The others, still in awe, remark that no matter how many times they witness it, it remains impressive. They believe that no one else in the entire kingdom is capable of doing what Iruki does. Soon after, they spot a group of targets in the distance where a professor is teaching class 4. Some students call out to Iruki while asking him to stop, but he simply responds to detonate while forcing everyone to duck for cover. One of the boys calls him a madman. After a short while, Iruki casually bids farewell to our boy before leaving. At that moment, Professor Romi angrily shouts at Iruki while reminding him that he has just returned from suspension and is already causing trouble again. He defends himself by insisting that he hasn't broken anything. However, she remains firm while announcing that he has just earned 3 more days of suspension. Shocked, he complains that her punishment seems too harsh. Meanwhile, Saran is deep in thought while trying to process what he just witnessed. He considers the nature of the schism and spirit zone while noting its connection to detonation techniques. He can't help but wonder who Iruki really is. One of the boys then remarks that Iruki is probably the biggest oddball in class 5. Despite having no friends and only average grades, he is still considered a genius. Explaining further, he describes Iruki as a textbook example of a biased thinker and someone who excels in one area while struggling in others. Apparently, he scores full marks in every subject he actually cares about. Furthermore, Nade brings up savant syndrome, a phenomenon where individuals with certain cognitive differences exhibit extraordinary skills in a specific field. In Iruki's case, his talent lies in computational physics. He is so advanced in this area that he can calculate conditions that only exist at absolute 0 or 100 million degrees. Nade continues describing Iruki's extraordinary abilities while explaining that he can determine the exact date 40,000 years into the future in less than a minute. Moreover, if he wanted to, he could also memorize the entire value of pi. However, on the other end of the spectrum, he struggles significantly with subjects like literature. Recalling an incident from the past, the boy mentions how a teacher had once confronted Iruki during a literature exam. At that moment, the teacher, while holding up Iruki's test paper, had accused him of mocking the subject. Showing his answer, the teacher had pointed out that the exam was about literature, not mathematics. Furthermore, while feeling frustrated, the teacher had warned him that deep thoughts and emotions were just as important as logical reasoning. In response, Iruki had confidently argued that everything could be explained through numbers. He had then questioned how anyone could fear rational explanations, while pointing out that even emotions followed logical processes. To support his claim, he had provided an example example while explaining that the expression turning red with rage was not poetic, but rather a chemical reaction. He had further detailed how stress hormones and the autonomic nervous system could lose balance while causing blood pressure to rise and pulse to become irregular. As a result, the dilation or constriction of blood vessels would make a person's face appear red or blue. Upon hearing this, the teacher had furiously ordered him to leave the classroom, while declaring that he had failed the exam and would not receive a single point. Meanwhile, listening to the story, Saran feels deeply impressed. As he reflects, he realizes how strongly Iruki stands by his beliefs, while finding it hard to believe that someone his own age could be so confident. At the same time, Nadi shares that, in the past, professors had once competed to become Iruki's head teacher. However, over time, they had all given up. Surprised by Saren's curiosity, the boy remarks that he hadn't expected him to show interest in anyone. Nevertheless, he adds that he is happy Saren brought it up. In response, our guy admits that he simply couldn't help it. However, he also notes that there is now nothing Nade doesn't know about people. A girl approaches the group and politely asks if our boy would be interested in joining their research club. She explains that they study magic that moves physical substances and believe their progress would improve significantly with someone as skilled in proton magic. Furthermore, she mentions that if they submit a research paper, they can skip the performance assessment during vacation and study together instead. However, our boy apologizes and declines while explaining that he still struggles with his grades and wants to focus on improving them first. In response, the girl appreciates his honesty and acknowledges that there is no problem. She encourages him to reconsider in the future while assuring him that he is always welcome to join. After he thanks her, she leaves with the other girls. Watching the interaction, Nade tells our hero that it is a shame as their club is one of the best. However, he assumes Saron wouldn't have been tempted to join anyway. Curious, Saron asks what he means. Our boy then admits that he too lacks a strong foundation in knowledge. Since it is already difficult for him to improve his grades, he can't even dream of joining a club. Feeling envious, he expresses his frustration. Meanwhile, our dude turns to Nade and asks if he is in a club while noting that he seems like someone who would fit into a good one. In response, Nade reveals that he does belong to a club and even serves as the club leader. However, he quickly clarifies that it is not a large-scale organization. In fact, he finds it embarrassing because they lost their research funding due to having only 2 members. He further explains that he became the leader only because all the previous members graduated. Hearing this, our boy becomes curious. He realizes that since seniors were once in the club, it must have been involved in something important. He then asks if he can visit the club. However, Nade reminds him that he initially seemed uninterested in going to club. In response, our guy insists that he does want to visit, though he worries about being more of a burden than a help. Reassuring him, Nade explains that a club is not a business, but rather a place where students study and have fun together. Soon after, he leads Saron to the club room while pointing it out as they arrive. Our boy, while noticing the location, immediately questions it. Smiling, Nade explains that they call it Istas, which is the magic warehouse. He further elaborates that the school stores all of its training materials there. Moreover, he adds that the facility is state-of-the-art, capable of retrieving any material from its storage blocks and delivering it to the entrance. Hearing this, Saron expresses his surprise while admitting that it truly looks like a warehouse. However, Nade tells him to wait until they step inside while promising that it looks even more amazing from within. He confidently states that generations of students have treated the place like a treasure. Intrigued, Saron asks if he should look forward to it. In response, Nade enthusiastically agrees. As he assures him that what he is about to see will be shocking for him. As they step inside, Nade mentions that this place is like a treasure passed down by senior students for generations. He explains that many other clubs desperately want it, while leading to numerous conflicts. Saron questions whether having full access to everything there goes against school rules. Nade reveals that the space constantly changes structure whenever someone searches for something while making it impossible for others to find. He calls it a perfect hideout. After walking further, Nade stops and announces that they have arrived at the Paranormal Science Club. He excitedly shares that the club explores ghosts, spirits, the afterlife, aliens, hell, God, and more. Saron, while feeling overwhelmed, starts doubting if coming was a good idea. He admits having some interest, but finds it excessive. Suddenly, a loud blast echoes through the room. Confused, he asks about the noise. Nade casually explains that the place is full of dust, and reassures him that he will get used to it. Our boy, unimpressed, questions why they tolerate the mess instead of cleaning it. Just then, he notices Iruki and reacts with shock. Nade clears up his confusion while revealing that the club has a bad reputation, so its members prefer to stay anonymous. anonymous. When asked if Iruki is interested in paranormal activities, Nade clarifies that he joined to disprove everything while believing that logic explains all phenomena. Iruki, upon seeing our dude, expresses surprise at his presence. He welcomes him and quickly dives into a discussion while asking if he agrees that atoms remain even after dividing matter. He then points out that atoms themselves can be split and asks if our boy knows what happens next. Our guy, taken aback by the sudden shift to theory, admits uncertainty but guesses that atoms store great energy. Iruki, impressed, confirms the answer and praises his reasoning. Surone, surprised that he is correct, listens as Iruki elaborates. He explains that atoms hold enough energy to destroy an entire city and then asks what happens in such a scenario. Surone, while thinking of the consequences, responds that people would get hurt. However, Iruki dismisses the concern and insists that the only thing that matters is the immense energy itself. Our boy tries to confirm if he understands correctly while mentioning that, according to the headmaster, mages always consider the effects of their magic on the world. However, Iruki questions whether satisfying intellectual curiosity is truly worth sacrificing lives while calling him dull. He then argues that mages do not limit themselves by choice, but rather because they lack the necessary knowledge. Furthermore, he insists that intelligence is meant to be used. In response, Surone firmly states that if being a genius means harming others, then he would much rather remain ignorant. However, Iruki immediately counters while arguing that history has always been led by a few geniuses, while the masses remain ignorant, and there is no exception. Moreover, he admits that nothing frustrates him more than idealism. Our hero, while unwilling to back down, disagrees and asserts that the logic of Iruki is clouded by defeatism. He argues that an ideal is not just a dream, and it can be realized. Meanwhile, Nade, who has been listening, expresses his love for debates. However, Iruki quickly dismisses emotional arguments and suggests that they should all calm down, sit, and try again. Instead of engaging further, Surone decides to leave while saying that he has nothing more to say. As he walks away, Nade quickly reminds him that he does not even know the way out. At that moment, Iruki, in a mocking tone, suggests that he should simply retrace his steps. He adds that if he cannot manage even that, then he must truly be clueless. Annoyed by this, Nade scolds him while pointing out that he could have explained his point in a much better way. At first, Iruki brushes it off while admitting that he got carried away. He then justifies his reaction by claiming that our boy is his rival. Surprised, Nade questions why he suddenly cares about rivals when, until now, he has only valued numbers. However, Iruki explains that it is precisely because he knows only numbers. As he continues, he brings up our boy's teleportation test while asking if Nade remembers it. Nade nods while recalling that it was the very reason Surone advanced to their class. Building on this, Iruki highlights that Surone had just learned teleportation, yet he still managed to clear level 10, especially the difficult dragon maze. He estimates that Surone's time segmentation reached nearly 1,000th of a second, which is an extraordinary feat. Hearing this, Nade is completely shocked. Iruki, amused by his reaction, laughs and describes it as the mystery of insight, which is faster than action and truer than knowledge. He points out that no conscious calculation can ever match the speed of intuition. However, he then wonders aloud what would happen if he were the one competing instead. At that moment, Nade realizes Iruki's intentions and notes that this is essentially a battle between calculation and insight. Curious, he asks if Iruki plans to challenge Surone. Without hesitation, Iruki confirms his plan while stating that he will put our guy to the test in the upcoming speed gun challenge. The next morning, a boy reminds our guy that there are 2 weeks left until the speed gun test. Surone immediately thinks about the importance of passing while realizing that failing would mean losing his chance at advancement. Our boy then asks if he is looking forward to it, but our guy, distracted, asks what he means. Our boy expresses excitement while believing that Surone always performs best under pressure and wondering what he will accomplish this time. The speed gun test, as explained, requires using active magic to hit targets and gain points. Active magic refers to spells that affect objects other than the caster. Although attacks are not necessary, participants can use healing or support magic instead. The targets are divided into different stages, and once all are hit, the next stage begins. This means that speed and accuracy are the most crucial aspects of the test. However, our hero realizes that he has not learned any active magic yet, so he asks his professor for guidance. He mentions that according to omniscience standards, at least 60 points are needed to perform such magic. The professor acknowledges his concern, but reassures him by pointing out that his chemistry grades have been improving rapidly, while indicating that he is making progress. She teaches Surone's class, specifically Class 5. Surone then addresses Professor Oliver while insisting that he is not teasing her, but genuinely understands her teaching methods. She notes that he always wants to improve everything at once, but also possesses specialist-level knowledge in a particular area. Curious, he asks if she is referring to photonization theory. He recalls that teleportation magic originates from this theory, while classifying it as passive magic that converts the body into photons. Because the transition happens so quickly, it does not appear passive, but he admits that he has never considered it in depth before. He also never knew that active magic could be performed using photonization theory. In response, she informs him that this method was only recently registered with the Mage Association. Saron, intrigued, wonders how magic involving photons will appear visually. The professor then presents several books while directing him to the relevant information. As he examines them, he realizes that this will be his first experience with active magic through reading. Despite his curiosity, he questions whether this is truly the best recommendation for him. Although it will help with the test, he struggles to see its practical applications in real life. However, the professor assures him that while it may seem useless now, its potential is vast. She explains that nothing moves faster than light, and the ease of controlling it in a linear direction is a major advantage. She then brings up the Ivory Tower, known for pioneering advancements in magic, and mentions their prediction that firing photons will revolutionize communication. She adds that various photon-based techniques are already being researched in multiple fields, many of which remain unknown to the public. With continued research, she believes the field will evolve significantly by the time he graduates. After considering her words, Chiron decides that becoming familiar with this magic early on could be beneficial. He agrees to follow her advice while feeling excited about studying a type of magic that has the potential to create a completely new field. Soon after, he begins applying the magic, but something goes wrong. Frustrated, he wonders why he cannot emerge properly. A sudden thought crosses his mind, making him question whether he is still not skilled enough to perform it correctly. At the Practical Training Ground 32, Class 5 gathers for their practice session. They focus on magical actions derived from the Spirit Zone, where photons emitted from the hand help in creating spells. Chiron quickly realizes that firing photons is not as easy as it seems. He begins to wonder if his difficulty stems from being a swarmer-type mage. As the students prepare, Professor Romy appears while welcoming the class and asking if they are ready to begin. The students stare in shock, immediately recognizing her as Professor Romy, though she has changed her clothes and appearance. Chiron notices her new outfit, while the others speculate that she might have just returned from training. One student informs Chiron that Professor Romy is a renowned bishop of the Karsus order. Curious, he asks about the significance of the title. The student explains that being a bishop is a prestigious rank given to those who protect the holy relics. Furthermore, only 12 bishops exist in the world, and Professor Romy is one of them. They also wonder if she has received the title of Jonah, that is a rare honor. When he shares this with Nade, his friend becomes even more enthusiastic while expressing his admiration for Professor Romy and his desire to be on her team. Excitement spreads among the students as they anticipate both the test and the practical training. Chiron, too, feels eager to learn magic under her guidance. Professor Romy asks if the students are ready for the speed gun test. She explains that each class will have its own designated time for practice, and the students express their gratitude. Before proceeding, she emphasizes the importance of strengthening their omnipotence, which serves as the foundation for their magical abilities. Then, while making a surprising announcement, she reveals that a special guest from the senior class has joined them. The students react with shock and curiosity while wondering who it could be. She welcomes Samuel, who steps forward and greets the class. He clarifies that he has no intention of becoming a teacher, but out of respect for Professor Romy, he has agreed to help. He hopes his guidance will benefit all the students. Professor Romy then informs them that Samuel specializes in incantations, which is a fundamental skill for every mage. She urges them to pay close attention, as mastering this skill is essential for their progress. While the other students discuss Nade, he questions when they started seeing him as their opponent. Meanwhile, Samuel explains that incantations enhance the strength of magic through the power of words. He adds that it is easier to demonstrate than to explain, so he decides to show the students a tornado spell. Raising his hands, he forms a ball of energy in the air. Saron watches in shock, instantly recalling that the headmaster had shown him a similar technique when he was younger. Suddenly, a tornado forms before them while leaving the entire class in awe. The teacher instructs them to remember the strength of the initial spell before she proceeds to enchant it. Speaking sacred words, he begins the incantation process to amplify the tornado's power. At first, the students are fascinated, but as the minutes pass, they grow impatient, wondering when the spell will finally conclude. After 3 long minutes, Samuel completes the enchantment while casting the tornado spell. A powerful gust of wind surges through the training ground while sweeping past the students with intense force. They struggle to maintain their balance while realizing just how powerful the spell has become. Samuel reassures them that he is not doing anything extraordinary, and it is simply the power of words. He explains that merely reading an incantation is ineffective. Instead, they must recite it with deep focus, as if meditating, to unlock its true potential. He then asks the students to consider the magic within words, while emphasizing that incantations are based based on this principle. However, he explains that this process is not practical for battles. To further demonstrate, he casts an ultrasonic spell. Murmuring his incantation, he summons an enormous tornado. The students watch in shock as the powerful wind engulfs the training ground. The intense gusts send them tumbling to the ground. As they struggle to regain their footing, the teacher asks if they have been paying close attention. Meanwhile, they are in awe of her power, while realizing just how skilled she is. Saren also comes to an important realization that when students graduate from the senior class, they become level 10 mages, though unofficially. Professor Romy then thanks Samuel for his demonstration. Samuel in turn acknowledges that while he is strong, Professor Romy, being a level 6 mage, is far more powerful. The students then ask if they will be practicing incantations, but Professor Romy informs them that they will focus on sequencing instead. She explains that sequencing is a technique where students count numbers while maintaining deep concentration, which strengthens omnipotence. The students are puzzled while wondering how mere counting could enhance their magical abilities. Some question why numbers, in particular, are significant. Professor Romy clarifies that numbers act as symbols that resonate with the spirit zone while making them essential for this technique. To demonstrate, she prepares to enhance her own spirit zone. She begins counting in increments of 10, and in a remarkably short time she reaches 100. The students are astonished by her speed. As she continues, her counting accelerates, and her spirit zone visibly strengthens. Soon she reaches 2,400, and Sarone finds it almost unbelievable. The rapid increase in her power leaves the entire class speechless while realizing the true potential of sequencing. He considers her speed astonishing as she rapidly counts to 10,000. Simultaneously, the diameter of her image zone expands while increasing fourfold. Observing this, she explains to the students that while incantation relies on verbal practice, while sequencing is purely a mental exercise, the faster they count, the more their spirit zone improves in accuracy, size, and power, while enhancing all their abilities. Our guy begins to wonder if this technique could help him control the firing of photons. The professor continues while emphasizing that strong willpower is crucial in sequencing. She also stresses that discipline and a composed personality play essential roles in strengthening the spirit zone. Then she asks the students if they understand the concept. Meanwhile, Sarone reflects on his own counting speed while realizing that he has already reached 1,000 within a minute, whereas others struggle to count quickly. He then considers whether his ability to perform complex calculations, such as those required in teleportation, might also apply to sequencing. An idea forms in his mind. If he divides numbers into groups and processes each group separately, he could count to 1,000 in just 10 seconds. Determined to test his theory, he focuses his energy and attempts to fire a photon toward a tree. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light appears. The students are stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened. They gaze in awe at the radiant display while finding it truly magnificent. The students speculate whether he has emitted a fire photon and if he is practicing for the speed gun test. They acknowledge that it moves at the speed of light while making it incredibly fast, but many consider it a waste of time to use this skill solely for that test. Meanwhile, Professor Romy reflects on her initial impression of him while having previously thought of him as more specialized in defensive techniques. She wonders if he has successfully performed active magic. Observing his progress, she notes that he is becoming proficient in sequencing, to which he admits. She then suggests testing his abilities in the image zone. With all the students gathered, they prepare for his speed gun practice. The professor instructs him to focus on his target once he completes the sequencing. Closing his eyes, he concentrates on strengthening his spirit zone through sequencing. As he begins counting, he shifts his focus entirely to the targets. Now at level 1 of the speed gun test, he starts the challenge. A sudden flash appears from his eyes as he emits photons. The photon fire, channeled through his hands, moves with incredible precision. He quickly realizes that the photons travel at the speed of light and that the targets shatter the moment he locks onto them. With his score now at 11, he advances to level 2, while marveling at how rapidly everything is happening. The students also recognize the striking resemblance to direct invocation, as the targets continue to break instantly upon being aimed at. As Professor Romy observes, she notices how quickly he is counting while indicating his growing mastery of sequencing. The sight of his performance reminds her of information magic while reinforcing just how exceptional his abilities have become. The professor now realizes that our boy has learned significantly from the pathless bridge and has become exceptionally fast in sequencing. He continues firing photons at an incredible speed, and by the time the test ends, he has reached level 19 with a score of 342. The students erupt in cheers, astonished that he managed to achieve such a high score in just 1 minute. As excitement spreads, some students begin considering whether they should focus on photon firing as well. However, others respond that it seems to suit only Chiron. Meanwhile, our boy also finds the test exhilarating. Nade reflects on how, at first, he struggled with sequencing, yet now, after mastering it, he managed to score 342 points in a single attempt. However, Iruki comments that the score is not particularly high, to which Nade replies replies that it is still impressive for a first attempt. Then, while raising his hand, Iruki asks the professor if he can try the test as well. The professor is taken aback by his request, but eventually allows him to proceed while warning him not to break anything. The students shift their attention to Iruki, eager to see how he will perform. Our dude wonders if Iruki genuinely wants to practice for the test, or if he is simply trying to impress everyone. Despite his curiosity, he watches closely. Iruki steps into the center of the ground and begins the test. To everyone's surprise, he starts using Schism for the speed gun test. The students question whether this technique will be effective, since it involves hitting the targets by sight rather than by sensing them. Our boy watches in amazement while wondering how Iruki is managing to shrink his spirit zone so precisely. Suddenly, a blast appears in the sky while mesmerizing everyone. Iruki advances to level 2 while achieving a score of 13, with 57 seconds still remaining. He continues his rapid attacks while capturing the attention of all the onlookers. As the test progresses, our dude begins to realize that Iruki might surpass his score. Watching closely, he wonders if Iruki is always this strong. However, upon closer observation, he notices something shocking: that Iruki is not using his eyes to target. Instead, he is calculating the equations for each target, an application of Schism that seems almost unbelievable to him. Our boy wonders if Iruki is applying sequencing techniques, but Nate explains that Iruki doesn't count in hundreds or thousands, and he counts in millions. Shocked by this revelation, our guy struggles to comprehend the level of skill required. As the test ends, Iruki reaches level 24 with a score of 548. The students are in awe while questioning whether he is even human with such an extraordinary ability. Professor Romy also finds his performance both impressive and original. Iruki steps forward while asking for feedback on his test. Our boy acknowledges that it was great, but Iruki finds his reaction underwhelming. He insists that using modularity is a remarkable feat and questions whether our boy isn't even curious about how he manages to count in millions. Our boy admits his curiosity, but doubts whether Iruki would actually share his secret. However, Iruki dismisses the importance of knowing while explaining that knowledge alone doesn't lead to mastery. Then, he reveals that the technique isn't as difficult as it seems, and it simply involves applying logarithms to group numbers. Despite the explanation, our boy finds the logarithm technique incredibly challenging. Sequencing for him is just simple counting, while logarithms introduce an entirely new level of complexity. Iruki then asks if our dude believes he can defeat him. When Seiran responds that it's just a test, Iruki smirks while telling him not to lecture others unless he has the skills to back it up. He insists that theories mean nothing compared to practical application, and that they cannot be used to persuade anyone. Challenged by this, our boy asks if he will be proven right when he finally beats Iruki. Laughing, Iruki agrees while asserting that our boy will never be able to perform the mathematical calculations he does, and will ultimately be crushed. Frustration builds within our dude, while the students eagerly watch, excited by the growing tension between them. The speed gun test follows specific rules, including scoring based on the number of targets hit within the 1-minute time limit. Each successful hit generates a new target while increasing the level. The speed of the targets also influences the level progression, but if time runs out before hitting a target, no new ones appear, ultimately reducing the participant's score. The average score of Class 5 is 400, and no one has yet reached 700. Our boy realizes that to achieve this score, he cannot miss any targets and must reach level 30 within the time limit. This means he must complete each level in just 2 seconds. Determined, he stands to begin the test. The students watch in disbelief as he rapidly destroys the targets while displaying remarkable speed and precision. They consider his performance extraordinary. As he advances, he reaches level 25 with a score of 567 before the time runs out. The students are astonished while realizing that he has increased his score by 200 points in just 1 week. With the test now over, the image zone closes, and the students cheer for him while recognizing his incredible speed and accuracy. Additionally, he has improved his ability to make 4 shots in 1 second. Then Iruki steps forward, ready for his turn. As he begins, the students notice that his spirit zone appears smaller, yet faster than before. He swiftly breaks the targets while completing the test in record time. Reaching level 24, he scores 568 points by the end of the time limit. The students recognize that his score has also improved from his previous attempt, while surpassing our boys by just 1 point. However, our dude remains focused on improving further, and is confident that he can surpass Iruki in the next attempt. The 1-point difference is not a coincidence, as the same pattern continues the following day and repeats consistently. The students enthusiastically cheer for Iruki, who maintains his slight lead. Our boy realizes stresses the significance of the single point that keeps Iruki ahead, while interpreting it as a message that Iruki is not even trying his best. The students continue discussing Iruki as the winner, but they are equally astonished by Soron's rapid 600-point improvement in just 1 week. As they gather around him, they ask if he will join their club and teach them his techniques. Meanwhile, he reflects on the points Iruki can effortlessly achieve. Although he has been giving his best effort, he understands that Iruki has yet to reveal his full potential. However, Nade reassures him while reminding him that he still supports him. Since both of them are his friends, it does not matter to him who wins. Despite Nade's encouragement, our boy begins losing focus. Nade then points out how entertaining their competition is for all the spectators, with both delivering record-breaking performances. Curious, our boy asks whether any previous student has set a record before. Nade, surprised by the question, asks if he is unaware of his girlfriend's achievement. He then reveals that Amy once scored 987 points while leaving our boy utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Amy sits on the training ground. Serial approaches her and comments on how much thinner she has become, while attributing it to the intense workload of the senior class. Amy responds that Serial will soon experience the same challenges. When Serial asks if the advancement test is difficult, Amy explains that it is of an extremely high standard, where scoring well alone is not enough to pass. She also mentions that it feels as if all of her past actions have been graded, which Serial finds unsettling. However, Amy reassures her that advancing in rank will make her equal to Class 4, and she already possesses the necessary skills. Serial notices a change in Amy while finding her more confident than before. Then, she asks about our boy, which shocks Serial while making her wonder about the nature of their relationship. As Serial shares what Saroni has been going through, Amy realizes that Iruki is challenging him, just as he once challenged her when she was in Class 5. She recalls how Iruki pretends not to understand people's emotions, but subtly manipulates them. Serial then questions whether he is a manhunter and asks about his connection to our boy, concerns she suggests helping Saroni. However, Amy dismisses the idea, telling her to stay calm while insisting that Saroni does not need anyone's help. Serial finds her attitude toward him rude, but Amy clarifies that she only means Saroni already knows everything he needs to. Suddenly, the students notice that our dude has completed the test, achieving a score of 700 and reaching level 13. Shocked by the result, they consider it unbelievable while calling him a monster for reaching such a high score. As they confront him, asking how he managed to achieve this, he himself struggles to believe that he reached this level. Iruki, impressed by his performance, congratulates him. Meanwhile, Serial turns to Amy, asking if our boy can win now. However, Amy dismisses it while stating that it is just a test. Frustrated, Serial insists that she should understand the situation, given her own experience and record in the speed gun test. But Amy, uninterested, explains that she has never actively competed in this test and has ignored him. If she had actually fought against him, she believes she would have lost. Meanwhile, Iruki takes the test again and scores 701 points. Once more, there is only a 1-point difference between them. Our boy starts to wonder just how far Iruki can go while realizing that for him, this result is effortless. At that moment, he comes to the conclusion that he cannot win at all. Sarone sits in a room, deep in thought, as he reflects on the short break before the test. However, he quickly realizes that he only has 3 days left, which, in his mind, is not enough time to surpass his rival's score. Then he thinks Iruki's words that such excuses are made only by the weak. Moreover, those without skill have no right to preach about the value of life. At the same time, frustration builds within him as he believes that, without proof, no one will ever take his words seriously. As a result, he briefly questions whether he has lost touch with reality since joining the noble school. After all, in this world, the weak are ignored. Therefore, he realizes that giving up is not an option. If he truly wants to win, he must find a way to exceed the number. Just then, an idea strikes him: what exactly is a number? Furthermore, he thinks of sequence and what is its true nature. Instead of forcing himself to think logically, he decides to feel it instead. As he does so, he pushes his mind to count as high as possible while stretching his limits. Then, something unexpected happens. Suddenly, he sees something strange and mutters in disbelief that whether it be the end of numbers, that shouldn't be possible after all. Numbers are supposed to be infinite. A sudden realization takes hold of him, and he starts unraveling the mystery. However, just as quickly, he snaps back to reality while feeling confused. Up until now, he had only been counting numbers and thinks whether he was hallucinating, and stress is affecting him. Despite his uncertainty, he clearly remembers the intense pull he felt, something beyond explanation. Consequently, he begins to wonder whether numbers have a purpose beyond simple counting. Only later does he come to a shocking realization that his eyes had been closed for 40 hours straight. The next day, at Integrated Training Grounds 1, students gather for Class 5's speed gun test. Many feel nervous, their hands trembling. One wonders aloud why younger students have come to watch. In response, another explains that they want to make an impression, while adding that they had done the same thing in the past. Soon after, Class 4 students arrive while causing even more tension. Some question their presence while feeling the added pressure. However, one reassures reassures the others while suggesting that most people are likely there to witness the much-anticipated match between Chirone and Iruki. He confidently assumes that this is the main event everyone is waiting for. As the excitement builds, a student asks who is more likely to win. Another quickly points out that Iruki has consistently performed better so far. However, Serial warns against making hasty judgments while explaining that the test pairs two competitors against each other and that competitiveness plays a major role. Moreover, our boy tends to excel in actual battles while making the outcome less predictable. Eventually, time runs out and the test concludes, and one student proudly declares victory, while another, despite passing, feels a strange sense of frustration. Meanwhile, Serial admits that although she had sounded confident earlier, but she is actually nervous inside. As another test wraps up, a student expresses satisfaction while realizing that he performed better than expected. Soon after, the professor commends Group 19 for their efforts. Without delay, he announces that it is time for the final group. As Chirone and Iruki step forward, the crowd erupts while chanting their names. The atmosphere buzzes with anticipation. Amidst the excitement, a boy eagerly encourages Chirone, urging him to maintain his high spirits. The professor gives them 1 minute, reminding them that many eyes are watching. Moreover, he hopes they will fight fairly and give their best for the test. Meanwhile, Iruki turns to Chirone and allows him to begin. Without hesitation, their battle starts, and both put in all their effort to win. As the fight unfolds, students watch in shock. For instance, one exclaims that every target explodes right from the start, amazed by their skill. Similarly, another agrees while calling them both incredible. At first, their scores remain equal at 12. However, as time passes, Iruki's spirit zone gradually shrinks. At that moment, a student whispers to Serial while mentioning that he has heard about Iruki's schism before, but never expected it to be such an impressive sight. In response, she nods in agreement while admitting that Amy was right to call him a tough opponent. While speaking, she suddenly notices a change that Chirone's score has now surpassed Iruki's. At this point, Iruki holds 119 points, whereas Chirone reaches 121. As a result, some assume that Iruki is playing around again while pretending to lose before making a comeback. One even calls him arrogant for his tactics. However, Iruki surprises them by laughing and clarifying that this time he has been giving it his all. Then, he turns to Chirone, suspiciously asking what he did during the past 3 days. Meanwhile, the professor silently observes while realizing something important. He notes that a new path may seem long at first, but if someone has walked it before, they can move down it much faster. Furthermore, he compares it to counting while wondering just how far Chirone has pushed himself. In the end, Iruki, still stunned seeing the performance of Chirone, and considers him monster. As the professor observes their performance, she recognizes modularity in action. She notes that our guy is getting more numbers as they appear in his calculations, while making it an effective strategy. Additionally, she realizes that our boy can consciously count to his limit each time. Meanwhile, our hero remains deeply focused, while understanding that his concentration has been pushed to its limit from the moment he stepped up. However, he also knows that if he makes even a single mistake, the entire sequence will collapse. Therefore, he cannot afford to lose focus for even a second. A flash appears, and at that moment, his score rises far beyond Iruki's. While Iruki holds 432 points, Chirone reaches 469. The crowd erupts in excitement while cheering him on and urging him to go even faster. On the other hand, Iruki struggles with the pressure while comparing the situation to psychological doping. As a result, his calculation routine interrupts. He then realizes that he has underestimated our guy while acknowledging that they are equally intense. Nevertheless, he believes his own risk-taking strategy is on a different level. In a sudden turn of events, he pushes past Chirone's score. Everyone watches in shock as Iruki's points skyrocket. However, despite the shift, our boy does not seem to slow down. Instead, the sound of Iruki's rhythm exploding fills the air. A student suddenly notices something unusual and questions whether Iruki's spirit zone has become blurry. Serial quickly corrects him while explaining that Iruki is not losing control, and he has actually formed 2 spirit zones. This revelation leaves the entire audience stunned. Even the professor expresses disbelief while questioning how a double spirit zone is even possible. Meanwhile, our guy processes what he just witnessed while realizing that Iruki has mentally divided his schism. Furthermore, she recognizes that Iruki is now performing 2 separate calculations within each spirit zone while using logarithms. The professor acknowledges that such an ability is extremely rare, even among prodigies, and finds it astonishing that Iruki has kept it hidden all this time. A flash appears, and Iruki was outstanding. At this point, Iruki's score surges far ahead while reaching 845, while our boy remains at 692. As the gap widens, a student declares the battle over, certain that the winner is already clear. Another comments that Chirone performed well but simply had bad luck. As reality sinks in, Chirone starts doubting himself. He believes he has given everything he has, yet he still cannot produce even half of what Iruki achieves. His heart fills with sadness as he questions whether his best is truly truly enough. However, as uncertainty clouds his mind, a new thought emerges that he must not let fear consume him. Instead, he resolves to push forward, determined to transcend numbers themselves. As our guy unveils his new technique, everyone watches in shock. Meanwhile, students excitedly point out that the lights around him are growing brighter. More targets were appearing in front of him. At the same time, he pushes himself harder, determined to give his all. Meanwhile, Iruki lets out a sarcastic laugh while taunting him to go as fast as he wants. Moreover, he confidently declares that his calculating power will always come out on top. Deep down, he convinces himself that he can calculate all the numbers in the world and that victory is his. However, as the final second drags on, frustration builds. Time suddenly feels unbearably slow. Finally, the test ends. At first, Iruki checks his score while believing it to be a strong result. Naturally, he assumes he must have won. However, before he can celebrate, he notices Sarone's reaction. At that moment, Sariel rushes to Sarone, concerned about his condition. Seeing his exhaustion, she immediately asks if he is okay. Still feeling overwhelmed, he weakly calls out to her while asking about the test results. Instead of answering immediately, she beams with excitement and, to his surprise, reveals the shocking news that he has won. Not only that, but he has also set a new record. Suddenly, cheers erupt from the crowd as students rush to congratulate him. Meanwhile, Sarone stands frozen while struggling to process the fact that he actually won. Meanwhile, Iruki approaches him while bringing up a rule violation. Specifically, he points out that area of effect magic is not allowed in the speed gun test. In response, Sarone realizes what happened and admits that he unintentionally lit up the entire room. Hearing this, Iruki sighs while calling his reaction dull. However, he quickly reassures him that firing protons does not count as area of effect magic. With a smirk, he formally acknowledges Sarone's victory. As a result, the crowd gasps at his words, unable to believe what they just heard. One student even jokes that the sun must have risen in the west that day. Afterward, our boy takes the opportunity to address a lingering debate. He asks if Iruki now accepts his belief that human lives are more important than research. After a brief pause, Iruki reluctantly agrees. Consequently, this unexpected admission leaves Sarone completely stunned. However, Iruki quickly adds that our guy has misunderstood something. Specifically, he explains that an explosion by itself is not inherently violent. Instead, it is simply a massive release of energy. Furthermore, he clarifies that for an explosion to be truly violent, it must be set off with harmful intent. In response, our boy argues that people are the ones who manipulate energy, and that fact does not change how dangerous it can be. Iruki nods but asserts that this is exactly why responsible individuals must be in charge of handling such power. Then, with a serious expression, he declares that, from now on, Sarone must take responsibility for him as well. Iruki explains that if someone could control the energy, a single blast could sustain 10,000 people. He believes it would mark a new era without conflicts over resources, though he personally does not care much. Our boy questions why he did not explain it that way earlier, saying it would have prevented misunderstandings. Iruki admits he was testing Sarone's reaction while wanting to see whether he would exploit power or respect its dangers. Understanding Iruki's intention, our guy realizes that his opponent fears his own strength. Iruki acknowledges Sarone's victory as proof of his strong resolve and declares that only Sarone can stop him. He warns that if Sarone does not accept this responsibility, he will not back down. Determined, our boy vows not to leave until he fulfills this duty. The surrounding students react with shock while wondering if Iruki has been holding back out of fear. One of them expresses confusion about whether Iruki is a realist or a dreamer, but recognizes that his fear is genuine. Finally, our hero reassures Iruki by taking his hand and promising to stop him when the time comes. A boy then embraces them both while declaring how proud he is to be their friend. Soon after, a professor calls for Sarone and leads him away. She questions whether he understands what he has done and if he truly intended to leave them. When he hesitates, she warns that stepping into that realm means losing oneself completely. Surprised, he apologizes, unaware of the danger. She explains that the place he entered exists beyond numbers, known as the Immortal Section by mages and Nirvana by monks. She cautions that although a human can reach infinity, anyone who ventures too far ceases to exist. Later, our boy reflects on his recurring nightmare, where he sees a vast void pulling him in. As he wakes, he realizes it is the same dream he has every night since stepping into that realm. He also notices a strange sensation affecting other students. When he accidentally spills a glass of water, he decides to seek answers from Professor Romy. However, she assures him that there is nothing wrong with his body. Sarone wonders aloud what is happening to him, while admitting that he feels as if a ghost has taken control on his body. While sharing his concerns with his friends, Nade laughs while saying Sarone's serious expression made him nervous for a moment. However, our boy insists he is not joking, and reminds them that they are part of the Paranormal Science Club. Iruki comments that it is unusual to hear such concerns from someone as brilliant as Sarone, who even managed to defeat him. Nade questions why Iruki is reacting so seriously as well. Our guy then chuckles while considering whether it was foolish to bring up the topic. But Iruki brings up Sarone's dream, while recalling that he described being in complete darkness, surrounded by stars that were being pulled somewhere, and at the end, he saw a pulsing string of light. Nade confirms that the light resembled a heartbeat. Iruki then states that the vast scale, speed, and nature of the place Saron described are impossible to observe on Earth. However, if the dream represents something real, he explains that such a phenomenon could only exist in outer space. Shocked, our boy compares it to what they have read in books and questions how he could dream of a place he has never seen. Nade reassures him that it is possible while claiming he has heard of similar cases before. When Iruki asks for clarification, Nade recounts an experiment from 200 years ago. He explains that scientists performed a spiritual electrolysis test on a criminal sentenced to death while believing that if the soul had a physical form, electricity could break it apart. The man was placed inside a metal box that acted as a conductor, and a continuous electrical current was applied. However, since the experiment was highly unethical, it was shut down quickly. Surprisingly, the man survived and regained consciousness after a month. When he awoke, he spoke of distant countries he had never visited or even heard of. These places existed beyond their land, yet he described them with remarkable accuracy. Nade emphasizes that everything he said was later confirmed to be true. He then explains a possible theory, while suggesting that if the man's soul had truly been broken down and ionized, it could have turned into an electromagnetic force capable of attracting global information. The odd tingling sensation he experienced during the process was referred to as supersight. Our boy reacts with shock while realizing that the tingling sensation Nade described is exactly what he has been feeling. Iruki then questions how Saron could have seen outer space while suggesting that if the soul is electrically ionized, it might cause a quantum phenomenon that allows it to transcend time and space. However, our guy struggles to understand his explanation. Iruki clarifies while stating that this occurs at a level smaller than electrons, where events happen beyond human comprehension. He describes it as a world that cannot be measured or observed simultaneously while existing only through probabilities. He then proposes that if the soul is lighter than an electron, the usual connection between time and space collapses, while making it possible to perceive the universe itself. Nade excitedly points out that the theory fits Saron's situation perfectly. Amazed, Saron admits that they have explained his experiences in a way that makes sense. He praises their knowledge while joking that they truly are a science club despite not looking like it. Nade proudly agrees, while Iruki reminds them that this is still just a hypothesis. To understand more, he insists that Saron should be honest with them. He then brings up the unusual results of Saron's proton firing during the speed gun test and connects it to when the nightmares began. Curious, he asks what really happened. Our guy hesitates before revealing what Professor Romy told him. Before he can finish, Nade interrupts with a shocked reaction to the mention of the immortal section and immediately asks if Iruki has heard of it. Laughing, Iruki recalls learning about the immortal function from his father, while describing it as the ultimate mystery in mathematics. He believes this function holds the key to understanding everything. Our dude then mentions the professor's warning about its dangers. Iruki agrees while explaining that in a way, infinity and nothingness are fundamentally the same. He suddenly realizes how Karan managed to defeat him and laughs at the irony of the situation. Surprisingly, while hearing the others discuss it, casually makes Saron feel more at ease. Determined, Saron announces his decision to join the Paranormal Science Club. Nade cheers excitedly, while our boy explains that he no longer wants to live in fear. Instead, he wants to study the phenomenon and face it head-on, while believing that together, they can uncover something important. Nade enthusiastically declares that they are coming for the immortal function, while celebrating the fact that their club finally has enough members to regain official status and school funding. Iruki, however, questions whether the professors will approve Saron's membership, while reminding them that their club has the worst reputation in the school. Confidently, Nade assures them that he will take care of it, while revealing an application form he plans to submit secretly. The other two express concern, but he dismisses their worries and suggests celebrating at the cafeteria. Saron offers to pay despite Iruki reminding him that he is broke. Laughing, our boy insists that since it is now his club, it is only fair. However, he also points out that they should clean up their club room first. Unfortunately, despite Nade's efforts to be discreet, the application is discovered by the professor he least wanted to find it. She is shocked when she sees our boy's name on the form. Professor Oliver asks Professor Thad what he is doing, and he replies that he is carrying the new admissions for the club since there are many before the vacations. He explains that every year, the club is formed, and once the students perform well, it is dissolved. As he speaks, he accidentally drops drops one of the slips on the floor. Oliver quickly picks it up and is shocked to see that it does not belong to this club. She is even more surprised when she notices the name of their student on the application. Holding it in her hand, she immediately goes to meet Professor Romy. Arriving at Romy's place, she apologizes for interrupting her training, but Romy assures her that she must have come for an important reason. They both take a sip of tea as Oliver reveals that Shirone has joined the club. Romy is surprised by the news. Oliver reminds her that it is the Paranormal Science Club, notorious for a major incident when they were students at this school. Parents often complained about it, and she wonders why Shirone, being one of the most talented students, would choose this club instead of focusing on his studies. Professor Romy, however, explains that the club has changed significantly under the presidency of Nade. He is a responsible person with a good group of students who do not cause any trouble. She further mentions that Gold Makia, the head of the Mage Association of Tormia, was also a member of this club. Confident in its new direction, she believes that Shirone will benefit from joining. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nade is lying down and calls our boy. Our guy asks if they are not going to attend class, but Nade, feeling unwell, admits that he usually skips. Nearby, Iruki plays chess, eager for another round. As Shirone looks around, he notices the state of the room, which he had cleaned earlier, now messy again. Realizing that both Nade and Iruki neither attend class nor conduct any research in the club, he decides to focus on studying on his own. Shirone starts reading books, while nearby, Iruki asks Nade if he has completed his invention. Nade responds that it is not finished yet. Curious, Iruki guesses that he is working on an invisibility cloak. When Nade finally shows him the invention, he is highly impressed. Noticing this, our boy also wants to see it. Nade explains that it only works for an hour while prompting our guy to come over and examine it as well. Meanwhile, Professor Oliver and Professor Romy continue their conversation. Professor Oliver clarifies that she is not concerned about Nade, but rather about Iruki, who, despite pretending to remain in Class 5, is far more capable than he lets on. She points out that Shirone has already surpassed him in the speed gun test. Aware that once the senior students graduate, the school will finally be rid of certain troublesome individuals, she worries that if Shirone starts interacting too much with Iruki, he might adopt his habits, which could be harmful to the school. Professor Romy, surprised by Oliver's concerns, believes she is overthinking the situation. On the other side, our boy notices that Nade has completed several magic grenades. Observing them closely, he wonders if they are dangerous. Nade reveals that he has been saving them for a long time, but Iruki dismisses this while claiming he is lying and only wants to become a magic engineer, which is why he struggles academically. Our guy, surprised by his ambition, finds it incredible and asks if he has designed them using electromagnetic energy. Our boy notices a red book lying in front of him. Moving towards it, he picks it up and asks if it belongs to the Human Form Club. Hearing this, he is taken aback. As he opens the book, he sees that it contains records of students who were part of the club. Nade explains that it holds a complete history of students who have passed through various shady clubs while detailing all the gossip and illustrations related to them. Surprised, our guy wonders why the school does nothing about this. Shocked by what he hears, he continues flipping through the pages until he suddenly notices Amy Karma's in the book. As he stares at her name, Nade reassures him that there is nothing about him in it and teasingly asks if he has been dating Amy. Ignoring the remark, our boy instead questions who created the book. Iruki responds that it remains a mystery, as no one knows its author. However, since it contains detailed information about senior students, it is most likely compiled by one of them. Hearing this, Shirone is even more surprised while realizing that a senior might be behind the creation of such a book. On the other hand, Professor Oliver realizes that the Paranormal Science Club lacks morals while resembling the Dark Magician kids. She believes that if talented students join, their abilities will be misused, which could harm both the school and its monitoring system. She explains to Professor Romy that the club was never officially dissolved because it was never granted official club status. However, with gifted students now attempting to revive it, she feels the need to disband it once and for all. Professor Romy, while understanding her concerns, listens intently. Pouring some tea, Professor Romy reminds her that there is a reason why the school does not interfere with student clubs. These clubs are independent, while playing a crucial role in cultivating students, while allowing them to reap the benefits of their own efforts. She argues that if the administration takes away students' ability to choose, they will grow up fearing decision-making in all aspects of life. Considering this perspective, she suggests giving students the freedom to choose. Oliver, though initially hesitant, begins to see the logic in her argument. However, she remains determined to guide students toward developing their talents while keeping them away from distractions. Professor Romy realizes that Professor Oliver values our boy not as a club member, but as a student with great potential. She also recognizes that Professor Oliver has given him ample time to decide his future, yet her dedication to shaping his path remains unwavering. Changing the tone, Professor Romy finally shares something she had not mentioned before, that during the speed gun test, Sirone reached Nirvana. Professor Oliver, shocked by the revelation, shouts in disbelief. Suddenly the floor trembles and the building shakes. Meanwhile, Corone, while sensing the vibrations, wonders if it is an earthquake. Nade quickly instructs everyone to hide everything while prompting Sirone to question why. Nade explains that a professor is about to inspect the warehouse while urging him to remain silent. It turns out to be a surprise inspection by Oliver. As she walks toward their room, she notes that it takes 3 minutes to reach it and is more than enough time to eliminate any incriminating evidence. Sirone, still confused, suggests they should go and welcome the professor, but the others immediately silence him while warning that if he acts suspiciously, he could be suspended from the club. Resolving to remain composed, they sit quietly while pretending nothing has happened. When Professor Oliver finally enters the room, she finds them sitting calmly on the sofas. Observing their behavior, she becomes even more convinced that the club must be dissolved immediately. As she enters the room, she asks whether they will not greet her and thinks that these clubs are autonomous organizations run by students under the teacher's council. She also believes it is necessary to give any opinion through a complete process, even though she is a professor. However, Nade interrupts while stating that they are discussing something important. She finds his attitude very irritating. He remarks that if she had informed them of her visit beforehand, they would have welcomed her properly. She realizes they are pressuring our boy to be a part of their game. Meanwhile, the boy feels happy inside upon seeing Professor Oliver and wonders whether he should sit or say anything. The professor then inquires whether they offer tea to their guests, to which Nade responds with skepticism while questioning if she would trust them if they made tea for her. Choosing to get straight to the point, she tells them to come to the club room at school. They are shocked upon hearing this. Nade asks for the reason, and she explains that after reviewing the documentation, she has found many reasons to disband the club. It has not produced anything beneficial for more than 4 years, has continued operating without enough members, and has not received funding for a long time. According to regulations, the club can only continue if it produces something significant within a month. Hearing this, Nade lays in front of her while pleading not to make them do a presentation, as it is impossible to prove anything about paranormal science. He then questions whether she truly intends to dissolve the club, which stands against the Society of Magic, an organization filled with science and logic. Declaring that he would rather do anything than the presentation, he waits for an alternative. She, seeing his willingness to listen, presents another option, which is removing Sirone from their club. Our boy is shocked upon hearing this and immediately asks for the reason. Professor Oliver responds while implying that he already knows why she is saying this. She further mentions that the immortal function is a significant problem in the school, while posing a dangerous threat to young students and potentially harming him as well. He insists that while he understands the risks, he will not do anything wrong. However, she clarifies that the real issue lies in the phenomenon of overflow, though he struggles to comprehend its implications. Iruki steps in while explaining that it is similar to a genius disease, something he himself experienced at the age of 8. Recalling his own experience, he shares that his father had simply told him to endure it. They appear to take the matter lightly. The professor then elaborates while describing overflow as a phenomenon where the human mind is unable to handle vast abilities while causing the brain's barriers to break under the pressure of excessive information. This results in a severe risk of mental breakdown, commonly known as the genius disease. She warns that those who fail to receive proper treatment for this condition suffer immense pain for the rest of their lives. What concerns her even more is the overflow triggered by the immortal function, which is far more dangerous. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he becomes nervous. The thought that it could drive him to madness begins to settle in, and he recalls the nightmares he has been experiencing while making him connect the dots. Understanding the risks, she had previously advised him to reduce his class load while undergoing psychological treatment. Now she decides to handle the matter personally. If they truly care about him, they should remove him from the club. Nade, however, refuses to agree. She tells him not to act childishly, but he insists that the decision should be his own. Iruki shares a similar perspective while believing that she is pressuring him unnecessarily. Nade then makes a bold remark while suggesting that her concern for him indicates she has feelings for him. To their surprise, she acknowledges this and questions whether they have a problem with it. They, in turn, are left bewildered while wondering how it could be possible for a teacher to have such feelings for a student. She explains that it is statistically possible, but Nade dismisses the idea while refusing to bring statistics into the discussion. He then questions whether, according to statistics, there is a probability that she also likes him. Without hesitation, she states that the chances are absolutely zero. Hearing this, Nade collapses to the ground in exaggerated disappointment while prompting her to urge him to be more realistic. Iruki then addresses the professor while pointing out out that if their boy cannot handle the overflow, it does not mean he will actually die. However, she believes that, at the very least, Iruki should understand the seriousness of the situation, given his past experience. He, in turn, argues that they should trust their boy while considering his level, and accuses the professor of becoming overly concerned. Her increasing involvement even makes him view her as obsessive. At that moment, their boy stands up while asserting that the decision should be his own. He admits that he is scared and has felt as though he is on the verge of losing his mind. Yet at the same time, the sensation brings him a strange sense of satisfaction. The professor is shocked by his confession. He continues while explaining that what is happening to him feels incredibly special. Although he fears the nightmares, he is determined to uncover the secrets hidden within himself. Resolving to face it as a challenge, he chooses to overcome this situation rather than surrender to it. Watching him, Professor Oliver sees him as no different from the other boys who have come before her. She recalls the boy who once tried to save her in the past. With that memory in mind, she becomes completely accepting of his decision and agrees that there is no need to expel him from the club. Nade, upon hearing this, is overjoyed. However, the professor then announces that they will proceed with Plan A while requiring them to deliver results within 1 month. Nade, shocked by this revelation, feels an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Their boy then asks whether they are expected to give a presentation within the given time frame and whether they can reference any old records. Iruki, however, informs him that the club has never conducted a presentation before. If they had, then paranormal science would already be a subject of study in their classes, as there is no definitive way to prove the existence of the soul. Nade, while feeling utterly disappointed, finds himself helpless in the moment. Trying to change the mood, Iruki directs Nade's attention to a pretty girl. Their boy immediately reminds him to stay focused, but Nade becomes fixated on her. Curiously, he asks whether she is a senior or a graduate. It is only then that their boy realizes the woman in question is actually Professor Oliver while looking entirely different than usual. Iruki takes note of his keen ability to judge women. Curious about her unusual appearance, he wonders where she is headed. Iruki speculates that she is probably going on a date. Nade, surprised, sees this as his opportunity. He decides to follow her while hoping to learn something about her that he can later use against her to prevent the club from being shut down. Their boy finds the idea ridiculous, but Iruki warns that tailing a level 6 mage is far from a good plan. Nade, while growing irritated, watches as Iruki dashes off, declaring that he will follow her while Saroni is tasked with bringing Nade along. Determined, Nade insists on bringing his cloak for disguise while instructing Iruki to keep his distance, as they see this as their only chance to save the club. Meanwhile, their boy cannot believe how passionate they are about everything and not about studying, but about keeping the club intact. As Professor Oliver stands ahead, Nade quickly realizes that they have already been caught multiple times. Their boy, filled with unease, questions their motives, yet his curiosity grows as he wonders who the professor is meeting. Finding it strange, he cannot help but ask himself why she is heading toward the commoner area. As she enters the market area, the boys begin to speculate whether she is selling something on the black market. However, instead of heading toward any vendors, she moves toward a nearby house. Knocking on the door, she greets a man while prompting Nade to wonder if he is her boyfriend. Their boy, while sensing that they have seen enough, suggests that it is time to leave since she has already gone inside. However, Nade insists that they need more information and decides they must go in. Without hesitation, he rushes toward the house, determined to do whatever it takes to protect their club while leaving their boy shocked by his recklessness. Waiting outside the house, they eventually break the basement lock and manage to sneak in. Finding the first floor empty, they cautiously make their way to the second. To avoid detection, he decides to use Schism to scan the hall area. Their boy, while observing their skills, wonders if they would be just as passionate about learning if they focused on studying instead of reckless schemes. Suddenly, Nade signals them to stop while claiming to hear a voice coming from one of the rooms. Their boy urges him to leave while they still can, but Nade refuses while arguing that since the professor started this battle, they must see it through to save the club. As they listen closely, they hear a conversation from the room. Someone is commenting on how they look and discussing whether they should change their clothes. Their boy believes this is the perfect moment to leave. Then, a girl inside asks when the man's wife will be returning, to which he replies that she will be back in 2 hours. Nade immediately realizes that Professor Oliver's supposed boyfriend is actually married. Iruki believes they now have enough information to blackmail her, but Nade, after a brief hesitation, decides against it while realizing that it would be wrong. Before they can plan their next move, they accidentally burst into the room, throwing open the door and shouting that the professor should not be doing something illegal. However, instead of finding a scandalous scene, they see Professor Oliver sitting calmly while the man sketches her. Professor Oliver, visibly unimpressed, demands to know what they are doing there. Now sitting on the floor with trembling hands, they apologize profusely. Nade, still flustered, accuses her of having an affair, which only makes her more annoyed. She questions whether they truly believe she would do something like that. Then she sternly tells them to wait until they return to school. Iruki, while accepting the inevitable punishment, quickly blames Nade for everything. However, Nade retaliates while arguing that Iruki had followed him in all of it. Iruki further points out that the invisibility cloak belongs to him. The man, amused by their panic, suggests that they might have only come because they were worried about their professor. Though she remains displeased, he reassures her while suggesting that they might have thought sneaking in was acceptable since she was present. He then offers to get them some tea. Grateful for the unexpected kindness, the boys silently thank him, seeing him as an angel who has saved them. Meanwhile, their boy finds himself growing uneasy. As he observes the man, a strange sensation overtakes him while making his head feel heavy. He wonders whether this is supersight at work. Professor Oliver, now more at ease, seems comforted by Armin's understanding nature. Curious, their boy asks who the man is and why she is being so secretive about him. She explains that they met as students in a magic school when they were young. Iruki then asks whether he is a mage and what happened to his eyes. She solemnly reveals that he lost his sight because of her. Remembering her past, she recalls a time when she experienced overflow as a child. Caught in a torrential downpour, she had been overwhelmed and trapped in a nightmarish state while running blindly through a flooded area. The water was deep, and she had been recklessly jumping through it, unaware of the danger. During that moment of panic, he had appeared while carrying a piece of wood. He had told her to hold on to it until they reached the downstream area. As they moved forward, she had hesitated while saying she couldn't do it. However, he had insisted that she hold her breath, believing it was their only chance to survive. Although he had managed to lower her safely into the water, he had been struck by debris, which were large pieces of logs crashing into him. He had once been a brilliant student, full of promise. However, losing his sight to save her had cost him his future as a mage, while forcing him to abandon his dreams. She explains that she recently discovered he had become an artist, which had completely surprised her. Iruki then asks if this is the reason she has been so concerned about the overflow. At that moment, Armin enters the room while carrying tea in his hands. The boys quickly thank him as he sets it down. He remarks that Professor Oliver must have scolded them, but he knows she cares deeply for her students. As they sip their iced tea, Nade, while feeling somewhat guilty, admits that they also respect the professor. Their boy, still fascinated by Armin, asks if he can watch him while he paints. The other boys, equally intrigued, lean in to observe. Iruki, curious about Armin's abilities, questions how he manages to paint despite being unable to see. Armin, unfazed by the question, simply suggests that they begin and asks if the professor is comfortable with it. Sitting on the bed, she allows him to sketch her while the boys watch in amazement. Iruki, closely observing him, suspects that he is using his spirit zone. Nade also recognizes him as a zoner, further confirming their suspicions. Feeling a bit uneasy, their boy eventually apologizes for asking whether Armin can truly see. Instead of being offended, Armin smiles and admits that he had been waiting for someone to say that. He then acknowledges Sarone for noticing it first. With a calm gesture, he reaches up and removes the cloth covering his eyes. Armin almost doubts our boy would notice, but then he reveals his eyes while leaving him stunned. Nade and Iruki also react with shock while realizing that Armin's eyes hold something unusual. They struggle to believe it, but Armin calmly explains that it is a magic called pause. Our guy, overwhelmed by disbelief, recognizes that a time mage capable of reaching the speed of light is right before him. Armin gestures for Sarone to sit, while assuring him that there is no rush since time is on their side. Admitting his own nervousness, Armin reveals that he has sensed Sarone's awareness for a while. Normally, people perceive light as visual information, but his own eyes directly see light itself. Because of that, he immediately recognizes their shared experience. Our hero, still confused, asks for clarification, and Armin confirms his suspicion whether it is the immortal function. Curious, our boy inquires about this mysterious ability. Armin describes it as a door leading to infinity, accessible only to those known as unlockers. Once opened, the mind of an unlocker quickly expands into the infinite, while bringing both power and a sense of freedom. However, he reassures Sarone that as long as he does not push beyond his limits, his mind will remain intact. With some hesitation, our guy shares a personal struggle while admitting that he dreams of the universe every night. Although he has not mentioned it to his friends, he worries that the constant supersight might drive him crazy. Armin listens, and then remarks that magic seems to have embraced Sirona. He explains that such indications are completely natural, as stepping into infinity exposes one to the vastness of the universe itself. Those who encounter limitless space often feel an overwhelming fear, but that fear can also lead to enlightenment. Most unlockers gain an omnipotent control over space, while allowing them to wield magic on an immense scale. However, Armin suspects that Sirone's fear does not stem from infinite space alone, but he has encountered something entirely different. When the time is right, right. An understanding of it will come naturally, though it may take days, years, or even a lifetime. Hearing this, our boy reacts with shock, but Armin reassures him. The knowledge he seeks is already within him. He simply has yet to name it. Trying to make sense of everything, our guy reflects on a strange string of light he once saw in his dreams. Armin considers the possibility that it might be connected to gauge symmetry, while suggesting that the answer our boy searches for lies somewhere within that mystery. Our boy feels shocked when he hears the term gauge symmetry. Armin explains that scholars once believed the world to be flawless, while following precise laws of physics, fixed numbers, and an unchanging speed of light. To them, this perfect balance seemed like the work of an intentional force. However, as research progressed, they discovered that this symmetry had actually been broken. Saren recalls something Iruki mentioned about the microscopic world, where everything follows probabilities rather than certainty. Armin agrees and adds that the universe is not as perfect as once thought. The reason behind this broken balance remains a mystery, an unknown force without a name. However, he expresses confidence that Sauron will eventually uncover the truth. Feeling encouraged, our boy thanks Armin and admits that until now, he had only followed Professor Oliver's path. However, after meeting Armin has made him feel truly inspired. In response, Armin asks for a favor that he wants Saren to look after Sienna, as she is more sensitive than she appears. Our boy, curious about Armin's secrecy, questions why he hides the fact that he still uses magic. He suggests that honesty would be easier. Armin explains that Sienna constantly worries about him while carrying guilt over something that happened in the past. Since nothing can restore what he lost, he does not want her to feel obligated to him. He also mentions that she believes he has moved on and even started a new life. His only wish is for her to live freely without unnecessary burdens. With that, he makes our boy promise to keep his secret. Afterward, he thanks Sienna for everything. She reassures him that no thanks are needed and reminds him to write once he settles elsewhere. Armin agrees and encourages the others to keep studying. They all express their gratitude before he turns to Sienna one last time to say goodbye. She nods in response and then leaves. A girl suddenly arrives and cheerfully tells Armin that she has finished shopping. She then asks if he has completed his painting. Noticing Professor Oliver, she expresses surprise that Sienna is already leaving and suggests that she stay for dinner. Standing beside Armin, she appears comfortable while Chironi silently observes the interaction. He finds himself surprised while realizing that Armin is more romantic than he had expected. The girl then turns to Sienna and notices her flushed face. With a playful tone, she mentions that Sienna looks unwell and points it out to Armin. Soon after, the group leaves together with Armin bidding farewell. As they walk away, the girl makes a remark about how no one would believe that someone like Armin, known for his bright eyes, could ever look so stunned. Armin, while seeming unamused, tells her to stop teasing and focus on her report. Switching to a serious topic, she reminds him that they need to leave Kraus and reach Kelvora within 15 days. She warns that they will likely face some trouble along the way, but expresses confidence that he can handle it. Playfully, she even calls him Reflector of Eternity. Armin, however, remains stern and assures her that he will fulfill his contract while asking her not to waste time with unnecessary comments. She then questions whether he has told Sienna the truth, while reminding him that the lives of those he cares about are at risk. He reassures her that Sienna remains unaware of everything. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nade suddenly expresses concern while saying they are in trouble. When the professor asks for clarification, Nade explains that if things continue as they are, Professor Oliver's already bad mood might worsen. He worries that they will face punishment for informing a professor and breaking into a restricted area, which could even lead to their club being dissolved. Trying to lighten the situation, Nade asks if they can eat before heading back. Iruki eagerly agrees while saying he is starving. The professor, after considering it, agrees that it is not often they go out and decides they should get something to eat before returning. With a slightly sarcastic tone, she comments on how they must be hungry after making a mess all day. Encouraged by her response, she then tells them to eat as much as they like. Feeling hopeful, Nade wonders if they might be able to escape punishment by improving the professor's mood. Iruki, on the other hand, is already planning to order something expensive. Meanwhile, our boy quietly reflects on the situation, while suspecting that the professor is upset about Armin leaving. Wanting to lift her spirits, he resolves to find a way to cheer her up. 2 hours earlier, as they eat, the professor suddenly starts drinking while catching everyone's attention. The students question her decision, to which she casually responds by asking why it is a problem. She points out that if they can break into people's houses, then she should be allowed to have a drink. Nade, eager to stay on her good side, quickly encourages her while saying that today is her day to drink as much as she wants. Iruki, amused, comments that it seems like she has never heard such reasoning before. Wanting to earn some favor, Nade offers to pour her a drink, but she reminds him that he is too young to even be touching alcohol. Meanwhile, Nade silently thinks that he needs to get on her good side, though he has no solid plan. Our boy then hands Iruki a drink while suggesting he try it, but Iruki declines while saying he is already tired of it. Determined, he adds that that he will find the professor's weakness that night. An hour later, the professor is completely drunk. She grabs Nade's cheeks and affectionately calls him a troublemaker, while commenting on how soft his face is. The other two observe her and immediately realize that she is fully intoxicated. Suddenly, she points at them and praises their impressive results in the speed gun test. She acknowledges their talent, but questions why they slack off in their schoolwork. With a serious tone, she reminds them that many people have talent, but still fail to achieve their dreams. She insists that she only wants the best for them, even if they think she is a bad teacher. They immediately deny having such thoughts, but before the conversation continues, they collapse onto the table, exhausted. Seeing her unresponsive, they grow concerned. Iruki notices that they have finished eating and remarks that she is not getting back up. Unsure of what to do, they realize that they have not even paid for the meal. They repeatedly call her name, but she remains motionless. At that moment, a man approaches, and while seeing the professor's condition, comments that she is completely drunk. Offering to help, he suggests taking her home in his carriage, but only her, as he laughs to himself. Soran immediately refuses, but the man dismisses him while insisting that they should leave it to an adult. Admiring her appearance, he attempts to wake her up while remarking that she is quite pretty. Seeing this, our boy becomes furious and grabs the man's hand in anger. The man, taken aback, warns our guy to reconsider his actions. However, our boy firmly tells him not to touch their professor. The man, now offended, shouts at him while calling him a rascal and saying that students should not be out so late. He then threatens to have them expelled while boasting that it would be easy for him. Without hesitation, Nate attacks him while presenting two choices that either he leaves or embarrasses himself right there. The bystanders, shocked by what they witness, recognize it as magic and whisper among themselves, while wondering if the students are from Alfia's school of magic. Iruki then retrieves the man's wallet while reading his name aloud, which was Douglas Silver from the Krea's administrative office. Douglas, stunned, demands to know how Iruki got his wallet. Without answering, Iruki mockingly calls him a civil officer and then tosses the wallet aside. Finally, he tells the man that if he truly wants to get them expelled, he should speak with Iruki Mercadine, who would be willing to listen. With that, he throws the wallet back at Douglas while hitting him directly in the face. The man looks confused upon hearing the name Mercadine. He hesitantly repeats it, while realizing that the family is a first-class noble house, responsible for overseeing Dragonbolt and serving as the king's advisors for 3 generations. Upon this realization, he and his companions panic and quickly flee. Iruki watches them run and sarcastically questions why they even bothered confronting them if they were just going to escape. Meanwhile, Nade turns to him and asks why he suddenly mentioned his noble background, while reminding him that he usually avoids talking about it. Iruki casually responds that he makes an exception for people who try to use their influence in such an underhanded way. Shrugging it off, he suggests they leave while saying that the incident has completely ruined their meal. Before heading out, Nade takes a picture of Professor Oliver in her drunken state, while joking that Professor Perfection passed out drunk would make for a great headline. Iruki glances at the photo and nods in approval, while suggesting that it might help them save their club from being shut down. Meanwhile, our boy struggles to carry the unconscious professor and complains to the others about having to do it alone. Nade playfully asks what the problem is, while Iruki reminds him that he is the strongest among them. However, our guy, exhausted, loses his balance and collapses to the ground. Seeing this, Iruki suggests that he try using his schema. Confused, Saran asks how he is supposed to activate it so suddenly. Iruki reassures him that if he can create a spirit zone, he should also be able to use his schema. Nade adds that their kingdom has mage knights as well, and he is certain that Saran has the talent for it. Excited by the idea, our boy expresses his eagerness to learn. Iruki instructs him to close his eyes and focus inward while following his voice. Saran agrees while listening carefully as Iruki tells him to sense himself and dive deeper into his consciousness. Iruki asks if he can still hear him and instructs him to take deep, slow breaths. Our boy follows along and confirms that he is listening. Satisfied, Iruki then mischievously asks where his first kiss with Amy took place. Nade bursts out laughing and remarks that the two are complete opposites. Realizing he has been tricked, our boy gets frustrated while the others find the situation amusing. Soon after, they continue on their way back. After some time, Saran suddenly suggests that they should stop using blackmail. Surprised, Nade asks why while reminding him of how much effort they put into getting the photo. Saran reasons that the professor must have had a difficult and emotional day. Iruki agrees while realizing that she only wanted to protect them from experiencing the same pain she had gone through. After thinking it over, Nade also agrees, though he expresses concern about the club's future. Since the club was passed down to him by its founder, he feels responsible for keeping it alive. However, after a moment of hesitation, he decides that they will figure something out on their own. Determined, they all agree to solve their problems without relying on blackmail. Just then, Saran excitedly shouts to do it. To their shock, the professor suddenly wakes up and asks about what they were doing. They freeze in surprise as our boy nervously asks if she is sober. She sighs and apologizes while admitting that she owes them one. She assures them that she will not report their actions to the school and that they will not face any punishment. The three of them stare at her in disbelief. As if that wasn't enough, she then announces that she will give them an extra month to prove their club's worth. She challenges them to find a ghost or any convincing evidence to justify the club's existence. If they truly care about it, they must convince the school why it deserves to remain. Encouraged by her words, Nade eagerly accepts the deal. Determined to prove their club's importance, Iruki, though less enthusiastic, acknowledges that they will have to use their brains for once. Nade, full of excitement, calls them rascals and tells them to get ready for a challenge. Our boy, relieved but curious, asks how long the professor has been awake. Smirking, she replies that a little alcohol isn't enough to cloud the mind of a mage. The three students exchange confused looks while realizing they have been fooled once again. Several days later at the magic school, students gather in confusion. They stare at a large announcement board displaying details about a mysterious club presentation. Some question when Sarone became a member, while others are surprised to see Iruki involved. However, what shocks them the most is the name of the club, which is the Paranormal Science Club. Murmurs spread as they read the title of the presentation, which is the Paranormal Science Club, the terrifying truth about Alfia's School of Magic. The school's long-kept secret will soon be revealed. A group of students notices the club's name and questions whether it is truly an academic club after recognizing two members, Sarone and Iruki. About 10 days earlier at Istas, Nade struggles to come up with ideas while expressing frustration. Iruki reminds him that they have spent the entire night brainstorming, yet still lack a solid topic. Nade, while feeling hopeless, believes that even if past events actually occurred while recreating them for the presentation would be impossible. 3 days after making a deal with Professor Oliver, our guy feels relieved that they have a chance to present and keep the club active. However, the subject of paranormal science raises concerns. Nade wonders how they can present something invisible, and the thought begins to overwhelm him. He regrets discarding a certain photograph. Iruki, unfazed, remarks that others have always considered him strange, but he no longer wants to continue. Meanwhile, our boy recalls an incident where Nade sees a shadow and falls in fear. Nade, while considering a trick, wonders if they could make others believe it is a ghost. Sarone initially reacts in fright, though only for a brief moment. Iruki doubts that the trick will deceive mages, but Nade points out that Sarone was fooled, even if only for seconds. Suddenly, Sarone realizes they don't need to prove anything. Nade, while sensing a breakthrough, suggests seeking guidance from Professor Oliver again. Iruki, however, believes the professor already has an idea. Our dude then explains that fear arises from within, rather than from external proof. Iruki understands the shift in perspective, that they should make the audience believe first, then provide proof instead of the other way around. Nade compares it to a psychological game. Sarone, recognizing the importance of this approach, expresses gratitude for saving the club, but jokingly comments that Nade has gone days without showering. Iruki praises the innovative thinking, but remains concerned that their magic trick is too unimpressive, even for believers. He suggests making it appear creepier. Nade confidently assures them that he can improve it using a continuous lightning shadow effect. With that, he prepares to demonstrate his skill. Iruki watches Nade's demonstration and comments that if he uses the technique continuously for 24 hours in a second, it will resemble a smoothly moving image. Meanwhile, Nade, exhausted from 3 days without sleep, struggles to stay focused. Our boy, concerned, advises him not to push himself too far. Iruki then wonders if they can create something similar using a machine. Nade admits he had considered that idea earlier, but points out a major issue. He explains that while a moving hologram can be generated by running a program through a machine, it would appear fake if it does not respond to the person in front of it. Recalling his own experience of seeing a ghost, he emphasizes that a lack of reaction would make the illusion unconvincing. Argui reflects on his own encounter and realizes that making eye contact with the ghost had been the key factor in his fear. Iruki, suddenly having an idea, claims he knows how to solve the problem. When the others ask for details, he explains that they can predict people's reactions in advance. Curious, they ask how such predictions could be made. He suggests using complex systems theory, while analyzing numerous behavior patterns patterns and incorporating them into a program. Giving an example, he describes how Saren might instinctively look over his right shoulder, so the ghost could be programmed to appear on the left while ensuring direct eye contact and triggering a fearful reaction. Saren, impressed but skeptical, questions whether such a plan is feasible. Iruki remains confident, stating that most people follow similar daily routines at school, while making it possible to predict their behavior. However, he acknowledges that an enormous amount of data would be needed, while requiring vast storage capacity and a method to transmit the program to multiple machines at once. Nade, while realizing his electric energy may not be sufficient for the task, suddenly turns to our boy while recalling that he can fire photons. Saran, initially surprised, quickly remembers something Professor Oliver had mentioned about the ivory tower always being at the forefront of magic. He recalls her explaining that photon technology is predicted to revolutionize communication. Confirming the idea, he acknowledges that photons can indeed be used for transmitting information. Nade, thrilled by the breakthrough, excitedly declares that they are on the verge of creating the perfect ghost. Iruki, however, reminds them that merely scaring a few people will not be enough. Looking at Sairon, he assumes he has something bigger in mind. Our guy, while hesitating for a moment, admits he has an idea and proceeds to show them a set of keywords. Observing their unimpressed expressions, he asks why they dislike it. After thinking for a moment, he suggests mixing in different keywords. Nade, instead of rejecting the idea, praises it as brilliant. Saran, unsure whether his keywords are actually effective, becomes confused. Nade, still excited, admits he never imagined using the presentation in such a way. Iruki, convinced of the plan's potential, confidently states that if it works, it will shake up the entire school. Saran, now feeling more confident, finds the idea fascinating. Nade takes charge and decides to start building the device immediately, while assigning Iruki to create the program and instructing our boy to prepare for photon transmission. With renewed energy, they all become excited about saving their club in a completely unexpected way. However, Iruki suddenly pauses and brings up a concern. Nade, while noticing his hesitation, asks what the problem is now. Iruki explains that after roughly calculating the number of photons required for data transfer, he has realized that Saren would need to produce 3 times his current projection and maintain it for 10 minutes. Turning to our guy, he questions whether he can handle such a challenge. Our boy, shocked upon hearing that he must maintain his photon projection for 10 minutes, struggles to process the challenge ahead. 10 days later, Nade excitedly enters the room after putting up posters and expresses his amazement at the response. Meanwhile, Iruki has spent the entire day writing behavior pattern equations, and Saran has dedicated his time to practicing photon firing. Curious about Nade's reaction, our guy asks what has happened now. Iruki, while grinning, announces that their event has become the talk of the school, and everyone is eager to see it. Saran, surprised, questions whether a simple poster could have generated such interest. Iruki, amused, suggests that the attention might be due to how unusually they are handling everything. However, he also notes that the larger the audience, the more work they will have to do. Wanting an estimate, he asks Nade how many people are expected to attend. Nade, uncertain of the exact number, guesses that more than half of the entire school will show up. Worried about their reaction, he calls out their names and warns them not to faint from the pressure. 17 days before the presentation at the Paranormal Science Club, students gather in anticipation. Some express excitement while believing the event will be entertaining. One student, confident in Saran and Iruki's abilities, predicts that the presentation will be anything but boring and wonders what they will reveal. As the professor passes by, someone stops her to ask if the Paranormal Science Club is really giving a presentation. She responds that the club's fate is still uncertain. According to the latest information, if the presentation fails, the club room will officially be reassigned as planned. A man nearby comments that the club is as good as finished, as its former prestige has long faded. However, he acknowledges that Iruki, as a servant and our boy, known for defeating the dark magicians, cannot be underestimated. He also mentions Nade's significance. Still, since they are only lower grade students, the real concern lies in what happens afterward. He predicts that once the presentation is over, a battle will begin among the shadow clubs over who will take control of Istus. Our boy practices intensely, but suddenly collapses. The mental rebound technique, which quickly increases magical output, is extremely risky. It drains all mental strength at once, requires 20 minutes of recovery, and then repeats the process. On Everest, the energy used per spell is equal to 40 minutes of focus, while making it a life-threatening method. He realizes his professor would be furious if she knew, but he still isn't satisfied with his progress. After all his effort, he can only maintain his magic for about 5.5 minutes. With just a week left until the presentation, our guy continues training. To reach 10 full minutes, he knows he must push himself to the limit, even if it risks his consciousness. He wonders if he can truly do it. Nade arrives while asking about his progress, and our boy confidently assures him that he will be ready soon. He acknowledges the difficulty of the task, while admitting that it's far beyond what a Class 5 should handle. However, if Sarone fails, their club will suffer. Our hero reassures him and shifts the focus to Nade's work. Nade confirms that he is about to test his project and invites Sarone over. They soon notice Iruki, who appears exhausted. Concerned, our boy asks if he is all right, and Nade questions whether he has slept at all. Iruki dismisses their worries, determined to finish on time. Our guy realizes that there is no stopping him now, calling his dedication madness. Then, Nade reveals something, which our boy identifies as a prototype. Laughing, Nade explains that the final step requires testing the fiber optic cable Iruki's father sent. He instructs Sarone to grab it and use magic. When Sarone follows the instructions, he is stunned by the results. Nade, satisfied, remarks that it turned out just as they had imagined. As the presentation nears, Nade looks for Sarone and finally spots him. Excitedly, he exclaims that our boy has succeeded. Laughing, our guy confidently responds that it's time to show everyone what they have accomplished. At the Paranormal Science Club, the day of the presentation arrives and the students eagerly gather. Many express their excitement, while others remind everyone to grab snacks and stand in an orderly line. A boy brings the school's special cherry juice and someone calls out not to forget the flyers. Mark arrives and, noticing the large crowd, questions the reason for the gathering. A girl hands him a flyer and instructs him to get in line. He thanks her, feeling confused, and then examines the flyer. Noticing the childish design, he assumes a kid must have drawn it. However, when he reads the names on the poster, he is shocked. He immediately recognizes one, realizing it's a name he could never forget. Dismissing the event as a joke, he doubts anyone would be interested. He had expected better. Maria then appears and, while noticing Saron's name, excitedly suggests they go watch. She insists that Mark must be attending and urges him to join her. Though hesitant, he agrees while thinking he might learn something. Excited, she pulls him toward the line. During their suspension, Maria and Mark had received special lessons from Professor Thad. However, Mark had intentionally placed himself between Maria and Thad. Meanwhile, some girls in the crowd notice senior students and curiously point them out. One identifies them as Amy and Serial, while questioning why seniors would attend a lower grade presentation. Another girl reminds them that our boy is Amy's boyfriend. Amy, clearly uncomfortable, complains about having to attend. Serial, slightly annoyed, reminds her that she has asked the same question multiple times. Since her boyfriend is presenting, it only makes sense for her to be there. Amy, regretting her situation, mutters that it remains embarrassing no matter how many times it happens. As the crowd grows, someone notices a student from Class 1, which surprises many since they rarely appear at such events. Serial suddenly spots someone and nudges Amy while pointing out Fermi. She wonders why he would attend and realizes he isn't alone. Alongside him stand Hercule from Sonar, Riken the Electric Monster, Richard the Alchemist, and Caden. Confused by their presence, she questions what is happening. Amy then asks if Serial knows what all these individuals have in common. When Serial appears puzzled, Amy confidently reveals that they are all rumored to be members of a secretive group that is the Shadow Club's Golden Circle. At the auditorium, the professor notices the headmaster and curiously asks what brings him there. He responds that the three boys have worked hard for this day, and he couldn't help but feel curious. She welcomes him and offers him a seat. Chuckling, he takes his place, eager to see what they have prepared. Meanwhile, the students, filled with excitement, scramble for seats. Some call out that all spots are taken, while others urge the crowd not to push. Amy, while feeling uncertain, wonders if there is something about the presentation that she is overlooking. Soon, an announcement echoes through the auditorium, officially beginning the Paranormal Science Club's long-awaited presentation. The students turn their attention to the stage as the event unfolds. However, 30 minutes later, disappointment spreads through the audience. Some murmur in frustration while regretting their expectations. A few express disbelief, admitting they had hoped for more from Class 5. Others complain that attending was a waste of time. Feeling deceived, several accuse the presenters of completely tricking them. Now, I need your help. I honestly don't know what score to give this from 0 to 10. What do you think about this manhwa? Drop your rating for the story and this video in the comments below.